2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualified for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Hello and happy holidays, as Star-Lord says it back, and happy 2026, guys. We are live here for the Marvel Rivals Championship, the MRC. I am Cozy, your host, joined by my co-host Vicky. How you doing, Vicky? Happy 2026.
Happy 2026, my friend. A new year, and a new year to start some great memories here, especially starting things off with the MRC. I am so happy to be back with you and all of our rival fans here at home watching, coming fresh from the holidays, and it's great action waiting for us.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a Marvel Rivals player. We've got a lot of good action today. The MRC is always fun to see kind of what's up and coming, not only in the meta, but some of the teams and players. But now we get, you know, the players from the Ignite scene. This is in Season 5, one of the MRCs that they can participate in. We have a lot of movement, a lot of shifts. You know, America obviously didn't leave on the brightest of notes there from when we did leave the grand final. So I'm excited to see the competition today and really kick things off in the 2026 season.
Yeah, under a new patch, you already highlighted it, Cozy. Season 5 has brought us so many exciting changes into Marvel Rivals. I mean, considering the fact that we got Daredevil out here, we got Gambit being a problem, we got, I mean, everybody. Rogue, too. We've been seeing more Rogue play when you guys were watching the EMEA MRC, and I think that's been interesting, as well as the inclusion of these amazing skins, Cozy.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Thor this season. I think he's an absolute bully, a lot of fun. God of Winter, love love just the inspiration from Jotunheim over there, and then Cloak and Dagger. Who doesn't love it? Really solid skin costume as well. You can get both of these available right now to throw the thunder or the purple clouds to keep your team in safety. And both these heroes doing really good right now in the meta, so always fun to have costumes of, more meta, I would say, for Thor, kind of in the lower ranks, but more meta heroes.
Hey, his ultimate changes, they're a little scary, but I definitely agree. You're gonna go into those high elo lobbies, and it could be scary to be either of those characters, but those skins, man, I mean, I got that Cloak and Dagger ready repping immediately, frame 1. And that's not where it stops there, too, Cozy. We got the Star-Lord Starcracker skin that you were telling me that you've been repping. The Happy Holidays. Penny mains have been eating out here, too, with the Snow SP skin as well. And look at all that detail that they just put into Penny herself when you really see her in the mech, as well as the I'm Not Daredevil skin that has currently been available for the last few weeks until January 16th.
Yeah, this is like the three horsemen of the naughty list. Like these are heroes people do not want to play against. Star-Lord, nothing says Happy Holidays like a team wipe behind you. Obviously, really cool skin. His first legendary, so cool to get that in the game. Penny Parker has just been insane. Continually, right? It's been a year of Rivals. I always like to say this, and people still don't know to shoot the nest, right? It's like, come on now. We got to see it. I've been able to watch some really good Penny players as of late. Shout out to someone like Cringe Alarm, who just has crazy nest placement, can go the distance, and just a really cool mech. Also with the emote, you can see Penny in her costume now, which is kind of a nice little flex as well. One of my favorite holiday costumes. And then, of course, Daredevil. I'm not Daredevil. I'm not meta. He has been everywhere, just dominating the scene.
Yeah, who is he fooling? I'm not meta. I don't know about that one here. That's why it's been a problem. That's why you usually see Daredevil as a prio ban if it's not Gambit or Invisible Man, who has been running amok thus far within this season. But you talk about Penny Parker and you talk about those extra shields. Something that I personally love to see has been the inclusion of Rocket and Penny together. Not only for those extra shields, but maybe going for some cheeky plays as well as that res beacon coming in clutch.
Yeah, you know what I got to point out? We're probably going to see it here in a moment, but the Cloak and Dagger skin allowing you to see where the ult is. Hello, I mean, listen, the purple smoke, you can track it, but the ice on the ground, I'm like, great, I know exactly where to go when I'm doing the Punisher ult and kind of walking the line, painting the path to victory there. But overall, all these skins really well done. We know that Rivals, they've never really missed here, and excited to see what will come and continue to come in the 2026 season. If you guys were there for the ball drop, to welcome in the new year, hit us up in the chat. Definitely cool to see Times Square come into light here for Rivals. And we take a look at our splash screen. They just updated that as well. Vicky, we have all the new heroes that joined us in 2025.
It's great, too, to see how this first year really shaped up for Marvel Rivals. You talk about not only the amazing skins that we got going on here, I'm sure we'll see the Lady Loki skin coming up soon as well, because that's been obviously the topic on everybody's minds throughout the course of the week. But with all these skins here, the I'm Not Daredevil skin together with the Penny Parker Star-Lord, it's great to be able to also rock the holiday season, too. If you're feeling, merry and cheery, there you go. You get to rep it in-game when you're trying to dominate in your lobbies.
No, without question. And listen, I think with Daredevil, we should see a fair amount today. Somewhat in the more competitive play, he sneaks through the ban system a bit more because more coordination. But, oh my gosh, just runs the lobby. Star-Lord, too, I feel like, kind of right there with Hela, has been involved in the meta conversation since the very beginning of this game as just a solid, dependable hero. And I personally love the little Christmas jingle as you're using your jetpacks. I mean, it's such a cool skin as we're seeing here with the Legendary and the Happy Holiday yelling.
I just love the fact that not only do we get like special sound effects too for a lot of these skins, but the graphics are amazing. Aside from also the really sick MVP screens that we get to see with a lot of these different characters. And you talk about who's been really running it down thus far within the season. If it isn't what we were talking about before, with like Penny Parker and Rocket together, we've even seen the Phoenix still being able to be played here together with that ultimate. So that's something else that I'm also expecting. More of that Penny, maybe that Rocket, Phoenix, of course, there too. But it also comes down to what the pick and ban system is going to be looking like, right, Cozy? Because we know MRC, they run things a little different here when it comes to the pick and ban system. But even more importantly, again, Gambit has been a problem. Are we going to see the Buckies out here? Phoenix? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, listen, guys, in the MRC, we have so many matches going on. Today, we're highlighting the best of them. Vicky and I are going to be able to look at all the great teams out there. You're going to recognize a lot of players, but mixed around into different teams. You guys can see the schedule right here. Of course, we landed January 3rd. Round 7 through 9 is the action we'll catch today. We're going to continue that tomorrow with our excellent casters and Dogman and Ship. But then we'll be going over to the 10th and the 11th, right? And that's where next week we kind of wrap this Season 5 up. Moving on forward, and you guys... You're going to hear the announcement video for 2026 a lot here today. We've got an awesome lineup for esports in 2026, and the MRC and the points allocated from wins are going to matter a ton.
Yeah, they do. And that's why when we see the schedule, just to anticipate what to look forward to, it's great jumping into the new year, Cozy, and seeing what the MRC teams are playing for. Aside from having their own opportunity to compete against some of the legends that we've already seen transpire throughout the first year of the Marvel Rivals esports infancy, we get to see the prize pool continue on within the MRC. $14,500 total prize pool, with first place walking away with $6,000.
Yeah, nothing says happy holidays or the end of the holidays with a little bit of prize pool money. And it's cool to see not only this, right, but also just how much 2026 is going to continue to bring. We have 3 million and more being built up for the total prize pool. We're going to have, bundles for esports and for partner teams. I think we're going to have a lot of great orgs join the scene, which I'm super excited about as well. And getting it all flushed out before, really, I think the preseason there in that April area is what I'm stoked for. Again, in the MRC, we see a lot of up-and-coming players today, though. We get to see for the first time maybe someone like Tara, who's in the NBA. We're not going to see him today. We're going to see new players and, new team compositions of them as we start out this thing, Vicky, with Extinction versus Cream.
All right, let's get this going. And already, Cozy, up the rip. Oh, remember what we were talking about, Gambit and Daredevil? Well, guess what? It is the first two bans that we get to see. Cream Fiends going to be able to immediately take out that Gambit. They don't want to deal with it, while on the other side, Extinction, they get to prio that Daredevil ban.
I always crack up at both the team names and the player names. In these MRCs, you get just an absolute wild amount of different things that we see there in the top of play in Ignite. Again, good to be back. I have not casted since, or at least here with him, with Marvel officially since the grand final. So it's good to be back here. Again, pick ban, as you've noted, going to be that global. Don't see a lot of Gambit today is going to be my guess. He's just so strong in this meta. And before any patches kind of probably adjust the old card thrower, we're going to see him banned a lot.
Unless the other team ends up protecting it, maybe. We're going to have to find out here, as Gambit was, again, that first ban. The Loki off the table there, too, because that's something else that we've been seeing a lot of teams and content creators talk about. Together with a Loki, Gambit, Mantis, it's just so much damage output. Good luck surviving that. Just completely give them that space. Angela, too, because something else we have to note here, Cozy. It has been a while, but I'm so happy, once again, to be on the mic with you. It's been literally since the group stages when we were together at LAN. But Angela has also been a very interesting topic, a pick that you usually see depending on what maps we start off on, as we are going on to Domination for our first map in Burning T'Challa.
Yeah, for sure. Angela, just that best dive tank, and just so scary in so many situations here. And looking at it, Jean Grey, Phoenix has found a really good spot in this meta. I mean, Cosmic Flames is just, you can never underrate it. And even though Hela's good, Phoenix can just do so much with that ultimate now, and pairing that up as we've continued to see. Obviously, going to be having the saves to strong strategists, with ones being banned out. Loki's banned common because of the whole Gambit double ult, but also just a good staple. If Gambit's not there, we pair him up with the Luna, the old days. But Visible Woman, we know what Sue Storm can do. That's going to be protected here as we see the teams lock in our first kind of glimpse of what this Season 5 meta is without some of the star S-tier heroes, top tier in the game like Gambit. And we're getting kind of callbacks to some old, get a little Jeff shout out in there.
Yeah, Jeff has been a problem. Again, cute but deadly this season too. And I think with Jeff as well, it also disrupts a lot of what teams are trying to look for and trying to get these isolated picks. And we also highlighted the Phoenix. When we see two Phoenixes on the screen right now, it can be important when you're trying to dodge, and obviously not being able to have a head box there comes in clutch when you're Jeff.
Yeah, for sure. Phoenix is one of those heroes that I try to pick up in my play, just because just such a consistent source of that damage. Able to get that poke. Hit scan in general is so powerful right now in Rivals. And so you're going to see a lot of Phoenix today is going to be my best guess. And just the mobility that she has, and being able to, telepathic illusion and get out of there with her shift. So take a look. We end up in Wakanda for our first matchup of the day. Domination, as always, is going to be right to the fight in here. Vic, yes, we see these teams ready, gaze down on the iconic Marvel location. Here we go.
All right, you already saw too with the extra penny shields, as being able to give that extra boost, as well as at the very beginning when you swap out, you get a little bit of that also speed boost too before moving forward. And Cream Fiends already looking to take a nice angle here. As you can see, After Party going over to the side, but it's going to be met with Shang-Chi up on the high ground, as they're already taking a much more aggressive position.
Yeah, you're always going to see these kind of Phoenix duels, right? And usually the best hit scan is going to get that team, that opening pick here. Magneto's such a good Vanguard. My personal, who I think is the best Vanguard in the game right now, just with what he can do passively, but also aggressively with his shields and the double bubble trouble. But Angela trying to mix up the chaos early. Going to have Polaris on the back. What a great shout out to his daughter. Now moving forward, you do have Phoenix getting that pick on the Psylocke. And when you look at it, Psylocke is still very much in this meta. Building up that ult and getting that dance of the butterflies is going to be something so imperative here. And this is a point that takes a lot of time to get. There's a bloodbath happening there in the middle.
Oh, getting that first pick, though, onto the Magneto, even bigger, too, when you're trying to run the Magneto into the Venom to boost up and put in some pressure with those bubbles. But you get the shish kebab, but it's on a Phoenix who gets to navigate away. They're trying to run over to the other side, but I love this pressure that we're currently seeing. Neither team, by the way, has been able to flip the points despite getting that first pick onto that Psylocke, as we see the revenge pick up as Albi's able to find that answer.
Great, yeah, I was casting something the other day, and I said shish kebab in honor of you. It is your token,
yeah.
The token, Vicky Line. I love to hear it. Back here, 2026 after party is going to get that pick, though, to open up, get that point cap, 8%. And climbing, not only that, though, you do have Invisible Boundary ready, the Meteor M to counter Coco's Boundary if that comes up accordingly. I like to see the Venom play as well. There's such a good stall comp here, too. You've got the... You know, now that they have this point, you have the Res Beacon, you have Venom just to continue this thing rolling, and the party's going to keep going on as long as that after party hits those shots.
Dude, Aurora said, I've had enough. Goes over to the thing when they see that Cream Fiends is running 3 Vanguards right now. I mean, when you'll have to deal with the Venom and Angela, you know what the gameplay is. You weaken them, you bludgeon them, and then after party tries to go in with a headshot here. You can see up on this high ground, Cream Fiends holding a still position before these ultimates come in. Heaven's Retribution, the follow-up right afterwards is after party finds the Wolverine swap up at the very end.
Yeah, I like the aggressive use there of Heaven's Retribution. Just an ult to go in and get them out of where they want to go. But look at Eric here getting some quick double trouble eliminations. Now looking at it, they were able to keep the Invisible Boundary as well. 57% and climbing right now. It's looking like Green Fiends is on top. And gotta lock in here. You got some ults to make a difference. Reset, reload. We'll see what they can do to try to get this point back.
After party is farming. Like, the damage output that we're currently seeing from After Party is on another level. But with Extinction having these 4 ultimates ready to go, let's see what they can do. Maybe get these follow-ups here if they want to wait for Fright Type to also have that Rocket ultimate online here. As you get to see After Party taking this split angle, Aurora just waiting. And as he's about to also have the Thing ultimate to just shatter down.
Love the Thing being played here. Obviously really good in domination. It's gotten a lot better in this meta. Not exactly the top of the Vanguard picks, but when things are getting pretty crazy, it's always good to get him into the fold to cause the chaos. Every ult available, every Q can be pressed here. Let's see what they use. We're going to have the counter immediately to the CYA. After party getting 2 with it, and that is going to be the combo to look out for. What a beautiful sync there to get a lot of the limbs.
It's just a reaction time. Like, they saw Fright Type put down the Sia, and then Cream Fiends did the combo. That was so much damage output to secure that first round on Brennan.
Yeah, with how good Rocket is, you know, with not only the Penny team up, but just in general with that damage amplifier, to be able to counter that instantly with Phoenix, combine that with the Venom, it's tough to really handle that. They didn't have to do much, and they're able. I mean, I feel like Ampy has had the Invisible Boundary the whole round, so they still have defensive play at hand. Smiles is about to get back that Meteor M. This is tough right now if you're, you know, if you are Extinction, but because you want to be able to at least get first point here with what you had in resources, but they used a lot there to end that match.
You would think here with triple Vanguard, though, that Extinction would maybe consider trying to go forward with the Wolverine here, because obviously Wolverine's still very good at trying to isolate even these flanking Vanguards here, but it's crazy to see not only that reaction time on the answer from Cream Fiends, but what Extinction really wanted to do was get that Sia combo together with the Phoenix ultimate, but Shang-Chi didn't even have the opportunity to press the button, and that's why we're seeing the swap up right now into the Iron Fist instead.
Yeah, without question. And Phoenix getting that buff to make it harder to shoot down as well is just, you know, making that hero all the much more better for these meta situations. Love Alfie going right to the point here. Get that aggression on early, and you're going to have to match now Golden Win because Angela v. Angela, it's the One-Wing Angels versus each other to get that pressure on. And right now matching the comp as well with Venom in there, right? So Iron Fist, one of the key differences, but I do like the Vanguard Mirror matchup we have at hand. And right away the battle unfolds, and we'll see who ends up trying to go aggressive. And wow, just like that. Not even going to let the symbiote use his escape to get back up there. No, goodbye right into Warrior Falls.
Oh yeah, no, he didn't get Shish Kebab. He gets skewered there instead as After Party finds the Style Life over to the side. That BRB bringing Pro Builder right back, but it's Invisible Woman ult versus Invisible Woman ult. You see the Venn diagram here, but with Shang-Chi going over to the Iron Fist here, close to that living T. He wants to try to follow up here, tries to isolate the backline, finds the rocket, and needs to take care of the problem that is After Party.
I do like the Iron Fist here. You know, obviously really good Vanguard buster, but able just to kind of, you know, put the team on their back sometimes to go on the solo missions and going against what they have. It was a good swap of a quick pick. I don't know how long we will get him. Living Chi, very interesting ult, right? Does a lot without doing a lot, if that makes sense sometimes, but you're at least able, you know, to put that pressure on an aggression early. Great to when you have the point like they do now. Looking at what they can do, they can pair that up with Alfie if they want to. Pro Builder as well has Advanced Butterflies. We'll see if we get a combo more unconventional here from Extinction.
It's great to be able to use the armor that you get too, but together with the solid ultimate, finding all three up on the high ground, even with the Heaven's Retribution, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Extinction getting some revenge for Shang-Chi after After Party was able to take them down. I also believe that was like the first time we see After Party going down here.
Yeah, and listen, Heaven's Retribution a lot of the time isn't always used for those group ults, right? Like sometimes, yeah, but Groot, funny enough, is more the one that you see. So how about that now with a little bit of the Wombo combo getting paired up? Still have Living Chi at hand, 45%. This is exactly the call that they needed to answer if they want to stay in this MRC here early, especially in this first matchup. Look at what they have, though. Cream does have everything online. There's Living Chi coming out, and they're looking for the quick respawn, trying to focus. If you can get everyone on Iron Fist, you can shut them down earlier, at least get them out of there. But no, just like that, the CYA coming out, gonna cause every Q to be pressed. After Party throwing down the Phoenix, finds a connector. Pro Builder is out of here. The rest gonna go back up. Good one at that. Gonna get Golden Wind back into this and get the clobber in time. Continuing, Meteorium's going up. Slam it down, no connection as it looks like, but After Party and Cream Fiends find what they need, Vic.
Oh, and it gets the fastball special, tries to yeet them right through the Doctor Strange portal. That Extinction, we're desperate to try to recontest, but now with the Doctor Strange from Aurora going down, that play gets stopped, and now they won't have portal.
Yeah, they're going to take that free ult charge, right? Yeah, come on in. Come in this portal. See what happens now with the quick flip of the point. 83%, obviously a good start there, but Cream does have plenty in the ult economy themselves. Not to mention the lifesteal is available with Eric on the Wolverine. So Phoenix, not only just a great hero, but has some awesome team ups. Even Black Widow, if you are one of the 7 players out there. Alfie going to go up top. We've seen Alfie play Emma before in this MRC. If I recall, there's a Diamond Forward quick kick in the kidnap that's going to make it really tough to get anything out of there. But no Elim so far. Everybody into safety. Ambi throwing up the invisible boundary, and there's the fight the Roman Coliseum, but quickly going to go up in the sky. After Party getting out of there. This is absolute chaos, Vic.
I'm just looking at from not only both of these teams, but the Wolverines have finally come out, but now diving down, finds Coco and Shanty. They recovered quickly, but how we've not talked about still how strong Emma Frost is as the clobbering time comes crashing down right in the face of that shield.
The voice lines came out at the same time, but Golden Wind just ahead, and that's going to cause there to be the ult interruption if you saw there. So even though you heard both of them, only one's going to get out now with the CYA. Nothing to be able to cover. You are nothing coming out. Phoenix diving down. Insong is going to put an end to that. But no, it's going to continue as Cream Fiends just continues to feed off of what has just been a really good answer back here after that 83% in climbing. Alfie, all eyes on him. Nope, not for long. You're in the spawn room.
It was a good wait here from Match Streams, actually. Was able to utilize the Rocket Sia instead, where Extinction really couldn't because the Pink Pulse just completely negated it from After Party. But that's something Extinction just could not do as After Party holds forward, forces out the stagger. Clobbering time coming out together as Golden Wind finds Coco next. Aurora in the backline, though, with no help, can stop it as Cream Fiends, they flip the points and are looking to take the first match.
Yeah, they're not worried about them trying to get back in any regard. Now has the clobbering time that can match up if they need to. There's the quick Wolverine going to find the early exit, and it looks like our first match already is getting out of hand. But wow, with the flying Wolverine, when did that get added to the rivals Wolverine kit? And just like that, it is a quick 2-0. The first Wakanda map going to be going to Cream Fiends. And I don't want to put all the love on one hero, but I have to say, Vicky, time and time again, the team with the goated Phoenix is going to run shop for a while.
It's all about timing, right? Especially when you're using Phoenix to also deal with the Sia, and it's about keeping track. Even if you're trying to force out a reset, sometimes it's just better to hold on to it because you want to get that combo together. And really, having that ultimate at the very end really could have come in clutch here. But we get to see After Party popping up. I'm not too surprised there, Cozy, because again, I think, yeah, it was one time After Party had gone down, and that was when After Party was trying to retreat back into the spawn room gates. 14 final hits here, 18,000 damage.
Yeah, 14 final wins with 18,000. That'll do it. I mean, Phoenix has so much responsibility right now, not only with the damage output, but the pressure on top of the ult assignment. And so just great job. And we saw that from this ult right here with the Venom. Just great sync and chemistry. In some of these MRC teams we don't know, Vicky, that's what I always look for. How sync are these teams ready to go together to combine some of these powerful ults that we see in Rivals? And just like that, that's a clean 1-0.
That's the difference between a lot of the legends that we see popping off at you know, our championship, etc. It's the communication and the timing of the ultimate, but also preventing a lot of these staggers too, right? Because we saw Cream Fiends, they flipped the point when Extinction was like what, at like 90% or so, and they were able to get it basically from 0 all the way back to taking it at 99% because they didn't lose it after that point.
Yeah, without question. And, you know, listen, if you're Extinction, I don't know about you, but there's heroes I play that I don't play as well in Dom. And listen, game modes can make the world of a difference. So you can look at what you did there. You got the point first on the second time around, try to, you know, relock, reload, and they still have plenty to continue in this fight altogether. But, you know, right now it's the chemistry that I'm going to give the edge to Cream Fiends for.
I think something to note too is what the pick and ban system is going to let through for the next game. For what we could see from Extinction, there was something that Cream Fiends had noted, and I believe it was the Daredevil that was not allowed to be played. So that's something to look forward to as we go on to our second map, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We're going to get the players ready to roll. We got everything getting together here for an exciting day, and we just saw it just then. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break, Vicky, and then we're going to jump right back into and see if Extinction can get back in this thing.
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
What's going on, guys? Quick break, and we are already back to jump into this thing, and we will see if Extinction can get back into it. Honestly, After Party was making it an absolute fireworks show, like New Year's with Phoenix, so maybe we will get a ban there. There's just so many heroes to ban, so what can you pay attention to and give that effort towards? But when you look at it, I mean, After Party was that big difference maker, and again, who is the hit scan hero right now is doing a lot of the dominating right now in this meta.
Yeah, you know, people think about Hela too, of course, with the team up with Namor and the anti-heals, and you run Venom, everyone knows Gambit together. Oh my gosh, good luck. You're just going to be in a chain of antis forever, but I agree with you, and that's what they do, Cozy.
Right off the rip.
They banned the Phoenix off the rip. This is great, and as Cream Fiends still stick to that Gambit ban, again, not surprised there. I'd be surprised if we see any teams really let the Gambit go through.
No, for sure. I mean, the Gambit is going to be banned a lot today. Maybe a round or two, it'll slip through the cracks. I just love that. Maybe I thought that the Phoenix ban would come a bit later, like towards the end of their bans. But no, right off the rip, they're like, we don't want to see what After Party can do yet again. They're going to get the save on the lawyer. So a little bit of Matt Murdock here with Daredevil. And another domination, by the way. Vicky's going to make this thing interesting and perhaps a very fast matchup between these two teams. Mantis going to get banned on top of it. Loki is going to fall on the other side with Sue. So the Daredevil, they're putting a lot of trust. They're saying, all right, After Party, what do you have outside of that Phoenix? We know we've got a great Daredevil. Clearly right now, if you've been playing Rivals at all, pretty much no matter what elo you are in, Daredevil can run lobbies and be a force to be reckoned with. Very scary. Has to have just good team coordination. Funny enough, I think Rogue's a decent hero to handle him at times, but Angela's going to be saved here.
Same thing with Emma Frost, really, if you consider it as well. Just trying to prevent a lot of that mobility and trying to prevent, you know, help heal for your backline, too. I wouldn't be surprised if that Daredevil safety pick for Extinction was for Shang-Chi because he was on the Iron Fist before. You know, heroes that play very similar layout on what your goals are. But with the Mantis ban, now with the Angela save, they took out the thing. They do not want the clobbering time, it looks like.
Yeah, we're seeing some interesting bans here. This is more like team specific rather than what you see in that everyone going meta. And right now, the meta is pretty wide open, right? Usually we have Ignite going on and things like that to get a peek of what some of these top teams are doing. Heck, over in the EMEA scene, Vicky, I know that like Virtus Pro, the last winners and best team in the world right now, they didn't even play in this thing because maybe they're keeping their cards close to their chest here on what has been working in this meta. About a couple weeks left before we probably see some balance changes. But there's Star-Lord, no happy holidays either in this domination. And we've got both Daredevils. He's available. Got to play him. And I do love After Party going on the Bucky. That's going to help really kind of maybe not let the devil out as much there in the opposition.
I like the changes that we're already seeing right now with Daredevil being picked from both sides. Which one is better? You talk about the fight of the Phoenix, but very similarly as we go into our second map here, it could be played the same thing, and they're going to be able to get the extra shields as well, looking at Cream Fiends. Wondering if they're actually going to run out with the Spider-Man. That'd be insane here, but maybe trying to get a little cheeky. You can't get overzealous, though, after winning that first map, because we've seen it plenty of times before, Cozy. Now, some teams, they take a lay back, but in the pick and ban phase, that's where it really matters to see how the following games in the series go.
No, for sure here. And this map is just always absolute chaos with all the runs. I love these great players using what is a lot of the fun art that we have in this game. And when we look at it, we have a Spider-Man appearance. Hello, Peter Parker. What is happening in 2026 to open up the year? We're already getting some Chaos Thing bans, Spider-Man plays. I love that Cream's like, hey, let's go have some fun out here. Portal coming out instantly, and we've got the aggression right off the rip. Now with a little bit of a rotation, we'll keep our eyes on these Daredevils, the blind hero, to see where he plans to go.
Trying to go for his 4 plays down here too, it looks like. He's trying to take off the high ground immediately from Smiles being on that Doctor Strange. After Party, by the way, we talk about Bucky before going into that first game, is on that Bucky as the Angela tries to get the disruption, tries to get the environmental as well. Daredevil trying to also get the follow-ups together, but even with the BRB machine, somebody help the Invisiwoman. Even if she can put down her own shield, it's just too much pressure with no help.
Yeah, Alfie, great job in relentless pressure. I mean, we all know Seastorm has incredible self-sustain, but not enough to get through the double axes there. And really good rotations from Alfie. This is going to allow Creams to, well, I mean, my goodness, allow Extinction to get this point as the entire roster is going to have to reset, go in the spawn room, and make adjusting switches. Golden Wing going to go over to the cap. After Party somewhat close, but hey, that Phoenix ban already paying off.
We're able to adapt after seeing that was a really big problem here, as now Cream Fiends struggling to try to find a better point to rotate from, because look who's waiting. Up on that wall is Aurora to go into the dive. He's close to the Abyss, and Pro Builder also trying to get these follow-ups with the dive together with Shang-Chi. But they're hiding out by the BRB machine. They talk about the peeling here, something that Smiles could really help them do, but that also takes away the pressure from the enemy backline of Extinction.
Yeah, the Spider-Man did not last long. If you're a fan of Peter Parker right now, I'm going to dive back in and try to get that surprise yet again. And just like that, it's going to get the lawyer out of here. The team with the Daredevil. Not going to have much play there. Going to get the res beacon up. After Party does find the best at Alfie. That is going to be one of Angel's best counters. So After Party going to be on the hunt. There it is. Pro Builder with a 1-2 cut of the Butterflies. Going to get both strategists out of there. And that is what she's all about.
Stopping it a little bit early here as Shenji gets the fall on the 2K here. Cream Fiends, they have their ultimates coming up here as the 6 ultimates are almost online. But Extinction, they have not left off this point once.
Yeah, hey, listen, they did their bans a lot better this time around. They're looking strong coming out the gate compared to what they were able to do in Wakanda. Celestial Husk getting a little bit of a different look for the team. They have Heaven's Retribution, and they're going to activate it right now into letting the Devil out. That combo wombo coming out, and they're not going to get much out of it as it's a quick response from Cream with the ult of their own. And look at that damage boost up the slash dash, the righteous cross. Someone stop Eric. He's finding himself some early blood.
So if you guys haven't been paying attention to why Daredevil is crazy, well, that's a really good example right there. Eric Manic Money coming out with the I'm Not Daredevil skin to follow up and be the nail in the coffin. As Extinction will be able to come back, though, they have both of their strategies ultimates online.
Yeah, and in pro play, you can call out where they are, what they're doing, what they've swapped to. I mean, Daredevil has so many things outside of just his insane kid. I mean, even if you're just like an old fan of like the button mashing days, you can still get a crazy work done. Look at this though. We get a great view of the blind man, seeing what he's able to see through the walls. They're calling out to the team. Aurora trying to get some venom poke damage. They see both strategists. They're staying close together. Heaven Retribution comes down. That's going to proc the invisible boundary up as well as the Avenger leading his team through the team. Everything's coming out with Sia as well. After Party going to get that pick on Pro Builder. That's going to help them get some sustain going and something working for this team. 43% climbing. Up goes the invisible boundary of its own. Vicky got a big fight here.
Yeah, this is going to be from Ambi just to keep the sustain right now because they need to try to even out the point right now as they pass the 50% marker. Alfie, though, comes in. You already know what Alfie's looking for as Pro Builder comes up from the high ground, drop down, and the Angela is taking everyone's attention away. Sanji falls victim to After Party, but they were taking a lot of that pressure over to the side. A nice reset for them as Matt Scream is very close to Sia. Oh, but he tried to get the skewer off the invisible moment, but you got the double jump, but that means you won't have the invisibility if they're able to hide in time.
Yeah, that was crazy now as we saw the side trying to get back to the team. Pro Builder trying to get that health back up. Alpha just flying around to get the distraction rolling. 77% in climbing is the Fiends. And After Party, it's stagger after stagger, pick after pick. He is hunting as the Winter Soldier activated now. Quick invis going up towards the top. Has that Dance with the Butterflies. Gonna try to get out of the way from Smiles, who's hunting there from the spear. 91%. Pro Builder's got to make the call. They're going in right now quickly. I mean, that back line of the strategist doesn't find much. There's the rocket, though, getting the best of Smiles.
That's a really big pick off here, too, when overtime is ticking away. Now you're forced to try to teleport back in if you're Doctor Strange, because Extinction has now flipped the point when it matters the most here in overtime, 99-99.
Yeah, that was actually a huge ult there. Just a great job from the Daredevil to combo up and snowball like the hero he is. And there's the portal out. Not soon enough. Hello, flip. I mean, they were able to get that thing all the way up to 99, and just like that, they vanished, Vicky.
Right there in the middle of the Celestial Husk, too, before we go over to Celestial Hand here. And now Cream Fiends putting a point on the board for them, showcasing the importance of the pick and ban phase. And, you know, not too... I'm also just always surprised here, Cozy, when it comes to some of the names that our teams here pick, but that's the beauty of the MRC with our players just trying their hand at being pros.
I remember, like, first season, I was yelling about a player named, like, Tube Socks. I'm like, I must sound insane to my neighbors. Like, Tube Socks going down the... Anyway, guys, with what we had, the Daredevil, I think, was a good job because After Party was able to do, I want to say, some good carrying in what he was doing there in the Phoenix, but this time around, instead, can only do so much there from the Winter Soldier. Looking at it too, Extinction still has a couple ults up their sleeves, so they also have ult advantage right now for this first fight. You know, will they go aggressive with Coco? We'll have to find out and see if they get this thing tied up.
Might be very close to that invisible boundary too, though, and that's going to be important when you take a look at both Daredevils. Letting the Devil out now as Aurora's getting into position here, being on that Venom, looking for the dive opportunity too, but Creepy's playing a little split up with the backline, having some of that protection, but they called out the Daredevil.
Yeah, now flying from above. Kind of keeping everything close to the chest, but there's the Devil being let out. Coco's going to respond, and with it's going to also be the Devil on the other side, and Zanji. And just like that, we have Aurora collapsing in, finding one, now two. What an absolute beaut there from the symbiote. And Extinction is going to be able to get this point with pressure. They're just going to try to drive him out, but After Party finds one pick. Res is going to come up on the top end. That's where the Res Beacon was. Dives in, trying to make sure that they can't get back in this thing, Vic.
Double BRB and the whiplash from the Angels that we're seeing here. Shang-Chi cannot get away, but Alfie has had his way with the other Daredevil. Both Angelas just trying to get into position as we get to see a flying battle take to the skies. The BRB does bring back the Daredevil, though, and now with the Sia, you see the Feast of the Abyss with the extra damage boost. They want to get these follows, but Green Fiends, they navigate away. They force Extinction back.
That mission accomplished. They were able to get the point, so that's what they wanted to get there. As it's climbing up to 20% and climbing, here comes the snowball effect of the 1 to 2. The Extinction's going to continue on this dominance, and it is just the perfect coordination. What we were seeing more from the Fiends there in Wakanda, now I'm seeing some real symphony of play here from Extinction.
Aurora is on fire on this Venom too, by the way. Like, together with Pro Builder, who's just been that sneaky shark in the waters, following up when it's necessary. Coco now coming right back, though, with the invisible boundary here as Green Fiends. They're gonna need it if you're here for Extinction. They need that invisible boundary because now Golden Wind, he opens up the gates here. He paints the path, as After Party also has that Kraken impact too.
Yeah, with 50% up already. Trying to get his team this point. Golden Wind throws it in, and there's the Kraken impact. Gonna find the connection on the first one. Gets a big one at that. There's a look for the other, and at this point, just trying to get their name on the board in this domination matchup. Air's gonna go over to the Punisher. That's a quick way to punish the Aurora, who's been dominating their team here early on. And here comes the Judge and the Jury, Vic.
Yeah, there's no Heaven's Retribution. It's only Hell's Retribution when it comes to Punisher now coming in with all that damage output. But it's also about buying some time because Green Fiends, they finally flipped the point in their favor. It's the space that they were able to be given, but Extinction, they just kited away from it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, that's exactly what they wanted to get done. I do like the Punisher swap up here. Haven't seen kind of that lately. And there's the Devil being let out, diving right into it with Venom to follow. And just like that, the combo of the ults, try to find something from Extinction's going to get one from the Punisher. But a quick trade in the Duelist is going to continue this thing building.
Around. Alfie's going to be able to try to get that bonk real quick. We're trying to get the follow-up together with Brightside getting the damage boost onto Pro Builder to pop off with the Psylocke. The BRB may bring back the Invisible Woman, but with no one in sight, you want to be able to build up that invisible boundary, but they're still trying to stall for as long as possible with Extinction. Getting that point earlier on, though, it's going to be even harder with these staggers from Green Fiends to recontest.
Yeah, After Party trying to go over to the Strange. There's some portal action happening. They're going to be diving through now. Trying to get, again, just a name, just a little bit of points on this board to make it competitive in the second round. Was not expecting this after the dominate we saw in domination there with the first invisible bounty. Second one going to go up as well to match. Roman Coliseums are at it. Looking at it, Alfie does have the Heaven's Retribution. Dives down. Agamotto out from After Party. It's everything on the screen. Colors are flying. Graphic cards are dying. 1, 2, 3 from Extinction. And it, an absolute response from this team. Holy.
By the eye of what? I'm not too sure if we saw the right colors here because Extinction just shut down any play that was attempted there, but it was a desperate portal play that Green Fiends had to go for as Extinction showcased that Phoenix band is all they needed, Cozy.
Yeah, good way to open up. I mean, after what we saw there from Fiends in the first one, it was looking pretty dominant. Talk about what you can do by just banning one hero. And it's what we're seeing right there on screen, the Phoenix being banned 2099. What a great MVP screen. Love this thing. As we see Extinction get right back into this fight, they do not want their MRC dreams to end early.
Daredevil, we're talking about it, Cozy. This is what happens when you let the devil out. And it was both teams that tried to match that together, but Extinction, again, coming out of that pick and ban phase on top after learning what the problem was in that first game, which of course was together with the Rocket and Phoenix having that damage boost. And it was implemented here in Extinction's play, right? If it was that Sia together with the Dance of the Butterflies, you also have Shang-Chi right there pressuring that backline, trying to split the attention before they up these ultimates.
Yeah, there's a Vanguard difference too. We saw definitely a lot more pressure and damage there on the side of Extinction, able to get it done. Pro Builder too was able to get outside of the one ult there. Pretty much value every single time with the combinations. And yeah, listen, Daredevil, I don't know. He got saved early, right? You can only ban and save so many. I believe Phoenix was the first ban on one side. On the other was Gambit. So maybe they go. This is where it's like, okay, do you even allow Gambit to get into this though? Either way, looking towards it though. Aurora getting the 2 there, making this team look all that much more good. And this is a toss-up now. Who can win?
It's going to be interesting to see how that next map is going to play out too, depending on where we go as well, because we see the swap ups, right? You get the follow-ups with these dives. We still see the Angela being utilized as that was a problem too, to allow more of this pressure onto that back.
No, for sure. And listen, I was proud of how this team kind of pulled together, and they were able not only to get the picks they want hero-wise, but also just get down their timing and reset. Listen, you're in the later rounds of this thing. They've been playing a lot of these matchups. So by now, the core identity of this team is kind of solid. They know where to go and the backup plans if things aren't going well. And Extinction showed that. Sometimes it's not how you show up, it's how you adjust. And right there, right now, Extinction was the one.
Yeah, and you talk about adjustment, right? Like, where's the rogues? I want to see the rogues coming out here, Cozy. I've loved playing rogue thus far since her release, obviously. But now looking at the adjustments that we've seen already between Gambit being as strong as Gambit has been, we see Gambit off the table. We've been seeing the Mantis bans too. And some people wonder, like, man, why are we seeing this together? I mean, think about the damage output that a Gambit ultimate stacked together with Mantis, and then you get a Loki to try to copy of Gambit too. I mean, it is absolutely insane the way that you can rotate through that together with the Invisible Woman if you have the Invisible Woman instead as a strategist.
Yeah, well, no break here. We're going right into it. And just like that, Phoenix can be banned off the rip with Gambit to follow, right, Vic? So with Gambit, Daredevil still up for grabs. Do they try to save it again? If it worked so well last time, why change it up? Loki going to be the save there. And flipping things up then. Okay, so a little bit of a different look. Loki's going to be the one that's going to be saved over I believe the Daredevil last time was the first save. So interesting. If it went that well for me, I wouldn't change it up all that much, but maybe they want to continue to throw up the bag of tricks, Vic.
I mean, we did see Loki banned from one of the teams there too, so something else to consider, changing things up as Extinction does get that Protect, and now the Protect onto the Hela on the other side. You can get rid of my Phoenix, but you can't get rid of the other hit scan Hela.
Honestly, no, this was a great pull here, especially on Hall of the Jolly. If you guys know, this is an absolute hit scan wide open map on not only point 1, point 2, and point 3, and I've seen so many great games here come down to it. Namor's almost an insta ban though on this map, not only because of the Hela save. You got to get rid of that team up, but also just able to have it. Remember, Vicky, we talked about this so much on Ignite. Namor's little home up there in the top of this point. Just such a hard thing to contest when you're trying to push him from the main street, but you got the squids up top. So much to deal with. So team up being banned, obviously, but also just a good hero in general. No Giganta this time around with the whale. Sue Storm being saved on one side, the other. What will Fiends do?
I do like the fact that it did force out a use of the ban too, right? Because you just can't let that go through, especially if they try to rock that Venom as well. So it's something that we've seen both sides be very comfortable in picking. But Thing Protected is interesting too, because I did believe we saw a Thing ban in our last game too.
Yeah, for sure. At least you got a little bit of anti-dive. That 5 seconds of really just getting rid of dive completely is so huge for him in the buff that he got. He's a little awkward in like mid and long range fights. Obviously very good in short distance, which is why I like him in point 1 here. Second point, don't think we'll see it as much just because of the punishing that you can do. Venom being banned though, tip of the cap to Aurora, who's just been playing lights out on the symbiote. I think that was a solid ban there, Vic.
I think the prio too on the double strategist. You already know the game plan here for Extinction. They protected the Loki and they protected the Invisible Woman. So let's see them rolling out with the perhaps thinking the triple strategist. They could rock if they really wanted to, but it looks like they're still sticking to that rocket together with the Magneto and Angela. And you get the recall too, right? If you are the Star-Lord together with the team up with the rocket.
Now looking at what they're locking in, I definitely like what Fiends is putting together here. Star-Lord, Hela, really good offensive effort. It's going to come down, though, to After Party, the hit scan matchup, right? Who can get that early pick. Love the white skin here for Hela and where they're going to set up. And it's going to be Hawkeye in the opposition. Pro Builder, not going to go silent this time, but is going to be, man, if you're Vanguard, you hate that. You hate this Legolas right here. Because Hawkeye, it's just absolutely lethal. Couple headshots, it's all over.
Oh, man, stop. Hawkeye has just been a problem for all the right reasons, especially when you have those long open sight lines. It's just he's hitting these headshots that you never really expect to land, and when you get to look back at how you got eliminated, you're like, what the, how did this even happen? But it's also really crucial, and it goes hand in hand together with like the changes we see with Invisible and being able to put her own shield up, trying to play around it too, so that way it gives the AoE healing to anybody else that's trying to play the corner, as we get to see Extinction start off on the defense.
And comp play, there's only two kind of Hawkeyes. It's the ones that carry the team completely or throw, and you always know the other ones on the opposition. But right now, we got pro players, great players, and Pro Builder is going to be our Hawkeye, so we know we're going to get some good play here. Golden win, immediately bringing the pressure up top. A lot of these teams sometimes like to split, right? Some down Main Street where you have the main tank like Magneto. And wow, look at After Party picking up where they left off on Phoenix. And not only a pick, Vic, but getting that raccoon is huge.
Yeah, it is actually, because now you won't be able to have that BRB in play here too. So now with Extinction having to back up just a little bit, after party did get traded out earlier, but Smiles has found Aurora trying to sneak around from the other side. As Crimson's being on this attack, they see the pressure from Pro Builder being on the Hawkeye, but both Vanguards have their feet planted here.
Yeah, if you're Zanji, you almost have to step into this and go aggressive. You can't let After Party just dominate the team with the Thorns, but instead it's Pro Builder that takes that role. He's like, okay, listen, I'll go ahead and match the Hella there. Tick for tack. Now, Pro Builder showing why Hawkeye is so lethal here and really just save the team. Save the team from that .1 take, because that was about to be After Party throwing down the Thorns and staking claim.
I'm honestly, I love the way that Extinction just recovered from that, by the way. Like, they didn't
Insane.
even have to overextend. It was just them backing away, holding two split angles, but it was the pressure of damage output that they were able to put on together again with Pro Builder being on that Hawkeye.
I mean, losing here, Rocket that early, and then able to come back from that, and Pro Builder just hitting his shots right there. It is again. Gets After Party. That's going to stop all the momentum there. Pro Builder, I told you, is going to put on a show here. Sonic Boom, and there it is. You hear this ult, you got to run under sight, ready to go down, throwing down a double jump to try to get some good advantage for those headshots. It's Angela v. Angela in the back line here. Own Infinity War. Aurora finds the best of it, but there it is. Even with the happy holidays, you're going to get the quick answer from Alfie to stop it, and everything's working out for Extinction here.
Dude, if I was at Starlord, the Galactic Legend, after seeing two of my teammates get headshotted by this Hawkeye, I'm backing out. And that's also a Starlord ultimate that is not on the table for Green Fiends to utilize here. You usually like to use that Starlord ultimate to bait out an invisible boundary, but Coco didn't need it because Pro Builder was there with the pressure.
Yeah, right. At the very least, trying to get a strategist ult out of there. I mean, you did get the Magneto ult, but the way Alfie's playing, we'll get that back pretty quickly. You now have to play a little bit different. They have to play a bit more aggressive here, as you're going to be seeing Fiends maybe try to get something rolling from the top. There we go. Get the Thorns up top. I do like the rotation from Zanji, who gets After Party yet again. That is exactly what they needed to do, what they did not do in Domination. And yes, the save from Hella for After Party, but it's going to be Zanji who's going to be continuing throwing on the Thorns of Dominance. And just like that, the flip, the kick. Pro Builder is going to get out of here. Raz going up. Zanji continuing to throw down. Vicky, Extinction is on fire.
Yeah, all that hard work for what, though? Because you also have the BRB, and then Shenji's going uncontested up on this high ground. There's only so many places Starlord to be at once to help disrupt the duelists that are just running amok from Extinction, together with Aurora disrupting the piece and Alfie getting these follow-ups. No Gambit team-up necessary to get these snipes.
Oh, absolutely. Here in 44 seconds, time is gone just like that. Golden Wing going to be the only one with Evan's Retribution to follow. We'll see if After Party can match now off the Hella into the Hawkeye. See if they can get a couple headshots themselves. But right now, I mean, Zanji's hit the shots they've needed. Pro Builder shown why the Avenger with not a lot of love on the first move. He's getting so much love in Rivals. Trying to rotate here on the top end. And we're going to top off the healing. We'll see if they decide to roll down there. Smiles looking for the best. Alfie has that Meteor Im yet again. We'll see if that connects. And there's the bubble going up, down, and quick Heaven's Retribution. Golden, we're not getting anything from it. Vicky, this is it. 4 seconds. What can they do?
Yep, time is of the essence now. They have to stay contested, but Shenji's just still going uncontested up on this high ground. Somebody needs to look at Shenji as a Meteor comes up, as it crashes down right on the head of After Party, as Pro Builder gets to run away with cleaning up the rest of the mess that is Cream Fiends.
0.1 centimeters is the travel time of that Meteor. Just connected right on the dot there to the Hawkeye. And man, what an absolute defensive effort. This is, we say it all the time, a hard point to grab in pro play, but they could not have played that more perfect, especially when I would have given the hit scan advantage over to After Party and what that team has been able to do. And now, if you're Extinction, you just have to cap 91% and you will be moving on, Vicky.
This goes hand in hand with why this is so important to note, like, what maps you're going to be going on to, because again, with the open sidelines that you have at the very start of Hall of Jalia here with Convergence, you just allow these Hawkeyes or any hit scan. I mean, look at the Hella, right? Like, that's what we've been talking about so much between Pro Builder and Shenji, to just get away with whatever they want to do as long as they're holding these two different angles. I mean, you're going to look like a chameleon trying to find Shenji on one side and then Pro Builder on the other.
Yeah, no, without question. But then they've got to be feeling pretty good right now with what they have. Pro Builder again, save this team. When they had that initial, I mean, I don't know about you, Vic, but anytime you lose your strategist, you're backing down that hill, it's almost always snowballing, right? Like, there's almost no way to get out of it. But Pro Builder, because Zan should even step up there, is Pro Builder that was able to step into the aggression, get the 2 picks, and just slow down the opposition. Fiends, though, they can lock in 90%, still a little bit of something, right? So, you know, they got to survive a couple rounds of ults. How they did that last time for Extinction is they had the Alfie to get rid of the Star-Lord ult. They just have to counter perfectly without using everything.
And that's the one thing I think we could note from the differences between these two teams is that I'm seeing Extinction, the way that they've been able to not only rotate through those ultimates, but these follow potentials and how they're going to be using it to counter what we've seen from Green Fiends has just honestly been in a better position comparatively, right? So Green Fiends now having to see if they could try to hold these 2 different angles like we saw from Extinction, and then you can see that BRB already set up too.
Yeah, Pro Builder can get a early pick here. This might be it for the Fiends now. Trying to get the early pressure on, already getting to that point. And there's After Party showing up a little bit late, but that's just token to the name now as Luna's going to go down early for Extinction. This is probably going to be a quick rotate out. They're going to punish more, though, get some more stagger going. It goes Zanji as well. So if you're Extinction, reset.
Did enough of that damage, but not enough to be able to win that 1v1, especially with the Angela having some backup with the rocket from Matt Screams here. Gotta take a look at the difference, though, with Fright type being on that Luna, trying to get more of these crucial freezes, but then you have together with that Luna Hawkeye as Pro Builder looking to try to take a different angle here. They want to boost into these ultimates. They're taking their time, but Coco has the advantage with the Invisible Boundary ult charge.
It's just an Angela fight in the skies with the chaos around it now, and Aurora going to get this quick rotation. I like that to get a little bit of an off angle there and go behind them on the high ground. With the strategist line just like that, the invisible boundary, they have to take advantage of this. Have to take advantage to the fullest, and just like that, Pro Builder gets the opposition Hawkeye out of here. This could be it, Vic.
The invisible boundary, though, blocking out the vision of the Hawkeye that was a problem before. I like this decision, actually, because they were fighting from inside the bubble. They find them, but the moment the invisible boundary goes down, guess what? Pro Builder gets a follow-up and gets Eric Manic's money out of here.
Yeah, I mean, with the 1 to 2 down, it's going to be Fiends on their heels. There's another 2. This could be it for them as Extinction climb back from the domination. Time is ticking. 90% is climbing. It's there. It's absolutely going to be a last-minute effort push out of the portal and this tournament.
1, 2.
The pushback, too, from the Invisible Man. They desperately were trying to fly out of that portal very last second, but there were a second behind as the dub comes out and the reversal after the action we saw from the very first map, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what an absolute performance from them to be locked in after what was a very tough first round of domination. You can go either way. See plenty of teams kind of be a little bit rough out the gate, slow start, but then excellent finish, and that's what we saw there. Not only just their play and mechanics, but again, the team coordination that they were able to put together. Alfie doing a great job on that lead Vanguard in this game. 12 picks from Pro Builder. That'll get her done. If you look at the opposition, not as much. And listen, you got great players like After Party unable to get the job done on their end. And hats off to the duelists there of Extinction.
Yeah, just imagine being a strategist in the backline, having to look at Pro Builder just melt away, not only at your Invisible Woman shield, but at all your Vanguards too, them trying to take a different angle, but even better look at Extinction Alfie. Really good position, but also these bubbles came in clutch. We got to see the Angela beat Angela take to the skies. It looks like a completely different game where we get to see 2 flying Vanguards just go at it here. But looking at the way that they were able to turn things around, Cozy, I think the #1 crucial thing too from Extinction was the pick and ban phase. Yeah, for sure. And shout out to Coco kind of holding it down for the strategist friend. I think Fred Type did well, but had a rough game there, just getting picked off early, trying to get back, you know. And so Coco doing the work there for the strategist end. And just like that, they will be moving forward in this MRC. We're going to be able to see new names. Again, we'll be seeing familiar names that time outside of Alfie, Aurora. There's a couple familiar ones from the past MRCs, Vicky. But, you know, we'll be continuing to see those Ignite names more and more on different teams, and different heroes, most likely. But that was a good one. Good one to warm up with. Nothing like a reverse sweep to get things rolling. But we got a lot of great games coming up. We're going to allow these teams to get in ready to go. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the MRC action.
bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. So weird to hear myself on the break. Then I'm back here again. You get a lot of coasting today, Vicky, as we got to look again at what we have for Esports 2026. We just saw Extinction with the reverse kind of sweep there of our matchup, and we have another one lined up and ready to go, Vicky. A lot of Phoenix that last round, and obviously hit scan heroes. What will we see this time?
We're gonna have to find out here. Remember, these are universal bans for anybody tuning in and are used to the MRI pick and ban system. It's not isolating one ban for the other team or one safety pick for the other team. This is universal, so neither team will be able to play Loki here in that first ban.
Yeah, will we continue to see Gambit folding and not the first ban up? So maybe the save on Gambit, but you know, sometimes these teams like neither want to play it, so it's kind of like okay, we're not going to save it. But with there not being a lot of options with Loki gone and Sue, will we end up getting it? Angela be saved again. Again, a lot of dive heavy Angela play in this top level play we've been seeing. Just so good. Obviously Venom and Cap are great, but Angela has just been dominant since she's really come out after a couple of those buffs to the unique play that she offers and the limitless skill ceiling. But here is the next save, and will we get the Gambit, Vicky? No.
No, wow. The prio on saving Mantis is crazy actually now, but I guess
I like it.
Goes hand in hand with maybe with what team feels more comfortable with the other here. I mean, if they really want to save like Mantis, I'm not expecting them to ban Gambit at this point because they're probably going to look to see if they can save Gambit for the next Protect. But let's see what this next set of bans are going to be, as it is the Gambit. All right, I was going to say, I wonder
they don't
from the other team though and what they're going to ban.
Yeah, they don't want to play. No royal, flushes. They just don't. No one wants to deal with what is it's just an awkward battle of like, you don't want to do too much damage. That's Gambit v Gambit in the Echo Chamber. But yeah, with Mantis, this tells me, hey, we've got ourselves a very good DPS player that we are ready to boost up. Maybe we even go in the skies with Ultron. But yeah, with that, the Daredevil save, Drifts is completely happy with that. They didn't have to use the save themselves. So Mantis and Daredevil going to be something scary to see. Last save for Help Me going up against Jelly M. We'll see what they end up saving here and how they want to kind of round out their team comp. There it is, the Omega level X-Men.
All right, the Phoenix, which means that we could expect the Rockets to come out from both sides if we see the double Phoenix in play. I wouldn't be too surprised. I'm just wondering what that next strategist is going to be here. Maybe get a reminiscence of like that Adam Warlock picks, Luna Snow. We're going to have to see as the next set of bans are going to come out. It's a Star-Lord that they do not want any business with. And that's taking some notes after we've been seeing some more Star-Lord play. And Geeky Nerd, unfortunately, will have to go over to something else.
Now with Groot not available right now and not a lot of strategists to pick from, going to be interesting how they want to spin the rest of these bands up. And taking a look here, you can tell that Help Me did their research. Geeky Nerd is already locked in on the Peter Quill. Obviously, very good hero. Magneto out of the fold. So Groot, Magneto, and of course, what we're used to is crazy, Vic, that, Emma not as much as that priority. There's the Daredevil Lord, though, finally getting to play that. Phoenix locked in. Drift's probably going to lock that as well. Nope, going to go and kind of, they're discussing, because usually, Mantis is such a unique hero, right, Vic, because you have your duelists typically play the Mantis role if they're going to be available. Yeah, so continuing to look here, Vicky, we've got kind of interesting what they want to go with and how they're going to end up playing all together as we find ourselves in the fold. And there it is, Vic. We're ready to rock this thing.
All right, I had to mute myself real quick because I was looking to see what they were running out with, and I coughed a little bit because I was wondering, there's no way we'll probably see the Animal. Well, guess what? Thunder surprising me out here. They're trying to make this work together with the Mantis and the triple strategist lineup with the Rocket. It looks like if they do stick with this, they're just going to get the extra shields from the Penny Parker.
I thought you were just speechless. I thought I thought it was like the Mantis pick had you stunned. No, glad to have you here. And listen, with these teams, one is going to go both aggressive. We got the double Doctor Stranges out, bringing the fight right to it. I always love the aggressive play that we see from these coordinated teams. And here we go. They're both setting up, ready to go. We'll see the vantage point as we are now seeing the eyes of Drifts and Geeky Nerd going right into it. And look at this, just straight to the point, right to the action. And the Penny's going to come out to play on both sides. Love to see it.
I love how quickly they were able to set up, though. That's the name of the game, especially if you're trying to run with Penny. You want to be able to try to protect your strategist here, set up before anybody has the opportunity to blast down those mines here as they find the Angela in the back. The PRP brings them right back around. Nice little stun onto the Doctor Strange, same thing onto Walker. But it is the Penny that is controlling the space.
Yeah, the first person to get this point is going to have a huge advantage. You have Penny set up for success. It is so tough to come back. That res already being used. The Angela finding themselves into the nest, and there it is. Phoenix with the 1-2 pick into Strange, and so it's going to look like Help Me going to need no help at all as they continue to dominate here early. That point's going towards them. This is a tough one to give. If you're Jelly, you've got to continue the pressure. But wow, it is all the Sorcerer Supreme and Help Me now setting up what is going to be a very tough point to take.
That was such a great look at two teams trying to have the Penny work together with the Rocket, but here's the difference maker. Help Me not only got into position faster, but they also had the triple strategist first. And now Jelly M stands are looking to try to match that together, it looks like, as they're going to be able to rock out this time with the Luna, Mantis, and Adam.
Yeah, because once you don't get that first point, you have to adjust. You have to change something up because you're just not on defensive anymore. And with the Insong Inferno already ready and the Agamotto online, look out. Help Me is looking to get this thing rolling. There it is, Insong. You might as well. You've got so much advantage because you know that the team does not have the ult themselves. You won that first fight. That's why domination is so important in the first fights early, especially if they're a tad bit prolonged. And you're seeing Help Me say, you know what? We know what we have. We know what you don't have. Get off the map, geeky nerd, and try again.
Yeah, it's time to reset here. You have to, because look at the extension that Help Me now have on this point. They're nearing 50%. They're holding all the way up. They're feeling themselves, but they're also looking to see what they could pull out of Jelly M stands. They will be able to at least recontest with the Luna Snow ultimate together, as well as side very close to the Mantis route.
Yeah, this just puts a lot of pressure on Geeky Nerd because they have that only for the real source of damage, especially because they don't have the point, right? This is going to be a tough call to answer if you are Jelly, and I'm not crazy in love with the call here. But we'll have to see as the bond goes in, and there's the undefeatable to push the team behind. You got the stagger these strategist ults after they used a couple, and 1-2. There's the pick and the switch. And listen, they're using a lot, but not too much to get this. Here Help Me is with the resurrection.
And that's the thing, when it comes to Adam Warlock, you may have gotten these crucial picks, but guess what? Thunder's bringing them right back around. You could use the End Song Inferno all you like, but all that hard work is forcing you to back away, as they were at least able to get the point, and that was their goal here, while still preserving 4 of these ultimates.
And it's just fun to see Penny and Thing, and just we would not have saw this in Season 4, I can tell you that. But yeah, with this, Help Me, they're going to stay. Walker's going to stay on Penny, even though the ult is probably the worst in the game, right? You still are at least close to that ult. You've got something set up. Jelly, though, good job on them. They didn't use the res. They have a strategist ult in the chamber that's going to allow Mantis to get back up there, too. So Jelly should be able to take this right up to 99. If they're able to... Oh my snipe!
The Adam violence, though, as the safety comes through after hearing Walker activate that Penny ultimate together with Carousel and the Cia going right down below. The Born Again rings out. You can put in the pressure, but they're looking to recontest right afterwards. It's still active here. Slurping for Fun was able to have their own dance up, and now with the Sign of Seduction to try to bring Help Me all to them as Walker falls victim, but the BRB machine's still active.
That's Thunder bringing that boom early. That's why you see so many players jump all the time, because you can just get sniped in the head just like that. Heaven Retribution coming down early, and that's going to allow the connection there. Phoenix is going to get a pick, but going to get punished a bit for it. Staying alive, though, that's going to be that great self-sustain the hero has, and there it is. Friends gathering around. Help Me now, trying to get this point right back. Thunder is on the absolute heater. I said I was a bit worried. Wow. But man, they are able to keep up the pressure now, and just like that, Help Me get the point back, 90% in climbing, and just pick after pick. This is going to be a clean point retake, and most likely map 1.
And this is what's important here, too. Not only get into position just as quickly and try to make this Penny work together. Size close, since soldiers are here to rally everybody. Look up here. And now with the Emma Frost, Weapon just trying to throw it down in the diamond form. Here you go with the Soul Resurgence, though, here from Jelly M stands. Overtime taken away, but in favor for Help Me. They've lost out on the Adam Warlock, but guess what? The passive is still active, and he has that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, nice job getting back there, but Thunder's going to be able to bring everybody out, and just like that, you've got Geeky Nerd up in the skies. They're going to say, okay, come back from the fight.
Wow.
But usually wipes are tough to come back into wins, right? You already fell once. It's tough to get pings going yet again. They do get a pick, though, and the pressure. Again, a lot of this pressure is going to be on Geeky Nerd to get the pick. Gets Walker out of there, Vicky. It's close.
Look how many people from Jelly M stands had to focus on that Penny, by the way. They make the swap at the very end. The Born Again now ringing out as overtime goes tie to tie with Jelly M stands, turning the tides as his active res is still here. Nora's trying to take a nice off angle, though. Needs to land these crucial headshots. They're all grouped up together. That's a lot of damage for Phoenix as waifu. Uncontested has the 100 damage output, too.
Yeah, great job on Waifu there, just getting a lot of pressure. Drifts now trying to get early out. Okay, big pop and finish there. Help me. Trying to finish strong with what they started with now. Waifu going to continue just feasting. Look at this 100% beam. It is an absolute laser Death Star beam. Shooting down 1, 2, 3, now gone. And listen, I've got to say, hats off to Jelly, able to kind of, I mean, they really had a tough beginning there. So to climb back to 99 is impressive. But help me going to get this map won. You look at it though, Vicky, the big win for them is that they have a couple ults going into map number 2, so that sustained fight was almost in their favor.
Yeah, I'm just honestly just looking at the damage output Waifu was putting down on the Emma Frost. Cozy was crazy right there. I mean, we talked about it in the last game. We can't ignore Emma Frost despite the nerfs that have hit her in the last few seasons here. She is still an incredibly strong pick, especially when it comes to certain matchups here too. You want that damage output to be really nice, but you saw the shield that was put out before. The Jelly M stands are going to try to match it with Fu being on the Emma themselves.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and listen, there's so many heroes that can snowball in this game, but Emma is one of the scariest, right? When that is at 100, all eyes need to be there, or you're just going to get burned through quickly. Shields are not going to last, and health is only going to be temporary as Mother continues to burn through it. But looking at what they have now, gotta say Jelly M is at least feeling a bit more confident after they were able to climb back into that thing. Great job from the team, but Thunder and what he's able to bring with the clash of Adam has impressed me so far. All eyes will be on Waifu. We'll see if they open up with the seduction.
I was excited to see that Adam Warlock, and I am not disappointed here from Thunder. You got that passive ready to go with that Karmic Revival as we get to see side 2. Trying to get close to that Soul Resurgence to match that of Drift, as Help Me are going to try to match Jelly M stands on the other side of the point.
Already, they're going to go ahead and flash up. Use jumping in early. There's that seduction we thought, and they were able to get 1, 2 with that. Got to climb in to capitalize. Nothing from it. So good rotation and overall positioning from Jelly. And just like that, not only the positioning to avoid Waifu, but the response back is absolutely perfect. Passive is going to be Pop Thunder. He's going to come back with it for, and again, Resurrection coming up. Marvel Zombies is here in 2026. And there it is. Just like that. Look at that response. Oh my God.
He's able to find the Mantis pick over to the other side, but guess what? Karmic Revival could be coming up if he stays alive. He already used up the passive, but that's the point. He's got to stay alive here. As he does use the Born again, the fight's still on the point, but it's been in favor for Jelly M stands thus far, as the Soul Resurgence now comes in from Drift to get everybody from Help Me back up to this point.
Feeling like 2025 here with the old Adam v Adam and domination. Mantis at the full 2. The dance is continuing on here from Luna as we're going to have Jelly continue to get this point. You know, right now they're just trying to hold on to this thing as long as possible, get the picks where needed, and that is a big one at that. Luna Snow, maybe not meta for one season, but climbing back slowly but surely. There's Walker trying to get aggression early. This is very aggressive for Help Me to get back into this thing.
I mean, talk about the fate of both worlds, just recontesting and allowing them to keep themselves on this point. You're nearing 50%. Heaven's Retribution now dropping on the heads of Help Me. They're keeping the sustain, though. Look at this from Thunder as he's landing more of these headshots. He brings everybody up to health. He's now backing away. He's got that 75% and climbing. That Karmic Revival is important, but the Angela has 3 members of Help Me are just looking at Marker just fly around. Nice stun here and a sleep onto Marker, and Noru is still being able to blast away on this Phoenix.
Yeah, no kidnaps for you, they say, as Thunder now getting just multiple picks for this team, and combine that with the Phoenix play, that is a sure way to get the points back. Trying to fly around and stall. 80% though is not a bad start for this team. And again, they were kind of down on ults to start, so impressed with Jelly able to get that thing first and get it up to 80.
Good amount of progress, though, here, Cozy, for Jelly M stands. You talked about it, actually, going into this round, how the ult economy is going to look on fire here. They've made it work as they've rotated through and gotten that extra credit, but now looking to Help Me, they have answers themselves. It's really only the Silent Seduction that they're missing.
Already, Thunder's going to find yet another, and it's going to be the Adam once again. He is lethal with the ult fire. We do not see enough of these Adams with that, because not only are you getting those picks, right, you're also resetting your own healing, and just like that, Born Again comes up, forced down early, and I think they're fine with that as Help Me now dives in and continues with the Heaven Retribution, trying to see what they want to find from it. Rotations are good. Seduction is up. We'll see who's going to have eyes on Emma, and will the follow-up happen with it. Just like that, Help Me is close to yet another ult cycle. There's CYA up and ready. Thunder is going to play a little bit passive with that Resurrection, Vicky, but they don't need it as they find 1, now 2.
And now they're about to round up on the other side of Delium Sands in terms of the progress on the point thus far. They're nearing 60%. Waifu still has the damage output that we saw from the last game. And we'll be able to have it temporarily before the Angela tries to fly away here and regroup with the rest of the team.
What's so tough in this kind of triple strat meta that we find ourselves in Season 5 is you just have to track so much, right, Vicky? Because you have to be kind of on log with who used their ult last, trying to get rid of the biggest priority. But when you have Adam, it's also such a big thing in the fold too, because, you know, even though you're surviving through some of those main, you know, staying alive, sustain ults, you still got to get rid of the Resurrector himself. Help me now getting up to 81%. They just like that get over Jelly in their initial response. Good rotation here. I'm actually impressed with Carousel and the way they are playing.
It's been really nice to see how they've been able to recontest a lot of these times too, and also just navigate around through this ult economy. But with the grab, where can you go? He activates the diamond form just so that way they get the choke grab to get out of that position, but they have to look behind them. Forces out the fate of both worlds, but Drift is still able to find Geeky Nerd.
Drift throwing out some good hits here. That's why you have your duelist plays play these Mantis with Heaven falling down below. It's going to be one trade for the other. It's the Emma show right now. One with the duelist, but Carousel going to bring back that Phoenix. The choke hold to push the diamond form is going to continue on that pressure and early hit. Wow, what a great hit there from the Angela. Drift with the follow-up and Thunder just going to go off the map in return. What a response. Hello now as Thunder's going to back up, get the Resurrection on if needed. Born Again is up though. The first map. Wow, and a quick pick there from... Oh, that was a rough one to lose there, Vicky, because you used a lot to try to stay in the fight, but help me finish it with an exclamation.
And you were trying to rely on that Adam Warlock ultimate just in case you needed it there too, right? Because they had the number advantage temporarily, but they were playing very split up on that point. But Lulu was a very big highlight for me being on that Phoenix. Not only was able to help heal for the Adam Warlock if there was ever an issue with the Angela, because we know that Rocket could get away easily. Mantis has a sleep at the very least, if she still has it off of cooldown. But it can be difficult sometimes, and the Adam Warlock damage output together with that Phoenix was so much, and then you have the Sia to add in extra damage on top of it all.
Yeah, no, without question. I'm surprised we even heard again on that voice line, because it felt like he got picked off just right up the rip. I mean, looking at what the difference makers were here. I mean, look at Thunder with 10 limbs. Anytime if you have an Adam Warlock with the 10 final hits, goodness, you are looking pretty good. And of course, we've seen Phoenix just continue to shine. We're going to continue to see Phoenix dominate in the duelist position. But honestly, around the board, just impressive effort.
Waifu with 60 final hits. I mean, I talked about it. Like, the damage output, Waifu was almost constantly at 100, even in between a lot of those resets here, Cozy. So that's something else you have to consider here. Do you want to waste up a ban on Emma if that's the problem? I'm thinking they're going to prio that Phoenix ban.
Yeah, it's like, who do you even pick who was the final boss of Help Me? Because they all did such great jobs with what they were able to put together, and with both their coordination, but really it was just kind of managing the chaos, right? In this game, especially with how heavy it can get at times, it's just trying to make sense of what's happening in front of you and keeping priorities in check, and they really were able to do that at all times. When you even saw there at the end, Help Me still had plenty left in the tank, even if things didn't go their way. They'd even have to use it.
Yep, and also, like, even trying to run out with the Luna Snow, sometimes just trying to mix things up. You know, although Luna does great damage here, you have to consider the damage output that's happening from the other side with the Adam Warlock, too. Being able to find those headshots, heal everybody up to health. They were able to out-heal through a Heaven's Retribution at one point there, too, Cozy. So that's something to note before we get to see what our second map is in the series.
Yeah, great response there from the team, too. The Angela play was top-notch, but with Magneto down and out, it's like, okay, how do you adjust? And listen, we saw what Waifu was able to do on the Emma. When you continue to look at what are those heroes that can complement it, obviously Ro is in the game. We haven't gotten any Rogue play yet, all right, from this, but teams are still kind of maybe putting that together. Angela, though, is just such a great kind of complement to that. And we saw why the Mantis was protected, right? I mean, what they were able to do just really drifts, going from that duelist role to strategist. He was comfortable. He was fine there on the Mantis and had plenty of value. And that is why the first ban is going to go to that Mantis. What a tip of the cap to respect.
You talk about damage output, you got to worry about the Adam Warlock headshotting you. The Mantis on top of it all stops any sort of dive opposition with the stun here, with the follow-ups that they provide. But with the use of the Mantis ban here, wondering what allows itself to pick through. And that's going to be the Invisible Woman that is saved on the other side, as well as the Loki ban universally.
Yeah, with the okay. Hey, so we do have our first Gambit play. All right, we're gonna see that, and it's gonna definitely change things up a bit. Hell's Heaven is, wow. I'd be surprised if we don't see an Angela ban. I'll be honest, because Angela, the better Angela, can just really change the tide here on certain parts of this map. But it's gonna be the Phoenix. I think that's also a very smart ban with it. with the Gambit ult, it's tough how to manage what you want to do when it comes to the damage out, because you need to make sure all damage is useful damage, or you're just going to feed up the old Gambit never folds. It's the new again from Bucky in this game. It's like people just have this in their nightmare at this point. Next ban going up for Help Me. Let's see what they decide. They get rid of the Daredevil. I think that's a smart pick for Hell's Heaven.
That's such a good point, Cozy, because that is your space now. I hear that ultimate ring out through my ears. All right, I'm backing away because I know you're just going to be able to hold forward and get that super high jump and try to nail away at some of these headshots too. But that also means that we're probably going to see the Magneto, Cozy, because we get that team up and we get the damage output that you're mentioning together with the Magneto, and it really burns through you. You got to be careful there if you don't have any sort of safety or getting out of his line of sight, as the Star-Lord is protected next.
Yeah, it's like, okay, just help me try to... did they try to ban the Magneto, right? Because you have the Star-Lord now. Might get rid of one of the tools that kind of help with it. Because here's the problem. When you have Gambit with Star-Lord, it is... Vicky, it is scary stuff. I mean, just the amount of quick damage that comes out. It's almost always a team wipe if coordinated correctly out there. And Punisher to follow as well with that. But Venom is going to be protected. You see why Jelly wants to play the Symbiote. Last ban going to them. On their side, it's going to be Groot and Fold with it. This is going to be an interesting ban here. Where does Help Me want to go with this? Do they want to try to get rid of another Vanguard to make things more complicated? Do they want to continue to get rid of what the strengths were for Jelly? Maybe they get... What way do they want to go here, Vic? Because there's a lot of different paths.
I feel like, well, the fact that we're going to Hell's Heaven, I'm scared of Angela. Like, the Angela's obviously been a problem, but it's the Psylocke that they go for a ban instead. We usually see in Hell's Heaven such great dominating Angela play just because of the environmental chaos that you could really go for. So we're definitely going to be seeing the Angela rolling out this time around because they use up that ban on the Psylocke instead.
Yeah, it's like the strategy. So, guys, I don't want to look over my shoulder this whole game. And with Daredevil and Psylocke out of it, that's going to get rid of a lot of it. With Magneto up and available, we're just going to have to see how they're able to manage the Gambit ults with the legendaries. You have to play that combo. We see both teams locking in. Both have Lords available. One, Lords don't matter so much, I understand, but one does have a Gambit Lord. The other does not. Little Christmas skin there from Drifts. Love those holiday skins as we continue to shout out.
I'll be honest with you, Cozy. It feels even better when you see a Lord character on the other side and you just diff them here. So, I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt. We're going to have to see how both these teams get to roll out here. But I like the fact that we finally get to see some Gambit play. I'm still waiting on my Rogue to appear here. We'll probably get it soon. I know we got to see a little bit of Rogue action within the EMEA region here, but as both of these teams get set up, I really like to highlight how Help Me has been able to reset so well with their ult economy, and now Thunder is able to play the Invisiwoman. So now coming out for playing as aggressive as Thunder was with the Adam Warlock, playing a little bit more back, but you still have that range bump that the Invisiwoman has.
All right, and Jelly's going to go with the Shark, not just for the bubbles out the gate, but hey, you got all this environmental map to utilize. We saw this in Pro Play back in Ignite. Angela's obviously huge here, but I like the Jeff play too. It's an easy way to win maps you're not supposed to win, right? If you get that wipe accordingly, obviously going to have the Gambit. That's going to be a little bit different with the Sue Storm. And right at the rip, oh my God, look at Carousel, because you have to also watch out for cleanses that Gambit can do as well. And Help Me starting out just absolutely on fire once again.
You also have to, it's not only micromanaging and timing what teams have used their ultimates, but it's also how many cards have you seen being used up, how conservative are these Gambits with those cards too, because you have that Purify. And if you're the Angela too, you want to wait up to see if Gambits use that ultimate. You don't want to get cleansed immediately right afterwards and get punished.
Yeah, absolutely here. And they were able to find that Angela right up the rip, no kidnapping to start this thing off. And just like that, we're seeing Gambit have just such value, just an absolute insane strategist. SSS here, 1-2 now going down. It's the Vanguards, both Angela and Magneto fall to the cards, the heart of the cards, man. As Jelly is able to get this point back immediately, especially after that first wipe. That's impressive.
Now coming right back around, though, what does Help Me have? As Jellium stands, they're about to have a lot on the board. It's going to be a long one, it looks like here, Cozy, as Walker's the only one a bit behind on that Heaven's Retribution in comparison to Marker. Tries to get the shish kebab, going to be able to just navigate away, split more attention as the on-air battle continues here in a different series.
Yeah, there's that kidnap as we've seen. Nice bubble, and wow, just barely surviving that, and there it is. Gambit never folds. We're going to see how they utilize this. You have to get the best value from it. Usually it's going to be matched from the other side, and that's what we're seeing right now. And even with Star-Lord and what he can do, both teams have it. So Sustain is up, but it's going to be the first team there of Help Me get the best of it. 1-2 down. And just like this, Jelly, they're on the ropes trying to stay in this thing, and they Help Me almost has the point right back.
but you've lost out on the Invisible Woman that had the invisible boundary first. It's a huge pick here for Help Me to retake the point, and now forcing out a little bit of these daggers here as Jelly stands are also forced to regroup.
Yeah, big difference there. Help Me had the legendary or the happy holidays, whatever you want to call it, compared to what Jelly did. So they didn't match the ult for ult to survive it, but they didn't have the damage to match it. Help Me able to keep in the sustain with the Kraken impact still as well. And not only that, Vic, they have Waifu with the Meteor Imp to now counter Jelly. So Jelly's gonna have a really tough time trying to keep this point back.
Invisible Boundary was called in right there, though, trying to pull out the Magneto, but he's got the Meteor M ready to go, too. He looks back, drifts, just comes crashing down with the Kraken impact, looking to get the reset, but this also forces Jelly M's to back away. They don't want to hear the again and again as it keeps rotating, but trying to get the super buffs here over on the high ground as the Star-Lord just tries to unleash from the heavens. He's found Walker at the same time before backing away. They may have lost the control for now, but then now Jelly M Sense, thanks to that Star-Lord, is able to retake it.
I kind of like what they did there. I mean, really, it was only Angela that could get right back to this that was at play there, so why not, you know, they didn't want to use the ult. They were also a little bit out of position there to counter that with the Waifu ult. But I wasn't mad about what they were able to pull. Carousel now has the fold ready to go into it. Here's a Heaven Retribution. We'll see if they respond with it. Really big patience from Help Me here, though, as he pushes out the Invis in the own ult, but able to get right back into it. That deadly team up, though, is what is so scary there, Vic.
It is, and I clench a little bit. That Invisible Woman, you know, you want to jump as desperately as you can back into the Invisible Boundary, but blast as he goes. No Jeff, ultimately eating nothing up. Drift is going to have his number as we get the Shish Kebab environmental from Walker. Time taken away in favor for Jelly M stance, and Help Me at the right time is able to flip it.
It's a bold move trying to use a Jeff ult when they have Gambit ult. It's a bold move, but Jelly, they're a bold team, and didn't pay off that time as the Shark quickly found deletion from the video game. Now looking at what they have, Help Me doing a little bit of I Spy. Legendary is ready to pop for Help Me, but guess what? Jelly still has their ult, and there it is. They're going to pop it right now. That's going to give them all what they need.
Trying to stop them from trying to recontest too. You do have Heaven's Retribution, but they don't want to get it purified immediately right afterwards. The Gambit ultimate to start off this fight. The legendary rings out in their ears. It's found Walker immediately from the beginning as Noru's looking from above. Uncontested though, finds Marker here. So we get the trade-off between both of these angels originally, but Walker again will have that Heaven's Retribution.
Wow, this Gambit has a really good combo and game sense mechanic-wise with the Gambit. Going to go and rotate. The Legendary's going to come back their way, and that's going to be huge. They're going to find, wow, quickly one, and there goes the Sue Storm. Jelly looking solid here as they do the flip the dip. But Waifu going to find the best of that. Star-Lord going right back, 92%. This is anybody's game. What magnificent play here early on.
This is what I was expecting from Waifu too. After the action we saw from the Emma Frost, look at the damage output that Waifu's been able to put down, being on that Magneto and having that team up with Carousel now as he's about to have the Rage and Royal Flush. He activates it, but two had still gone down. Is it enough, or was it used up in the very last second for overtime?
But they don't have the point yet, so at least they're able to continue on, and now that's going to tick down. Walker's going to find one. They did get a little bit out of that Gambit ult, but yeah, not enough. So using it in response. Here comes the portal. It's going to be close. They're going to have the Invis push. It's going to be too late. They're not going to be able to get into this thing, but they find it with the back end out of the portal. Hello, neighbor, as Help Me is going in. Finds one pick. Okay, Drifts, let's see what you got. Just like that, the push-up, the finish, the flush. Help Me. My God.
That portal play, by the way, also just separated the team. It split them in half, and this overtime fight is still going. We get to see the Invisible pick go onto Drift right beforehand, and the It's Jeff coming out next. They tries to boot everybody off of this point, but Help Me is not giving up.
And they are staying on it. They're being smart. They're not getting off this point. There it is. Another fight going to commence on this point now. Trying to stay in this thing. It's going to go down with only 2 surviving members. The Avenger, the first Avenger going down, and Help Me able to crawl back into this thing. Waifu with the last finish pop, and just like that, the yellow bar goes down and out, and Help Me does what seemed impossible for this first round. My God, what a show.
And with the Star-Lord, by the way, timing when the Invisible Boundary was up, and if it was forced out earlier, then you can activate that Galactic Legend, because nothing will keep your team safe other than getting out of their line of sight, which they couldn't afford when it was an overtime fight like that.
It's always fun to see when the teams are out of sync on their, royal flushes there with Gambit, right, with the ult. Because then you get these different counters, and for that time it was the Legendary able to keep them in check. But man, I was just, really impressed there. Walker able to, I believe, get on in the back end there. Drifts finding that quick elim, and then 2 from the portal get. That's how you get the clutch gene and really the difference maker. Remember, guys, MRCs are going to matter that much more, because if you have the aspirations to be a pro team, You want to get up to this level. This is where you show yourself and are obviously playing at the highest level of this competition.
This is where it starts. This is where legends are literally made here within the MRC, and that's what these players are trying to do. They're trying to make a statement for themselves, especially after seeing all the exciting news for the MRI coming up in this new year of 2026. And let's get this rolling with Help Me having that last round here, looking to try to take this home. One more game to go, but Jelly M-Stands have also been doing a good job at trying to make these readjustments, Cozy, especially with that Jeff together with the Venom. They're going to be able to have that tether, but I'm also looking at the Vanguard play between Help Me and Waifu specifically.
Yeah, without question, Carousel getting dangerously close to that Raging Royal Flush, and now just like that, heavy retribution slamming down. Carousel can activate it, and Help Me should definitely have this. This is everything activated. All the cues that were needed are pressed. Flip, dip, cards are fueling, and this is what we were talking about early on. This is just an absolute disgusting combo. Then just trying to find solace in the spawn.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Come back. He's literally one shot, but he's not going to overextend. That's a good call right there. He's just going to back away in time. You really put down the pressure, and they get the extension on the point first.
Really good play there. But also used a lot, right? So Jelly's going to be able to do the exact same. This is what I was talking about when you have these kind of Gambit ults going back and forth. It's like, how much can you utilize with your turn in that insanely powerful S-tier ult that we continue to talk about? Walker, FPS, though, going to continue putting the pressure on, and they just delete the Shark from this game.
Honestly, the Jeff has just not really been able to have that sustain despite, being Jeff, which is crazy to see here too, honestly. But the Gambit never folds. A Raging Royal Flush. We see the body of the Star-Lord up on the ground, one of the first victims. As a Meteor M takes the skies, it finds the Invisiwoman. Even with the invisible boundary up, she can't run away. No shield for herself, and no sustain here for Help Me as Jelly M-Stands are trying to put this point, but they're still having some trouble as it's being stalled out.
I don't want to say this is it, but that's tough. When you use the Gambit ult, you're not able to get the Star-Lord out, and now, point is getting capped back, so great job for the flip there. But what you're able to have ult economy-wise, it's going to be just tough to kind of match this back, right? 5% in climbing, so they did get the point back and were able to push back. They're going to have to win through this Help Me push that will be coming momentarily as Carousel is going to charge up and ready to go. Again, that is unfortunately the matchup to look at and the ult economy to look at as Venom dancing on the symbiote ceilings. Legendary ready to pop though, and that's always a good counter to it.
It's a very good point, though, Cozy, because now it's going to be desynced, and that's going to be something to look out for these upcoming fights here as we see they'll go out already use it up here, but just trying to force them back for now. They want to buy some extra time for that pressure to build up more progress on the points, but the Piece of the Abyss comes out, a nice anti, and Dritz gets protected by the Magneto bubble, allows him to hold up.
And here it is, just like that, winning hand, legendary, and there's just not much you can survive with it. The Shark gonna try, but still the team has everything ready to go, so very scary ult to use, but he does find the Bucky. Oh my goodness, to me here! What a beautiful slam and jam from the NBA star and Waifu.
Who has the dunking emote again? Oh, Captain America? Well, the LeBron comes out with the Meteor M sometimes here that we've seen with these Magneto plays. As Naru finds that Magneto from the other side here, and they get to retake the point.
Yeah, honestly, with big Marvel fans want the Venom slam dunk over Spider-Man. That's the emote that I'm waiting for. But Help Me, wow. That's what I was afraid of, right? Because now Jelly, they have what they need. It's 57% though, is definitely a good climb they were able to grab from it. We'll see if they can continue as Mark also has the defensive ult when needed. Waifu pushed up a little bit in an awkward position here. Going to have to rotate and keep rolling as the boundary's up, and the fight's going to go inside here. This is going to be a bit of a crazy matchup, Vic.
Yeah, because it's a Raging Roll Flush that is countered by the Invisible Boundary, unless they can call out where Thunder's positioning is and get that nice anti, but with the Heaven's Retribution, it's a lot to look for as Walker follows up. They've lost some of the Star-Lord, but he'll come right back, and he's about to have that Galactic Legend as 99% on the board. Overtime, slams down the Meteor M, but on the corner of that shield from Waifu, looking at the double strategist, the Vanguard lineup from Help Me is not giving up. There's only so much one Venom could do against 4 others in that side room.
The winning hand, he's got the Royal Flush, and if you know anything about poker, that's an easy way to win the chips. All in is Help Me in this MRC as they take down Jelly on what was I would say a competitive Hell's Heaven, but one-sided in terms of victory.
Man, that was really strong. I mean, I definitely the #1 highlight, aside from the fact that we get to see the Gambit v Gambit match. And finally here, Cozy, within the MRC. First time, by the way, that we get to finally cast Gambit. I've been excited and looking forward to this opportunity. But you combine that with the Star-Lord to get them into position, and Noru is the MVP, but the Vanguard lineup too for this team really impressed me.
It's just a completely different game when Gambit's involved. It's completely different, not only just watching the casting and what they're trying to do with rotations, right? We know ult economy is so important, and domination alone too. I mean, look at that beautiful 31-5. Not hard to do when you got the cards around you and the legendary pop finish of the 13 final hits. I think 6 of those came in one of those ults. 20k damage though, nothing to laugh at. Waifu though continues to do such a good job there for that team, and I'm excited to watch them moving forward.
Honestly, something to note here, it's important because people really ramp on the triple strategist, but something that triple strategists also take away from is the ability to build up those strategist ultimates as fast as the other. And you get to see Help Me, they're only running the double strategist, but they're not splitting that support and healing to build into those ultimates, whereas we see Jelly and Stan, they have to split that healing with the Jeff that also was getting picked off quite some time.
Yeah, without question. I also want to get tip of cap to Drifts. I thought, obviously they played the Mantis the first round, so we didn't get to see as much from them the second time around. But with Mantis and what they did there, I was impressed with the Winter Soldier play. So they've got themselves some absolute stars here. Waifu to boot as well. Help Me doing quick work of Jelly. Just like that, Vicky. We are two quick matches into this MRC that is fully stacked as Season 5 in 2026 is underway.
And we've been seeing different looks of every pick and ban phase, it looks like right now too, Cozy, right? We've seen the Protect onto the Thing. We've seen Emma rolling out here too. No pick and ban for Emma yet, but we saw that a lot in the last season. So it's crazy to get the whiplash of changes going into Season 5.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we saw Penny, we saw Spider-Man on my bingo board of what to see, like Thor, Mr. Fantastic. We got a couple more here to check off, but it's a different season for sure, y'all. We have a great matchup coming your way. Some teams that you might know in just a little bit, guys. Reset, reload. We'll be back after this quick break. We'll see you then.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again,
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back again to the MRC Season 5. We find ourselves in Season 5.5 last couple of weeks here. And it's been a couple good matches to get us rolling. That last one was lightning fast, but we have another. We're lined up, ready to go, Vicky. And hey, we just said it, Gambit, very different when he's in the game versus not.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this team plays out too, right? Because we've actually seen this team before in the MRC. It's going to be Cafe Rose coming up versus Sendo. Cafe Rose having a lot of great players that have moved on to bigger teams here, but it's even better. This is where the starting grounds are, right, Cozy? And we get to see the pick and ban phase rolling out already with the Psylocke being the universal ban for both teams.
Oh man, and names are no short supply here, as we highlighted in the first night. We have Buff Joe Biden here. Again, who knows what you're gonna get? Blaziken up top, crazy, really sticky. We'll see if they're showing the Spider-Man. Will we see? Okay, yeah, okay. Well, we got the save on Spider-Man. Hot. Hey, you already know this is gonna be a good one, Vic.
Yeah, this is really sticky. Like, I'm not even surprised. He's like really young. I think like 14, 15-year-old prodigy who is an absolute insane menace with this Spider-Man. So when I talk about Cafe Rose, it's because we've seen these players before. They fell short, I believe, in the grand finals in our last MRC, so they got second place. So Sendo has quite a mountain to climb on as they ban out the Mantis, but they protect the hella on their side.
Yeah, a lot of great Spider-Man out there. I mean, Day is one that comes to mind as who I think is the GOAT right now on the hero. But yeah, listen, couple buffs their way too. You never know what you'll see out of the friendly neighborhood man. With the hella save, you got the Namor ban. Some teams try to bait that out, and either way, you're okay with it, especially if you're saving Spider-Man. No Namor is no problem. You do have the Daredevil, though, that is going to be saved alongside it. That is a lot of dive, Vicky, coming at you fast, especially with Phoenix ban. This is kind of curated to this team. Like, they're pretty happy with what they have outside that Emma.
And yeah, aside from like the choke slam that you could possibly get here, it's also just kind of funny just looking at the names. Just like Buff Joe Biden being on the Thor. I don't know why, that just goes hand in hand. But looking at what this last band's gonna be, I'm just hoping if the dive is coming out, which it obviously looks like it is, that the backline here from Sendo get enough peel to survive the onslaught of damage hurtle in their direction.
Yeah, with the group ban on Sendo's side, we get our last from Cafe Rose. Again, a team that has continued to climb up and be pretty good here in this kind of tier 2-ish scene, if you will. Captain America on the other side of the bans. And right now, that does lead one thing, and that is Gambit is back open. So if you just saw what we did and what we went through in the Gambit chaos earlier, well, we got it yet again. Look out for the Royal Raging flushes there. Cajun Raging now as the Rogue and the Lord is going to be flex. We'll see if we get our first look at the dynamic duo.
Okay, I love it. Again, just going over from the name, from the Thor, now over to the Rogue. I want to see some Rogue action. Don't taunt me here, Sendo, if they do try to roll out with this, but I'd be more shocked, Cozy, if they actually end up sticking, I was going to say, to that Squirrel Girl. I don't think so here. We see a swap up immediately right afterwards, because you get that Magneto team up with the Gambit, so we can see that from both sides already. Yeah,
and we've got ourselves Daredevil instead of the Spider-Man right now, and listen, Rogue has a lot of the tools to be great. Couple cooldowns that need some adjustment, and really just where the off-tank meta is right now, too. That's where the struggle is happening. But hey, Heartbreaker, tremendous ult if you're able to use it in advantage. Like, let's say in this instance, you have two Gambits that are ready to fold, and one is going to get Heartbroken. That's a huge advantage for that team, and Biden is going to, I don't even know, do I call him Buff? Do I call him Joe? Do I call him Biden? Maybe the whole thing. but Biden here is going to go out with the Rogue, and we are going to see that Heartbreaker.
How about we change it up depending on which ability Buff Joe Biden copies, I guess, right there. It kind of goes hand in hand, right? You got to see. But yeah, the Lady Loki skin. I was talking about that earlier. I think we saw a glimpse of Lady Loki on our first series and the second part when one of the teams were losing. But Lady Loki skin has been the topic of the theme for this week for me, at least. I love being able to see this skin coming out into play within their MRC and tree. Being tree that he is, being on the Star-Lord, having to back away. He's already feeling the pressure as he cannot get away. It's not the hit scanners who were trying to nail him down. It was the Magneto hit scan instead.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because I like what he's doing there. If you guys don't know, Star-Lord easily can get rid of the lanterns of Loki with the spin to win, but didn't get out of harm's way, and that's going to make things pretty tough as Sindo collapses on top of it. So really risky play there, did not pay off on their side, and this is where things get out of control, right? Now, do look, Gambit are going to match each other just about on ult, so you don't lose that fight, but you do ultimately lose the rest of it here as points going to go up, and the sustain is going to continue on with Magneto pushing forward here. Going to be an interesting look on how they want to take this. The Venom play might be tough too with the point not up first. We'll see how they go with the dive attack.
And together you have to consider like just trying to farm out these Loki lamps too. I know Nex is really accoladed Loki player himself. You see, you force out those Loki lamps to get that information here. Blaziken just looking for the opportunity to dive right into that backline. He tethers them together. As Sendo's feeling that pressure, he gets grabbed down, gets the copy and the ability of the Rogue ultimate here too. That is trying to get built up, but instead it's going to be the winning hand. The Rage and Royal Flush gets shut down here as the Loki cannot even come up to get a copy. It is Cafe Rose who win because they had that Rage and Royal Flush first.
Yeah, what's scarier than a Daredevil is one with the cards flying around him, and just like that, we're able to get that quick hit. But, you know, they do have it on the opposition side, so they should be able to match that. And with 44% up, I actually think this is advantage for Sindo, right? They have that point up to 44. They now have the ult they need to send it and win it. Really sticking to be close to it as well, but here we go now as they're looking for some opposition. You do have the Heartbreaker ready. We'll see if Joe Biden decides to use it. Does get that quick steal, and this is a great one to steal Daredevil, one of the best of it. And there it is, the Gambit. The Heartbreaker is out. Finds the targets they want to go with, and the Devil coming alongside of the Sindo is feasting off it. 33% climbing there for Cafe Rose, but shortly behind is Sindo. Meteor him up. Vicky slams and does not connect. So right now, Cafe Rose doing a good job.
And that was crucial too because it's not like they have an Invisible Woman boundary. Neither team playing Invisible Woman. They were sticking to that Loki copy over onto the Gambit. But even off of that anti, a nice cleanse to allow them to try to stay alive. But when you let the Devil out, it makes it even harder where you're feeling the pressure trying to back away from the fight.
I'm impressed with Cafe Rose and the way that they handled that rotation. Very good job from them, able to survive what was the onslaught from Sindo, really sending everything there on that next fight. Now you look at the next rotation of things, Pixels at 73, and this is where it's like, okay, Sindo had such an early lead, but now it's going to be really tough to crawl back out of this thing. Now, crazy viewpoint of what we see is the Venom getting sucked up and getting the slow is going to be Rogue and Biden. Yeah, Lady Loki here on the side, putting on that pressure, back to having that damage on the clones, and there it is. The fold is happening, Pixels throwing it out.
Rage and Royal Flush, the Cafe Rose look to get aggressive. They hold up, and even with those lamps, is it going to be enough as a safety net? It is not. 3 go down, only 3 left to go here as Sendo are forced to back all the way if they can through the choke by their spawn point. But now Cafe Rose already reaching that 99%, and nobody from Sendo can even touch the point.
Yeah, that wasn't a gamble. That was a guarantee there from Pixel and that beautiful ult that was landed. And they got the Gambit first. So even though it was at 80%, it's like, okay, good luck getting that from the spawn room. Great job, Cafe Rose, able to flip that back. Sindo looks strong there, just unable to finish the second push and ultimately landed flat. Now they do have the Gambit ult to go back around. Nexus can also copy. You got a couple of those heading their way, but Vic, you got to lock in if you are Sindo. And if you look at the teams, what they've done so far, we've had some reverse sweeps. So, you know, anything's possible.
I mean, the Gambit, you know, he's going to be able to get that Monsieur right back up together with the Rage and Royal Flush for this next fight. It's going to be really all eyes on Sendo and how Ryu's going to be able to utilize that together with Nexus wanting to rotate with those ultimates together to have that damage output, but also the survivability that they need here with the amount of damage that we're currently seeing. Tree also split the attention to try to get these dive follow-ups together with Blaziken and really sticky.
The battle starts in 5.
Absolutely here now, looking towards it,
3,
ready to
2,
rock and roll. We'll see what path they decide to take here, and Venom just going right into things. Blaziken already out of Daredevil's view. Gotta love just, I still think this is one of the coolest adaptations into the game of heroes that they did with Matt Murdock. They looking up top, trying to get some early poke. 97% is why easily able to get this thing started in the strategist front. We'll see if Cage can get himself a pick here. S2 looking for that Daredevil. There's the winning hand from Gambit. Can he get the 1-2? Wow, easy connection there. Vicky makes a clean sweep. Sindo getting the 1-2.
And that was just off of a Loki copy too. Very smart as well, as Loki's gonna be able to try to get that ultimate online even faster. So try to go in for another rotate here. Take their time, but even with this stall though, this is an issue. Cafe Rose Blaziken has stayed alive until right now, as Sendo finally now gets to flip it, but it's allowed Cafe Rose to prevent Sendo from holding up this high ground here.
That was a good job. Sendo still has one more Gambit copy, but again, when you get Loki and Gambit in, it's just absolutely tomfoolery here, as Respect is going to be able to copy the Gambit. Here it is. Winning hand, and we'll see how they capitalize off it. Again, this game's just so different when you allow the folder of Gambit in here as a legendary X-Men himself. Respect going with the 1-2. No capitalization off it so far, though, and there is the Heartbreaker. We'll see what Rogue can take out of it. Devil is let out from Sindo as well. Time is ticking up, 93%. Or 90%, now 30% with Blaziken and Tree getting the 1-2.
Yeah, and still holding on to Feast of the Abyss before finding Nexus. That's very big before eating down the meteor M. That actually gives Ryu a haircut. He finds the slam down from the distance here and gets the follow-up pick onto Aster Kage. Sendo, they were down 2 thus far, and Cal's gonna have to hold on to that meteor M for later because Cafe Rose are looking to try to take this point for the first time in the second round.
Yeah, so this is almost a mirror of what just happened last time, right? Sendo gets that early bit of the point, but then they were unable to cap it back, unable just to flip the tide. And you look, Pixel's got Respect to follow behind. Sendo did use a lot to maintain that 56%, which is not much here in Rivals terms, right? We'll see how Blaziken chooses to be aggressive, though. They've got the point and the ult. Venom does that much better with it, and there it is. We've got the folding happening, and the Gambler throws it out here, throwing it into it. The Devil trying to get his work as well. Next is going to rotate out. Good job there getting it out of harm's way. Tree trying to pop something. It's going to be Magneto, though, with the quick finish on Sticky.
And a beautiful bubble, too, onto Tree to just keep up the pressure. They find those pieces of victory before backing away. They see those lands, but he gets the copy. Gambit never folds this time from the side of Cafe Rose. They let it rip, sending Tree out like a Pokemon as a Feast of the Abyss gets a follow-up. You talk about those antis, you talk about forcing them to back away, and that's even more time and progress on the point in favor for Cafe Rose.
Talk about a fire starter. Blaziken heating up there with the quick finish of the ult. Rotating out 50%, 56% is going to be your Dom matchup at this moment. Cafe Rose is feeling like they can get this thing right back like map number 1 and take off this first Celestial Husk on the board for themselves. Tree, 45%. Look at Colin. He's got the defense ready to roll. See this rotation going up Main Street here. It'll be a bit tricky to see how they want to rotate this. Sindo likes what they have, though. There's the full. Joe Biden going out.
And they try to jump right through. Why are you running with the Magneto bubble used up as he lets the Devil out? Buff Joe Biden, he comes in. He wants everything after using up that ultimate. But now you got to back away. With that shield bash, you're going to be able to try to get together with your team. And the strategist still holding on for dear life. Look at that health from Buff Joe Biden as Tree does not let him run away.
Alrighty, nice job there. Sindo, 59% up to 60. They lost 2 with it. If you're Cafe, maybe you want to go aggressive here, and I think they're doing just that. You see Colin going to take this right route here, and there it is, just like that. They're going to use the Gambit ult to fold into it. Respect's going to be able to fall right after that, and that can seal all they need now as Sticky lets the Devil out. They find 1-2 to send Sindo out of the spawn and potentially out of this map. Respect is right there, ready to go as we have the portal ready. Nexus is going to summon it in. The Sorcerer, the last hope to get Sindo something from Celestial Husk, does find a bit to touch. It is going to be overtime.
But now they get the follow-up pick there on the other Daredevil. You take to the skies, last desperate Hail Mary on the Meteor M, but you fail to miss your mark. Now you get the Loki copy into a Gambit fold all over again. The Rage and Royal Flush was really so much a reset attempt from the Hella could do as he slams the Meteor M, this time from Colin to find Ryu.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolute masterclass here from Cafe Rose. Outside of losing the point at the very beginning both times, what they did better was ult economy and rotation. Just pure perfection. If you are Sindo, you cannot allow the Loki Gambit into this next one. You looked at what was saved, protect. You had some fun stuff in there. But Sindo, they have to change up their game plan because Cafe Rose dominantly won Celestial Husk. We see Null hold the sword. And there's a little bit of Loki MVP love.
Ban the Gambit first. It's a problem. You let the Gambit and Loki follow come in, and something that Cozy, you were talking to me about during the break, is looking at the utilization of the Raging Royal Flush to start off a lot of these fights too. Now you have 2 of them that you have to keep your eyes on to see how they're going to be able to rotate through one another. It's a lot of communication, but also look at this. The KO difference, by the way, from both of these teams. I mean, the fact that you see Colin with 11 final hits with the Magneto, we saw him yeet that meteor from afar. Tree, too, was just putting on an onslaught of pressure from the skies, having that 10 final hits, as well as really sticky being on the Daredevil.
Yeah, truly the holiday season, everybody getting a piece of the final hit pie. And if you look at the healing, too, gotta just say Cafe Rose, respect at what they did. Really doing a solid job there on the Loki, not only managing what is, the big job of getting the Gambit ult and, making sure you land that, but altogether getting the heals to boot with it and the proper use of those key abilities like the Lantern. Cafe Rose looking very strong in their showing here for season 5.5. Cindo will be able to get here and potentially get a reverse sweep. We've seen it before. Vicky, don't want to count them out.
We're going to have to see now going forward, Cozy, because then you talk about the damage output that we currently saw from the Magneto as well. I mean, it's so much here. You got to take care of the Gambit. He's the common denominator of the equation that they really need to isolate. But going forward, too, are we going to see a Daredevil ban maybe on the other side?
Yeah, obviously, a little tip of the cap to Spider-Man. I think that was more of a, hey, I like to play the hero, even though we didn't see any of it. So I think we're going to see less of that this time around in the important pick ban phase of it. And with it, domination so important. We're not going to have back-to-back dominations this time around, though, which I think is going to be probably good for Cindo. I like the way they play, but just the aggressive nature of Cafe Rose and how locked in they were. They want to reset and give themselves some different look or chance. And, yeah, I do expect Gambit to be out of this thing.
Yeah, and then looking to see what else they could really follow up on. I mean, you not only paying homage to the Spider-Man, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he even does stick to the Spider-Man going into the next game. It just wasn't the right move at the start of that first game, trying to feel out what they could get away with. And that's why they still were able to try to ban out the Namor when they saw the Hela pick. Because really the mind games in a lot of these games, even when it's not the same pick and ban phase from the MRI that we see in the MRC, it starts there mentally, right? You force out a use of a different ban. You protect the Hela. What are you expecting the Namor when you're trying to protect your own Spider-Man?
Yeah, and especially when you have the Loki involved too, it's just really, once you get that point, you can just circle around back to it and just stay in this thing. And even if you give it up, then you just maintain the ult on your side. So Gambit is thankfully out of here right away. Don't even know how he got in, sneaked into that match in the first one either way, but it's going to be banned, followed by the Phoenix. So looking at the saves this time around, teams are already locked into something a bit different. We're going to return right back to Spooky Town. Clintar going to be the map here with the Spider-Man save. Maybe they do end up going that route. Definitely an annoying map to deal with. They're not the worst. No map throw-offs for the most part here, but definitely a lot of space and ample room to be annoying in the back line. Looking at what they do with the save. Cindo going to go Hela.
I just love, Cozy, that no matter how long it's been since you and I have been on the mic together, we never can escape symbiotic surface. We are always going over here to Clintar. Always, always. Whether it be on Dom, now you're over onto Converge, but with the Protect over onto the Hela, they could have predicted it. That forces out the ban from the Moore on the other side, so that way they don't have any issue dealing with the Spider-Man to just really enable really sticky.
No, you're right. It's always... There's a lot of dark maps in this game. We always find ourselves there as some of the lighter casters here. But yeah, Daredevil being banned, Psylocke with the save. So, if you're Cindo, you kind of look at, okay, what did not go well here? And how can we kind of turn the ship? Do we want Venom, to continue to stay in this thing or out of here? The save-wise, I do like the Bucky. I think this will be good to kind of slow down and help them for that backline defense. I always like to say, not a true counter to the Winter Soldier, especially if you believe you have the better one on your team.
If you see the Gambit ban too, you have to also imagine, are we going to see maybe a triple strategist lineup coming out? The Invisiwoman, even though it wasn't banned last round, it was still not played. And it's the Mantis ban coming out next just because they don't want to have that extra damage output.
You'll need a
Looking forward here too as we get set up. The last ban going over to the Captain America though, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. They did that last time, right? So they're going to end the same way that they started the last round and with Mantis ban.
Yeah.
Trying to really curate what they want their opposition to pick. Tree going to go back on the Star-Lord. I respect it. We'll see if Sticky decides that until the gates open. Blaze get back on the Venom. I do like that. Get the swinging out for both of them. But just a pure meta comp. Like, this is the no messing around comp from Cindo, and I like what I'm seeing.
I like the fact that they did use up that ban again on Captain America, even though Gambit had gone through in the last game. Usually you just stall for as long as possible to get that Raging Royal Flush, right? We've been seeing that everywhere, all over social media, with our content creators and our pro players, just trying to conjure up a lot of these plans as they get set up for the next upcoming MRI season. And looking a little glimpse of it thus far has been a lot of fun, Cozy, at the MRC.
Yeah, looking at how they want to set up with this thing. I mean, what's always interesting is, like, even if you lose Spider-Man early, like, he's able to get back to point so quickly. The defensive effort is always something to see. I don't know about you. Every time I have a Spider-Man that, like, he gets picked early, their sub is never like a meta-dominant hero. It's always like Spider-Man, like, okay, I'll go to Black Panther next. Okay, you know, I'll play Iron Fist instead. It's never the rock-solid ones. But, wow, what an early quick pick with the fall-off. What the hell did I just see? That's going to be Spider-Man.
Pixel? I mean, that was beautiful. Already great start, but also a very good dictating pressure that Cafe Rosie's already putting in. Look at the flanking angles that we're seeing from Respect the Jeff, by the way, together with Blaziken. You would expect really Sticky to go in for the same target, but then just splitting up a lot more of that attention is Sendo now really figuring out how they can even approach this choke.
No, I love that, like, there's not a lot of room for Spider-Man to work on the throw-off on this map except this little space, and they are going to be cooking right here. There's a Black Widow. Going to be able to see an appearance here. Cage does get the best of Respect. That's a big opening for this team now with another throw-off just like that. My gosh, Joe Biden find himself way off the map. Sticky showing why he's absolutely lethal on the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
He nerfed him. There was no buffer right there. And now Calling comes in, gets a follow-up really Sticky. You were asking before, really Sticky? This young player prodigy, man. He is so insane on the Spider-Man. I know he streams as well, and now Tree together. These two duelists are so scary to deal with from the other side.
Dude, he sniped the Widow, but from the pistols of the Star-Lord. A great effort. Now, and this is always great as a Vanguard. Now you're just like looking around. You're like, where the heck is this pesky Spider-Man now? As Cage does find a quick pick to Tree that will open things up. The Magneto bubble is going to encourage the aggression. They do just need to move right forward here. Can't allow anything. The tomfoolery from that Spider-Man, and bam, with the quick pick and finish is going to be that Widow. And man, I'm telling you, 2026, we are seeing everything, Vicky. We got the Widow here now, the bingo board. We continue to mark off.
I'm ready right now. It wouldn't be Marvel Rivals without some changes out here, too. And a mix-up as well as the Invisible Thunder comes in. Piece of the Bliss from Blaziken, too. Meteor coming all the way up, trying to find Ryu, though, as Pixel gets to keep Cafe Rose in this game. But Sendo, they need Nexus to get this copy so that way they can rotate Sense up to get Invisible Boundary. But with their Invisible Woman down, he has to rely on looking at the strategist from Cafe Rose.
Man, just incredible play here from Sticky. Getting rid of just such a tough hero in Loki and making look at light work. I mean, you've got to worry about Sticky on one end and Star-Lord on the other, and that is an absolute brutal matchup to go against. I'm telling you, this guy's playing a different game than I am, because that is an absolute perfect play. Now he has the kind of the selfish ult that you can use just to get the pick here or there when you need to. And he's going to go right there, trying to get the pull-off, doesn't get the connection, going to reset. Well, let's keep the cams on Spider here, productive we can, because I got to see more from this young stud here, and he sees the back line. He's going to probably just use the ult if needed, but no connections. You know, you got to hit those, Vic, if you want to get something rolling.
For sure, but he's also trying to see where those lamps are, and he sees that he gets the opportunity to find the Loki. No more lamps with a slam down to punish. No more stickiness here as he sends Sticky back to his palm room gates, but they lost out on their strategy, which is the key when you're running out of time. You're down to less than a minute on the clock.
That was really well done, and that just staggers the team and makes it tough for Sendo to get any type of comeback here. Just staying on the Widow is certainly something here, and they just got to see if Cage can maybe land an early pick yet again. That's how they got a little bit of pressure, but the fact that they got nothing on that point is absolutely crazy, and that's all at the hands of Sticky, who is going to try to run away, and Tree finds that connection, what they needed, and here he is, backline again. It is an absolute nightmare.
AKO. The Black Widow's had enough. Next super roach here on the other side as Respect. He gets him with the splasher, the slam down. You only have so many of those when you get to activate your diamond form, and now a big cooldown to meet you from the other side. You could only use that on one, and you couldn't use it on really Sticky when you catch the Venom instead.
Oh, the absolute worst hero to ever try to beat and get a Doctor Strange portal out against Spider-Man, Venom, and a Jeff. Good luck to that. You know what? You're going to see this in the early rounds. Sometimes you have these matchups. I don't want to say they're one-sided. No disrespect to teams playing in this thing, but my gosh, Cafe Rose, they look like they're playing with their food.
Which side you're on?
They're having too much fun, man. I mean, you talk about saving the Spider-Man. They didn't even have to roll out with the Spider-Man. They're like, oh, Daredevil's active. Okay, no worries. Star-Lord together with Tree as well, getting these follow-ups, and then the damage output from the Venom, and then the piercing damage and healing that we saw sniped out from Respect being on that Jeff has been incredible. And these snipes from Colin.
Yeah, absolutely. Just nasty work there from Really Sticky. And again, you know, this guy just summoned like a 1,000 more Spider-Mans into rank play. How dare you? Because people watch it and they're like, man, I gotta master this guy too. There's these heroes with kits that are just so crazy that if you overtune it even a little bit, they can pop off. Obviously, Black Panther's kind of been in that weird place for a while. That's one that comes to mind. Widow's another, right? You can't do too much with that kit or they just become too good. But yeah, Spider-Man's in a healthy spot if you are top tier crazy crack like Really Sticky is, and looking towards it. Blaziken hasn't even locked in. He's like, all right, cool, dubs, I'll be back and go get some food or something, because he's chilling now as these teams are getting ready. 15 seconds for the door open.
Let's be real here, honestly. Like, you just take out the Namor, and that's what every person would go to when they see a dive character just being so problematic. And now the Namor being banned, you don't really have that. And you're definitely not going to go Wanda here, especially against the players that Cafe Rose is made out of. So it's difficult for the percent to just try to make sure they hold that position. They try to make the Black Widow work. It didn't come into fruition, and now JKO is on the Bucky instead to see if these resets just provide even better of a time.
Ooh, he zips out of there just before they were able to find him, and that's why this is such a good comp to use too on the aggression, because you have to turn your attention to the back line right away, right? You know, they don't have to worry about what's in front of them because they have the Spider-Man and the Venom with the 1-2 and the quick pick. There goes Lady Loki. Good night. Just as quick as she's been released, she is out of this thing. They do get Blaziken, but that is not before they get some picks to follow. Good trade here, but they only need to cap just a bit here, and they're already on this point. Emma's low, Bubbles out. They're trying to survive in this thing. Sindo does not want to be knocked out early. Just like that, it's over, Vic. Oh my gosh, speed run.
I mean, what can you do as Magneto, right? Like, you're looking around, you're trying to recontest. You had to bubble only for yourself, but your entire team is annihilated in front of you as Cafe Rose wasted no time on a speed run of a quick 2-0.
Yeah, that was absolute dominant performance there. You know, I don't know if Cafe Rose saw the Clintar pick and they were like, cool, good with us. We're excited about it. Let's continue to do this thing. And that was just really well played. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't seen like dominant Spider-Man play a ton in top play. So it's always fun. It's a breath of fresh air when you see 9 eliminations just like that, 14-3. That'll get her done.
And when you see a really good Spider-Man who's a streamer especially too, you know you're in for an interesting game here. And it's hard when you don't have the counters to really deal with that, right? And then with 9 final hits, you did the job here if you're really sticky in enabling Tree, because that's really what happens here. You talk about Tree and the Star-Lord being able to get that rotation to make sure that the Loki lamps aren't a problem. And Nexus, he's a notable Loki. They knew what to expect, honestly, keeping track of the players that they were facing off against. And they didn't enable any of the backline from Sendo to get much out of it. They were so busy trying to keep each other alive that they're looking from one direction of the Venom, the other when it comes to looking at the Spider-Man. Then you have to look up to the sky with Tree, and that's not including Venom.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere in the world, Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield, they're all, Tobey Maguire, they're clapping. They're like, wow, we're impressed with what we saw. And again, that was another speed run of a match. I think it was like 13, 14 minutes between the two matches yet again. And so just some really, when you're this early, because again, we have, you know, today, tomorrow, and then next week as well. There's all great teams here, but you do have some that kind of separate themselves from the others, especially as we have more and more of these top players starting to emerge. So it's been fun. We've had a lot of fun thus far. We've got a lot more matches to go and some exciting more teams. If you want to see maybe even more Spider-Man, Chaos, and others, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, reload over here, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking making of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. I mean, with the notice of 12 partnered teams, these guys are getting locked in and ready as we have ourselves the MRC Season 5. It has been a good day full of Gambit, old Spider-Man love, and more. We've seen Black Widows. I mean, who knows what else we are going to get here. Vicky, as we line up for another matchup.
Yep, we've been seeing the Lokis out and about, Mantis bands all around, Phoenix popping off together with Rocket. It's been great to see how the changes for Season 5 has been now implemented at the top level play too, because these teams, they're fighting for a lot out here, Cozy. Remember that prize pool at the end of the day with the winning team walking away with 6,000.
And I'm always excited to see the names that we get to cast over here now. We have Trico on the top left, Purge, Paladin on the other opposition, and nothing too crazy this time around in terms of player names as the bands go out. Gambit, Loki, right off the rip. Not going to get any love. We do get our first look most likely at Ultron today, so hello.
Interesting.
Love to see it, even though we see Sinful on Spider-Man. We'll have to see if he does end up playing him, but hey, after what we just saw, who knows?
Oh, and the Invisible Woman band coming out right afterwards. So something that maybe Purge Paladin is keeping in mind over Trico too, because that's going to force him to run with the triple strategist if they really do want to run out with that Ultron, as the Angela gets protected today. And that's something else that we have to talk about with the Angela plays that we've seen today, Cozy.
Yeah, without question. I wonder if we're going to Mantis save here. Potentially, it's going to be Magneto. I know with the Ultron, it's like, okay, they could try to roll into that with not a lot of strategist pick. Which way do you want to go about it? I do like the Magneto save, though, to give him that foundation. But you're right, with Angela play, it has been absolutely lethal out here. And there's the Band of Mantis. So I thought maybe they would save that, Vicky, because of just having that Ultron. It's so nice to have the Mantis available, but instead they go with the Mag, so they're going to have to kind of change things up a bit. We'll see what they end up locking into. Luna looks like the route they're going to take, and Ultron may not even get any love here. Maybe they use the Ultron to bait? I don't know.
I mean, we saw that in our last series, at least with the first game there. We did see the Spider-Man roll out, but it wasn't the composition to really roll out with the Spider-Man at the time there, even with the ban on the Namor. Also, maps really do matter here, and we are going back to Celestial Husk. Again, Cozy, we can't ever escape it out here on Clintar, as we see the Daredevil also was not banned.
Where the hell's Krakoa? I mean, we have not seen... I think we saw, like, briefly on the very first matchup, but yeah, a lot of Celestial Husk here in the opening rounds, and as we see them locked in and what they want to roll with, Paladin's going to go with that Ultron, Luna, and Rocket mix. So interesting lineup there with the traditional Emma Mag from the Glory days. On the opposition, it's kind of all dive, right? So much different play here. This is going to be kind of chaos started right away. We'll see how long this Ultron can even live. But you got the Psylocke, the Daredevil, into the Angela, so Fox is going to be hunting for the prey. Axfood on the Strange might be taking the fight to him, even though if they're not dive. It's very important here, Vicky, that Purge Paladin gets his first point. It's going to be tough for them to win if not.
And if they do, they can try to prio that teleport if they want to try to block out their own. Yeah, I was going to say they could block out their own entrance through that one choke as they immediately come right back in, blocks them through that one entrance that leads them into the point here. Looking for them up on a high ground, though. Is Trico ready for it? A nice counter rotate from their angle just to have the high ground advantage.
And we have Dexter's, I believe is his name over here on the Daredevil, trying to hunt from behind. Venom's going to get the quick pick first, though. It's a dive team with the first amount of elims here, and it's going to be the 1-2 right to follow. Dexter's, hello, with the 1-2-3 to Drims, and I'm telling you, this is why dive is so menacing. It is so scary out there. If you are that backline, good luck for Paladins to reset at this point. Trico did exactly what they needed there. Great job in the dive effort.
Ooh, lovely here. Trico coming out on top here, not only with having the point first, but look at the ult economy too. Piece of the Abyss almost online here. If you take a look at Purge Paladin with the triple strategist here, it's also going to take away from their own ult economy having that split.
Now, people ask me the hardest part of this job. It's not knowing the names, the abilities, nothing like that. No, it's just pronouncing these names of these players sometimes. Getting it right. Don't want to disrespect what they put together. Old Cat here, easy one is to flip the dip. Trying to get this team right back on it here. Vic, 27% though. Trico already has what they want. And wow, look at just this onslaught currently. And if you're Old Cat, you're just trying to buy room any space because the dive is relentless.
Yeah, Exxon too is just being able to get away. You can see the pressure too from the Jeff holding onto the high ground together, but with the BRB, brings the Angela right back. Fox close to that Heaven's Retribution as they try to tether, try to find the Ultron who can't even fly away from the Psylocke, leaving poor Rocket alone here to destroy that beacon, and both dives are looking to try to find Rigby.
Yeah, right off the bat, I knew it was going to be a problem. If Purge Paladin did not get this point first, it's going to be tough to get this back. And fears for the Ultron right off the rip as well. As it's going to be Tornado not needing the Jeff Nado, just a good old It's Jeff ultimate to get the 1-2-3 off the map. And oof, right now, this is absolute domination happening on the game mode itself, 70%. You do have the Ultron, the Rage of Ultron mixed with Legendary. But look at Trico. They're just loaded. They're like, all right, come at us.
They're ready for it. Even with that BRB, they know that they're going to be holding forward, so you want to bring back all the opposition if they go down. Ultimate online here in the Annihilation, trying to catch them here together with the Psylocke Ultimate, trying to answer back from the backline, but it was a nice safety pick from the Ultron to bring them all back to health. Purge Paladin now are going to have to rotate through each other's ultimates to recontest because they're nearing the 99% in here for Trico.
Using everything up, the Devil is out as Dexter's is trying to pull up with the Heaven Retribution. Old Cap's going to get the one there on the top. That's a big one at that. Hat is going to go out quickly from that spawn. Paladin trying to get this point. They're right there on the cap, using everything they have to muster here. And they do get it. Now, I will say with the Ultron, with dive, it is nice. You can put your now 2 bots on for heals and then kind of worry about yourself, right, Vic? And try to keep things alive and the momentum rolling for the team. But hey, you got the cap back, and you had to use a lot for it, though.
Yeah, it was an expensive fight, and if you invest so much already like that and you still couldn't get those crucial picks as they were still able to back away to recontest, they're going to have the pressure now just to retake this point. Purge Paladin may be getting some extra progress for right now, but with Drims going down, that could help them out. But the BRB brings them right back. Heaven's Retribution now from the side of Sinful Regrets, and the It's Tornado is coming right back in.
Yeah, he's going to go in and make sure, though, that he can hunt this Jeff down. But, wow, not quick enough because the bot's on it.
No.
Oh, that's rough. That is going to be a quick another exit. He's found now up to 4 Elins. I think 5 potentially there with the Shark. And Jaws taking quick justice there, as we might say. And with that 99% climbing that point right back, it's up for them to try to stall, but it's not going to be enough. You got the Strange not even able to get there. This is tough.
Yeah, overtime taken away. It's just a matter of time, right? Because they get the first point, at least here on this map. Going into the second round, though, the ult economy was just better for Trico, and the way that they were able to back away from Purge Paladin when they invested in that Luna Snow ultimate together with the Rocketia.
Wow. Absolutely quick cap there of the point. Trico saw Blaziken last match. Like, all right, we'll match our own Pokemon love over here and get ourselves a quick cap. Looking at what they have. Hey, there's an old cat. Mr. Fantastic sighting. Did say the bingo board. We got to mark out for a couple more heroes. There's one, Vic. We only have a couple more to go. But yeah, hey, it's Tornado when you're able to get those free Jeff ults like that. Like we saw Jeff 3 other maps, and just the teams were so locked in that the Jeff didn't have any room to breathe. I will say that was with Gambit ults, so like, or just Gambit involved. You know, so that definitely helps out. But yeah, great job in the dive effort right now. And you have symbiotic shenanigans to aid as well with that extra healing.
It's also the output that Tornado has had, just being in the backline together with the Rocket and having that piercing spray too, right? Because then you're just going to be able to help enable Exton, who's been a menace on this Venom, together with Getzers being on this Daredevil too. So they're going to be able to hold up. Fox is be able to come right back around with the BRB. And that's something else as output. The BRB just having so much more done in favor for Trico versus Purge Paladin, just because of how aggressive these Trico has been on their backline.
I just don't like the matchup too here with the heroes. I mean, definitely the pick ban phase belongs to Trico and what they have support-wise, especially with Tornado playing this well. There goes the quick dive in. Fox is going to find the opposition of Jeff trying to match it. And just like that, it's the Vanguards with the 1-2, the dive into it. Triple, strat, whatever you want to try. It's not going to work against Trico right now. They are locked in, ready to roll, about to get this point right back, and it is just spelling absolute doom in Celestial Husk.
Oh my goodness. And they tied actually right afterwards too. Trico being able to take this point first. You already said it in our last round here, Cozy, how important it is, especially with the current matchup that they're currently running, and Getz is getting away with continuously following up with this Venom.
Yeah, and listen, this is what you're going to see sometimes in the MRC. You know, these players, these teams, they're trying to get organized play ready, and you obviously have some really talented players. Dexter showing off one of them there. Oh my, snipe from Tornado from downtown. What an absolute super soaker hit there. Flexing the Halloween skin. Man, this is quite the performance from Trico.
Dude, they annihilated that Animal Crossing backline. Like, and this is what I was talking about before too, right? You're just getting that passive damage done. You have the Itch Jeff ready. We've seen what Tornado was able to do before, and now you force out the swap here. The Namor coming right down, crashing down. Purge Paladin taking out everything they possibly can after the Heaven's Retribution was used up by Fox.
Yeah, and they're trying to get something of their own, rolling with the Jeff ult, but not much coming from it there. Quick res going on. Great rotation here from Hat. Been impressed with the play there from the Rocket. Definitely stealing there to observe, and there goes Luna trying to get at least Hat out of here, and that's going to get the 2-for-1, as we like to call it. Grimm's Gexter, though, find the repeat hits, and 64%. They've got to use what they have. But again, they can't use too much, or else they just have nothing to hold on to point after.
You're trying to help out Purge Paladin, it looks like, with Lux in there with the It's Jeff before, but now with Tornado coming right back right afterwards, and Jerem's just following up to find simple regrets. The Angela from Purge Paladin also hasn't really been able to do what Angela does best, which is just disrupt the strategist.
I mean, listen, when you have a Psylocke this locked in, as well as Gexter's on Daredevil, but then you have to worry about the Jeff. It's like there's just so many causes of concern, and at this point, it's just too hard to adjust in the game for the game, right? So if you're Purge Paladin, you're going to look at this, you're going to like, okay, we have another map, we can reset here, as now Angela's going to fall down, crash down. They are going to use what they have to try to take this map right back. They are here halfway. It's going to be an expensive take back, but they can try here, as Fox does get rid of Old Cat once again. And it is just going to be the sword, the dance, and the butterflies as their last resort. Does get Fox out of here, finding more. It's going to be chasing good rotation from the Venom, though, Vicky, as Exton just continues to keep this on. And they don't even want them to get a taste of the point as they bring out the Strange Portal.
Trying to find the Jeff, a slippery shark at that one, even at the hands from the Angela on the other side. Oldcat comes back, though, making the swap over to the Punisher. The Sia activated from Purge Paladin, but they've lost out here before trying to retake it now, finally, as 99% still in favor for Trico. Purge Paladin finally having some breath of life.
And there's just nothing more frustrating than like one hero sustaining the point. It just drives me nuts when I'm with my team trying to get it done. But we do see Trico now. They are on the Strange. They're going to keep that rotation for the Agamotto. Purge Paladin, let's see what they have to stop it. They have, what, a Punisher ult and maybe Jeff. That's what they got right now. They're going to have to use a lot as they climb back up. Devil let out. Daredevil going in. It's going to be a quick finish, though, for Haz. That's nice there from Luna. And Punisher finds some success. Okay, getting a lot of what they did have, or a lot out of what they had, rather said. And I'm impressed there. Okay, we got ourselves a match.
So the Devil L was shut down actually right afterwards too. You see the contention from Purge Paladin. I was a little worried because Punisher, it's not like they have a Magneto, right, to bubble the Punisher instead. But together with Luxon, they're going to be able to move all the way up. And now Luna too, over to the other side, does have that Dance of Butterflies.
Look out, though. You've got the one-man wrecking crew. The Tornado has that Jeff ult ready to go again. You have the Sia as well. Here comes Heaven's Retribution. Do they team this up with Tornado, or are they just going to try to finish it off right here? Grims with the 1-2. Exton finds another. And here comes Tornado hunting for more. Oh my, I heard a Psylocke ult for maybe half a millisecond. Good night. Go back to spawn. And there's the recap, and most likely the take.
Who said that Mobile Rivals was in a horror game? Because that was pretty terrifying. If I was that Jeff, oh man, where can you go? You have everybody diving on top of your head. As Trico, being as locked in as they are, going to be able to take that first match.
I always love a locked-in dive team. It is just a spectacle to be seen. You know, you see all this about triple strat this and that, but man, what a way to just handle business there if you are Trico getting the first bit. And we did see reverse sweep, so, you know, maybe you can lock back in. Definitely in between matches here, right? You got to talk together and say, all right, that didn't work. Let's try to get something else together in this pig ban, and there's only so much that you can get rid of, especially dive players. They have so many different options to go and roll with. I would say giving Venom and Jeff is such a good vehicle that we saw and continue to see in Season 2, 3, and beyond. Rico can get the first one out of that, and man, I'll be interested if they have to play, was it Help Me? That would be a great matchup between those two teams.
That's a really good point, and you get to see the stats alone right now. Everybody getting final hits, and Tornado with 8 final hits, by the way. Drims with 9 being on that Psylocke. I would not want to be the backline of Purge Paladin and to deal with everything that was hurtled in their direction. If you weren't getting dove by the Venom, you were getting chased by the Psylocke, or even a Fox from the Angela.
And I'll say this, I think Luna and Cat, they did well where they could. You know, that's kind of the bright spot to look at. It's like, okay, we do have some that we need to get this fight right back in. But yeah, apart from everything else, it's going to be tough when you got 15k heals with the 8 limbs and the Tornado. And just the absolute rage bait that is that Lord icon in Jeff. Looking so happy after being so malicious as the true devil being let out in this game. But great matchup so far. Domination going one way, dominant to Trico. We'll see if they can reset, reload. I mean, big difference maker. Who do you even try to ban there to get things slowed down here, Vic?
That's Daredevil. If you don't have a Daredevil in your team, just immediately ban Daredevil. Daredevil, Gambit, my number one prios when it comes to having to make sure that if you have that one really good Daredevil on the opposing team and you just can't match that, you're trying to force out the triple strategist. You're again splitting that ult economy, but the problem is still there because Dive is still just gonna run up on your backline because I believe we saw them get rid of it was Invisible Woman in that last pick and ban phase, or it was Gambit there too. But Gambit guaranteed was a problem that they didn't want to deal with, but then they were just able to let it loose with their own Jeff and Rocket being in the backline, having that piercing damage.
Well, for me too, think about all the strategists that got banned, and I'm like, okay, maybe they saved the Mantis here because you got the Ultron, and then they saved the Magneto. I don't even think I saw Magneto in that game, right? If I did, it was not an impact enough for me to notice. So, like that for me, it's like, okay, they took a gamble, and then Tornado was the one that shined out of the limited strategist pool. So for me, that was a big difference maker alone that you can look at in that strategist front. So maybe look to reset there. Maybe you save Gambit, and you're like, you know what? Let's just roll the dice, quite literally on the perfect hero of metaphorically. If you are Purge Paladin.
Yeah, because then, what was it? At the very beginning, we saw Purge Paladin ban out the Loki. Well, guess what? That's just going to work out better for a team that wants to run out with the dive composition. So then all they had to really focus on beyond that was make sure Gambit is not in the equation. And they did ban the Invisible Woman. They focused all their bans on strategists. So they kind of helped do the job for them when they saw that the Loki ban was already off the table because they don't have to worry about the lamps.
Yep, and there goes the Daredevil, and then the Gambit, they're not going to let that allowed either, right? So kind of both things we just talked about off the board. Angela going to be saved, and why not with the way Fox was, you know, playing there. Let's see if the save goes to... I don't like the Ultron. Yeah, you need more of a sustain, you know, kind of anchor healer. So I like with Gambit out, at least give him the Invis. Phoenix out, so good homework play there. We'll see what Trico likes to continue to ban.
And on the other side here too, Angela just keeps providing so much output here in every game that we've seen her in. Guess it does go hand in hand with the maps that we've seen since we've been seeing so much Clintar too, Cozy. But the Phoenix also being respected, you're gonna have more of those open sight lines here. Protecting the Wolverine here in case they want to run with a triple Vanguard, which I'm not expecting here, but we're gonna see what they want to prioritize, as that Gambit was that first thing picked, banned first.
Yeah, you know what? With these teams that don't have coaches, a lot of the time, I always just love seeing kind of the brain games here and like how much homework have they done and or how they adjust. I love the early Mantis ban opposed to later. This time around, I think that's a very clutch ban for Trico. Have the Emma save, so Mag last time. We'll see if Emma even gets played, I guess. But with the Ultron ban to end it, gonna force their hand yet again in the strategist position. Loki is gonna be available. They could go that route if needed. Luna, who played well, is gonna play the Hawkeye. Anything can happen there, especially in Clintar. Again, a lot of dark maps today, Vicky.
Shit, it's like you would think it's spooky season, but I'm here still feeling Jerry rolling off of the holidays out here. But the Ultron ban coming out right afterwards, knowing that they were trying to cook something, and looking on the other side, the Groot going into symbiotic surface.
Absolutely. And hey, there's a little bit of a peek at the Rogue. Maybe, you know, no Gambit there, but just trying to pull out anything with Purge Paladin. And looking at what you have for the defensive effort, yeah, why not change? Don't change much with what's rolling. I do like the Wolf pick. Will be interesting to see how they play that. The Loki going to be much better, I think, for this team with the Invis as well. So already a better backline for Purge Paladin. It's going to come down to Luna. Can they hit the shot?
You get the freeze out here too. Again, Daredevil just was running away with things. That's why they banned out the Daredevil immediately right afterwards. But interested to see more of the Loki play together. And now this time, Invisible Woman is not banned, which is the key, right? Because you have no Gambit to worry about. But I feel like the two issues that we've been seeing, if it wasn't the Daredevil before, is that this team is ready for a triple Vanguard lineup to be hurtled in their direction. And right now, they're just running the two. But looking at Trico, they have Getchers right there being on the Wolverine.
Just crack up when people name themselves like OTP Luna, One Trick Pony Luna, but then it's in a Hawkeye player. Like, what's happening here? Gaslighting. All right, Fox, though, they saved the Angela early, and that is why. Right there. Get out of here, aggressive Star-Lord. Goodbye. As Fox finds a prey early. Now with the rotation, you can see if Grims can hit these headshots on the Thorn. And oh my gosh, Luna didn't even see him. Hawkeye, goodbye. Turn around.
Oh my.
Paladin, turn around. As you have the Hella quickly making light work of this team.
Gets away from the Star-Lord too, right? The get out of jail option with the Crow to be able to back away after finding that cheeky pick. Just putting a stun to Purge Paladin and trying to approach here down middle. But Trico, I like the way that they're able to retaliate immediately over to the side, grouped up together.
All right, we'll see how they end up rotating into this thing now. Push again at the row being played. Love to see it there quickly. And that pressure on the Flyers. Love Rogue for that. Diving down and trying to take this back route. Cat has got to have a great game, and that is a start to it as Tornado's going to go down on the Invis. Love that quick play. Found the Lady Loki. Lantern's Force. Very good rotation from Cat. Impressed with what I just saw there. You can go up here on the top, and Angela v. Angela. This is going to be the moment for Purge Paladin to get this.
Moving here to the side, though, it's going to be Bonnie Hat, rather. It's going to have the God of Mischief, gets the copy into the invisible boundary. By the way, I love hearing the Lady Loki sound effects here. It's so cool. They get the first pick here, and Luna can't go anywhere. Stunned together with the slam kick here with the Invisible Woman. Bonnie Hat's going to be able to back away in time together, holding side by side with its Tornado, who's about to have their own invisible boundary.
Greatly said here now as that point is close to the second tick mark now, and then quick rotation over from Fox can be slowed down. I love that use of invisible boundary there from the Loki. It's going to see now if Luna can find a pick early, and that's a good safety net for Trico, and it is just absolute invisible boundaries. That's our fourth, I believe, in this thing now. Quick flipping Cap. It's old Cat. He's counting down the time perfectly. Finds one there, and there goes the Wolverine. Going to see if Luna can get the best of the Hella who found him earlier. Yes, indeed. The Paladin's going to get this point, most likely, unless Tragedy strikes.
Unless the Angela just keeps living until the very end right there. Hold on to the Heaven's Retribution. Both Tragedies still in that side room. Tornado falling low, and it's just a matter of time with Purge Paladin having the number advantage to get that point as they get it started and moving.
Yeah, much better look and opening there from Paladin. And that's just, again, that back line much better. Cat stepping up massively there. Luna finding into the fold, and now you do have that Hawkeye ult with the, wow, quick pull in there for the Bucky, but you don't want to pull in the Rogue when you have 1 health. That is a hell of a strategy there, Vic.
Going over and seeing now with the Rogue, Sinful Regrets. He wants everything here, as you're gonna have the ultimate online. Luna too. Having that Hawkeye ultimate is going to be crucial considering that there's no invisible boundary from either side, although Booneyhat can get that God of Mischief online just as quickly. But holding onto the high ground here already, trying to meet that on this high ground battle is going to be Purge Paladin. Seeing Trico and wondering how they're going to try to rotate.
Wow, what an absolute seduction. Finds the entire team here, but good rotation. Kidnap and all. Loki going to keep the team up. Actually slash and dashing. There's the Rampage. Going to get the Loki, and that's definitely going to make things tough here for Paladin, but the aggression is on. Good find from Axbooth. Gonna continue down the train here, and here's that Magneto save from last time, finally coming into the fold. But yeah, you know, listen, they still have, you know, I never missed. They got the Luna ult. They need to. Luna as in a Hawkeye, a bit confusing. Sorry for that. But Cat as well with the Legendary going to continue this thing on. But Trico has so much sustain here, Vic. They should be able to last this 2 minutes pretty well.
Yeah, they do. It's about how they're going to rotate through the Sexton, falling low, and there is that invisible boundary. It's called in first from Tornado, and does never miss. We're going to have to see, because right now, he got taken care of the moment he pressed that ult button. As you see the Wolverine slicing and dicing, the resets come in with the Kraken impact from Drims. Nice little stun onto Simple Regrets. Good luck running away as Fox gets to clean him up, and I like the communication that we get to see from Trico, just noting that alone.
Yeah, for sure. Hat still has their ult as well, so they can survive a lot of what's going to come at them. We'll see if Cat can find either a quick pick in the back. I don't know if I want to open up with a Legendary here if I'm them. I mean, listen, let's see how they use this strategist ult either aggressively. I mean, they're going to have to. They don't really need to save it for anything else. If they're counting the ults here, they know everything just came at them, right? So right now, you know it's in your advantage. Press the W's, hold them down, and there it is. Legendary is going to go up. It's going to be maybe going to cross the Loki, but there goes Grimm's out first, and there's the Lanterns. That first bit that they have to use to get through.
A sacrifice that was necessary. They don't want to burn the God of Mischief at that time as Tornado gets a push off the final blow into finding that pick. Sit down back into the spawn room gates. Luxon also does have that invisible boundary too, but Tornado's going uncontested in this match.
Yeah, hey, I'll take that trade. One Legendary and then the quick pick there from Tornado. Now, that's going to be Rico who finds yet another, and then you're just giving them time to get right back into these ults, right? So there's the tower copy, there's the invisible boundary. Oh, the Heartbreaker was stopped on the dot there, and there's going to be a quick interrupt. That is brutal.
Oh, Heaven's Retribution though, right behind them. Invisible boundary now forced out. This could enable Getchers if he stays alive to go in for the slam down. Ooh, but the interrupt after getting the copy off of the ability in the middle of the Scion of Seduction, but slams down on top of a lamp. It's going to be isolating Luna as Luna gets taken out.
Yeah, I just was not a fan on how those ults were used there, especially if you're trying to keep track of what they have. Paladin now is kind of right back out of this thing. Gex is just slicing, he's dicing, he's getting them low and ready for the setup in the flush Fox. Hunting for more, finds Cat, and once again, just out of this thing is going to be Cat with a quick pick. Fox does get a pick as well, and there's a little bit of fight back from Paladin.
It's the fact that Fox is just continuously trying to get the Fly Swatter out to take care of these Star-Lords. A little nice, beautiful punish coming out right afterwards. As It's Levy does have the God of Mischief coming up right now. It was It's Tornado that used up the invisible boundary before, but Drims does have that Star-Lord ult. The Galactic Legend trying to force them back as the wall comes out.
Yeah, here's the aggression I wanted to see earlier, but it's used now. Like this invisible boundary, even though they got the rotate, so that's kind of brutal. Use that huge resource early, and there's the Happy Holidays coming from the back line. It's Trico, though, and not Cat this time around. 88% is going to be him, as now the slice of dice, the butterflies is out. Nothing from it, though. Great job in the response there from Bonnie Hat. Now 1-2 goes down. Trico's finding more, Vicky. This is spelling doom and disaster for Paladin.
Luxon trying their best to keep the team alive. Happy holidays, but it's going to be the Galactic Legends instead ringing in their ears. It's going to be the pressure that they need in this overtime to take this to that second checkpoint. But with enough of this pressure already, they found the picks necessary. Trico are holding down so long.
Yeah, Luxon was able to get that ult up, and that allowed them to proc it, but nothing on sustain after that. If we look at what they have, Tornado's going to be the next one up, and that's going to give them all they need. They got to get Tornado out of this thing first. It's going to be the Strange, though, that finds the early doom, but quick trade from Magneto. They get the point.
Vanguard for Vanguard, but Gatchers finds Luna. They still get the point, and this fight is still going on. But this is a highlight to how close at least these points have been thus far.
A great job rotating them out of that and just honestly taking their eyes off the prize there. You know, it's these little things that even if you win, you need to make sure you clean up your small mistakes here. And Gex is going to slice, dice, get out of there. Give them back that minute and 5 seconds. But so far, for what Paladin was able to do in that second, that's a win for them. Diving into the Heaven's Retribution is going to be Fox winning all of the fight. Going to proc all the important key abilities out. And they do kidnap. Great job from Gex there, finding out some food in the Absolute Feast.
The retaliation, he gets them all out. He finds Levy, who had activated the invisible boundary. I know Levy mashed that jump button so fast to get that double jump before backing away, but at least it forces them back here, buys way more time away from them in less than 35 seconds. Cat barely pressed Q before the Angelo found him so quickly there. Pontiac going to go over to the Wolf. Hello, quick switch and finish. But yeah, good survival of the Berserker Rage in the first place. But nope, it is going to be the quick recap. 21 seconds. Are they going to push in with that now? Seduction. He wants the Seduction. Wants all eyes on Exton here, trying to feast it, trying to get it. And this is going to be tough, Nick, right? Because they're going to come out of this one-way hallway. And then all eyes here on Emma, Frost, and Trico. Cat had just been swatted around too. Like, find a different angle here over to the other side. The Eye of Agamotto tries to get a sneaky angle. Catch looks in, but Levy was not able to be in the invisible boundary before it was unleashed here. Simple Regrets does get the matchup though, and being able to get that next pick onto the enemy Loki. Sign of Seduction comes up first from Trico, but this Angela has not been stopped from Fox. Wow, great job over there from the Psylocke, and this has been the story of this matchup so far. Paladin, they just kind of keep on staying in this thing, even though it's looking like Trico's got an advantage. It will go and belong yet again, and look at this space they're able to grab now. This is massive for them, even if they don't get the 3 points. This is quite a match that they're wanting to have. With what they have left here, they do have the Heartbreaker, and that's not going to be a big difference. Can Old Cat get this legendary, and most importantly, not die early? If they can, at least with Luna getting some crucial picks here to just keep this going, but they cannot get off the point. So Regrets wants everything here, having that rogue ultimate online, but look at Fox, who's also been splitting a lot of his attention, been so disruptive. Gexer too, who could get a kidnap easily. Here's Old Cat taking a flanking angle over to side. Oh, Cat, that's exactly what you needed right then and there. Gets the hell out of this thing that's going to allow them to pop up open and at least get something from it, and just like that, finding with the legendary, twisting, getting the invisible out of there. There's the invisible bouncer from the other side. Purge Paladin is going to be able to get this 3rd point. They played correctly, and I'm impressed. They gotta go up. They gotta go up. They have to stall right here. The Venom Swap is gonna be able to keep this fight going. Is it enough? As Booty gets the copy, gets the invisible boundary, but they get off. They get off. They get off, and they cannot keep the recontest. Purge Paladins, they get to count their blessing with no time in overtime. They get it to the finish line. Oh, you don't give up right there. I mean, just very impressive. Bend, don't break mentality. We said that Luna's going to have to step up, kind of the shining point there from the domination. And wow, way to get them through the 2nd point and beyond. And then Cat, hello, wins that hella 1v1 into the legendary, into the pressure, giving their Lux in time to get the boundary up. Paladin got all 3 there. What a matchup. Yeah, we got more now coming here as we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Getting ready. 43 seconds of counting as these teams lock in, Vic. Honestly, I was choking on my water right there, too, because I was just thinking about the night and day difference from that first round. But I feel like what we saw at the very end there, and we see it commonly, I know a lot of people have experienced it within their own games, is trying to struggle to prevent the stagger potential. They were able to hold up and control so much space, specifically speaking of Purge Paladin, that they were able to not only stay on the point enough, with enough bodies being able to elevate that cart forward, but they were also able to prevent that space from Trico. Although the Venom, he did have the opportunity to dive right back in, he was just a slight inch short from being able to stay on that point before they had pushed the pull in. I know you were stunned, though. I know you were stunned at that finish there, Vic. And listen, what's so cool about this, guys, is as you can win MRCs, you will get points to qualify for the big-time money, matchups, teams, everything. And so these are going to matter. That's why this matters so much as these teams continue to practice into what is a very important 2026 season. This is not for naught. This is for a lot outside of the 18,000 plus of the prize pool money. Now, Trico, I would say offense favors them a bit more. Obviously, they got to get all 3 to even get this thing into overtime. But if a team can do it, we saw what they do on domination. Drim's going to go over to the Hawkeye now. Gexer staying on the Wolverine, which they're not crazy about right away, but I'm sure he will find some feasting of his own. But having some pop-off moments, though, and trying to force out these invisible moments out of their invisible boundary. It's just about the follow-up that we get to see together with Fox, with Getcher side by side, as Exxon is just building up this damage output with the Emma Frost looking behind, switching onto the target that is Old Cat, who has a mounted decline. I'm not gonna lie, Old Cat's been getting countered, but trying to get away in time before you see Luna trying to harass the Loki.
Yeah, Loki's a very good silo counter in more ways than one, not only for the ult, but just in trying to get that pick, and so many ways and so elusive as we continue to see Fox continue to just play a game on his own, right? Every time we come to Fox, like he's picking, getting a huge play at that, but right now just trying to play the game of survival, and it's gonna be the clones that keep him up. Now just trying to rotate correctly. Trico's got everyone they want. They just try to have to find the right opportunity to dive in, and there's the quick reaction of the Rogue. Love that. Gonna get nothing from it outside of the passive boost. Rogue can't steal much from Angela, but there it is. Bonnie has that first ult, and that's so huge.
I'm going to keep them in the invisible boundary for now. Get the aggression going as Tornado. Another sneaky pick this time around. It's the double invisible and double trouble here as Fox is just going to be swinging away with the axe. Somebody help! Lutzen! No eyes on Lutzen, but Lutzen was also isolated knowing that Fox has been going crazy on this Angela.
I'm impressed by the strategists of Trico. Tornado and Bonnie Hat both just do some crazy things. I mean, just really just solid play between the two. Every time you can get way more than just the old heal bot from your strategist, you're going to go places. We do have Luna / Slylock ready for the ult once again, and just a very quick dealing there with the Hawkeye. But look at this. It's the strategist. So like, come at us, bros, duelists. Come at us as they get a pick right then and there.
Oh, they're ready for it. They're ready to throw some hands. Tornado showing that they have been unafraid this entire time. Maybe a pull back in just to keep the isolation, but they hear the Star-Lord Galactic Legend coming out. They had the safety of the lamps originally, but they're forced to back up in time. I like how the whole team between Angela and Getchers were ready to help kill for the strategist, as well as coming up from the high ground as Drims.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive Star-Lord ult, especially because you can just rotate out. We are seeing Trico really play well with team comms, right? We're seeing like early works of what it takes to be a top team in this thing here as they dance the butterflies. They're kind of committing to this full aggression, right? Old Cat winning with legendary. Might as well see what you can get out of it. And guess what, Vic? It's been nothing so far. They do find the Hawkeye. Spawns right there, though, and this is a tough battle to win.
Direct on two. He's been able to get so much follow-up, but with the Wolverine getting the dive down on both of the strategists. There is no sustain here for Purge Paladin. Forcing them to back away, but they do get the punish onto Getchers. But Tornado is looking out for blood on this Invisible Man.
A great job just being the animal that he is and hunting the most important part of that team, the back line. Drims finally to find some symphony in the chaos. Able to get himself a quick pick there. Now they can set up, right? And this is where it's tough. Got to win effectively 3 battles here, but nice job there from Gexers finding those strategists behind.
That is not the first pick you want to lose, especially when Levy has the God of Mischief, the Hawkeye v Hawkeye. You and I, Cozy, were talking about this during the break. We were expecting this to happen as he gets another one.
What a cheeky little spot there, man. I love that from Trim, showing some great spots there in pro play. Gexer now just slicing and dicing. They are just cruising through this second part of the map. Got the boosters on it here, and Exxon finds yet another boost from the clones. This is spelling absolute terror here from Paladin. And again, even though they get 3, cap with a point, if you give them any extra time in overtime, it's pretty much going to be a wrap.
Yeah, and then look at how much time they have right now. Like the fact, and they used the bullet earlier on too. Okay, so they won't have it for about 3 minutes now. And Purge Paladin just want to reset. They don't want to force out these staggers here. As you can see, Fox already on the hunt, as well as Gexers looking to find their victim.
All right, we'll see rotations. Gexer trying to get a kidnap. Not much, but is going to find the Rogue to just feast off of him. My gosh, the rage at a maximum. It's been at full just about this whole time. Berserker Rampage going to get close here. 28% climbing away from it there. And there's a quick little bit of a cancel out. There's the invisible boundary. Everything's coming out every Q press here as we got the Infinity War unfolding. We'll see if Paladin can get the picks needed. And right now, though, it's been Drims, though. He is going to get kidnapped. And there is the... it's on the Hawkeye!
No, you got it, Drims. You got it. You're just better in this equation right now. And even with the heartbreaker that was used up earlier, there's no hearts that are breaking. The simple regrets, there's only so much you can do when all your utility has been burned up to back away as Drims is going uncontested with these headshots.
My gosh, every arrow's got a cursive name with the victim on it. Right now, it's all Paladin just looking for survival. He's got the high ground now. Never given the high ground. as it's continuing. Old Cat going down quickly, and they are just hunting. 2 minutes, 23 seconds. Come out of this spawn. I dare you, says Dribs. There's the Berserker Rampage. Everybody wants a piece of the pie.
And isolating them, like now you're forced to get staggered off of 2. Now they're just really trying to get right back together. Venom getting stuck on the branch, by the way, while the Angela, looking like a horror movie, just takes him away, kidnapping him. Drims going uncontested. They get the Venom, but he's still not even looking back because he's too busy harassing the front line of Purge Paladin.
Yeah, Cat finally does get Drims out of there, but not before Grexter. Because what it allows to do when you have a Hawkeye doing that is now Grexter can just go and work the absolute, not only backline, but sneak attack and Vanguard hits. I mean, that is an absolute perfect duelist pairing between the two. And listen, you don't have to know much about Rivals, but 1 minute and 50 seconds extra, that's a lot. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of ult charge and a big disadvantage.
And with how quickly they were able to take that, honestly, and the way that they were able to wrap around, that was even better, too. So we're going to have to see now is Trico just one step away from winning this series, as Purge Paladin just didn't have a chance to look at that Hawkeye in the face. Even the strategist, even with Lux and be on the Invisible Man, you could deploy your shield, but once it's broken, you got to wait some time before you could come right back in. And you could see now the Magneto coming out. They need some shields if they're expecting the Hawkeye to roll out.
Absolutely. Now, as we look at the 2 minutes and 50 seconds that they will have, be the first team up on defense. Of course, shorter time. It has to prove yourself and what you can do. Savage lands Rogue playing with a parrot. May not be what they need to do right now to lock in, try to get this hope for this team together. And what they do have available, we'll see if they can put together something cheeky here. They're going to have to not only just, they're just going to have to win this first fight, We're going to have to see if Luna, a.k.a. Hawkeye, can get these picks over Drims. Right now, Drims is still pretty confident.
This is what I fear the most, Cozy. It's like when you got a Hawkeye on your team and you're looking at the other Hawkeye and he's just jumping up and landing every shot. No gambit, jump necessary here. He's got his own double jump here to find these crucial headshots. Going crazy was Drims, but Luna trying to match that now before navigating over to the right side. We saw a very similar route here in that last one.
Yeah, right now, so they're playing upset. I mean, Luna's just punching air at the moment. Oh, there's the 1v1.
Oh, come
Luna
on.
finds the best from it. That was beautiful. What cool movement, too. This team just great Hawkeye play here. No one's missing. As now we've got Trico getting the early pick on Axe Food. Vanguard going down early could spell trouble even with that early Hawkeye pick. We'll see if we can find more. Wondering where Luna is now because they got that big pick earlier. We find more. No, it's Tornado.
So good at taking advantage of this range buff, by the way, for Invisible Man. And now Getchers is terrorizing whatever is left of Purge Paladin. Down 2 members. They got less than 5 seconds to get on the points. They need a way better portal than what we saw in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, even with that early pick, it's like, hey, Trico, they did the rest. And, yep, it's, hey, listen, I don't want to call anything early, but it's going to be pretty tough win here. I would be quite surprised, but who knows? It is Rivals. Anything can happen. But right now, I'm fearing Drims and co. If I am, the whole team, honestly, if I'm Purge Paladin.
I mean, right now, what can you do if you're Purge Paladin, right? Because Trico, they have that extra time that you've already mentioned, enough to get an extra round of ultimates rotating in. Getcher's been crazy on this Wolverine. I know Axe Food, he could only have so many bubbles that were in cooldown for himself and now for his teammates. But Simple Regrets being on the road, you have to imagine, is this the move here that they want to go for? Because I also feel like, personally for me, in my experience of playing with Rogue, that even Emma Frost could be an issue to deal with. And Exxon's been really on point and not only trying to predict ultimates, but at one point, I think we even saw Exxon cancel out Luxon's Invisible Woman boundary when they were the ones on the defensive side. So I think just little things like that could really change up as Simple Regrets still sticking to the Rogue, it looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you look at this, right, I mean, we're highlighting the best matches, that we have so many matches going on today, right? And this is just the early goings of this MRC. We have matches today, tomorrow, and the next week as well. But just seeing really good standout play from them. And listen, if you made it this far, you do have talent evolving. It's just about getting the team together. Such a team game, and we're seeing that here from Trico. No one just missing part. I got to say, again, these strategists have been impressing me so much here. Now quickly just launching right into things, Vicky. Trico wants to get this an early dub.
especially from Tornado, right? Like, we've been seeing Tornado get so many picks and follow-ups, and the awareness of trying to split the attention on when to do enough damage to get that pull in or even that pull out. As we get to see already the fight getting taken up, Exton already making some space here together with Dexter's. Looney taking a good amount of that pressure already, but you talk about the kidnap, you talk about Angela being a menace to this place, whoever's on this Hydra.
And there goes Bonnie with another pick there on Old Cat. And just like that, they get the big pick that's needed and just barely staying alive here. Drims is going to continue to find more. Why not finish how you started with just elite picks, 1-2 down. That's going to go to Trico, and they're going to seal up this map. Vicky, and I got to say, yeah, there's not oftentimes I can just point out just about everybody on this team, but so many people did their part.
Dude, how much damage did Drims put in right there, too? Like, I feel like I was seeing headshot after headshot. Like, that was insane out here with the amount of elims that we saw picking up. And it is going to be the wonderful Lady Loki MVP animation. Finishing blow for Booney Hat to be able to get the MVP.
Lady Loki opens up so much potential for, like, you know, just whether the Miles for Spider-Man, whatever it might be, but just getting these other kind of versions of these heroes is just so cool. And again, gotta highlight it because from Fox on the Vanguard and Exton as well, and what they were able to do on a consistent basis. Obviously, Drims and Gexter, we saw what they did for the duelist department, and then we highlighted the strategists. This is a team that I'm going to circle on my list going far in this thing. They don't have a lot of weak points.
Tornado with 50,000 healing. Look at the assist, 42. Like, you know, those orbs were sent out at the perfect positioning that they needed to keep up the pressure. So you're feeling the pressure from those orbs that does do a sick amount of damage, but then you're still dealing with Drims. Fox being on the Angela. Fox was playing crazy disruptive, as you should, of course, when you're on the Angela. But we're also going onto the map that has the high to low ground ceilings, so she gets to not only displace herself, but then reposition just as quickly.
Yeah, no, without question. I mean, it was the Jet early on with the quick spits, and now the Invisible Woman and more. Excited to see what they have, and maybe, you know, the matchup wasn't a quite indication of what we might see at the top level of play, but really good and solid showing for the MRC in Season 5.5. All these teams have been, you know, really building up since Ignite, the grand finals. They got to see VP on the big stage there. Now they're ready to see what's to come in 2026 because we got 12 partner teams, revenue share. I mean, there's so much to be excited for, and it's all starting right now here in early January, folks. I know you guys are excited to see more of it, and we got more of it, Vicky, because we got all the highlights of the big games that have happened today.
Yeah, we really have. And it's the fact that we've been able to see so many different heroes out and about within our MRC. And we got some more action coming to you guys soon on the other side of this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, eSport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the God of Thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We have ourselves a day loaded with Marvel Rivals. What a way to kick off the new year here as we find ourselves early in 2026. Again, I'm Cozy with Vicky. We've had some you know what? Let's call a spade a spade. We've had some one-sided games a little bit today, but I think we're going to see some more action and definitely heroes and players that you know, as we're going to have these teams lock up for yet another matchup. And nothing jumping out so far meta-wise to me, but I think you're gonna know a couple names of these players here in this game. We got a cool. In fact, we have a really good matchup now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this is going to shape up because also this is the first time we get to see these players, Cozy, since LAN, and now looking at a new look here for Linux Gaming.
Wait a second here. I mean, we have friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Filet with Korova, Crimzo and Rymazing, and that reunion back together. No Armor with Crimzo. Ushur's involved here with Dogman from Shroud X days. I mean, really cool game here. And then you got on the other opposition, Nectar, right? So obviously Nectar and Crimzo just played a ton together with Techie. So Nectar and Techie are staying. Tap is with them from Envy Month as well. Okay, we got, and I believe that's Avery too, right? I believe they just changed their name a bit, but okay, this is awesome. This is going to be probably the matchup of the day so far.
Ooh, this is the winner's bracket. Like, I'm not even surprised, right? Like, the last few matches we've seen so far within the MRC has been from the lower side of the bracket. Now we've entered scary territory, and by scary I mean this Marvel Rivals is going to be very gassed to see how this is going to play out, especially with this pick and ban phase, because if you really think about it, Cozy, these are universal bans, right? That's what's different between the MRC and the MRI. Now seeing how our high-level players are going to be able to navigate around this as the Protect onto the Phoenix, I am not surprised there, seeing how strong Phoenix has been in even the few series we've seen her alone.
And here's the thing, right? With all the roster mania and the orgs that are resetting, right? We're not going to see a lot of these teams come back the same way. So this is a huge time for especially the America teams to kind of reset and show what you have as a player, right? The orgs, they want to be a part of partner teams. They're ready to be in this thing. But the main thing is we're going to have to see how these players really show who they are now in this 2026 era. Look at the pick and the bans. I mean, right away, you can already see, like, hey, you know what? Crimso's on the other team. No group. Not going to allow that in this. And these guys, they know each other well. These players know each other well from the leaderboard, but also just Ignite play.
I'm not judging.
And looking, Vicky, we also have Rymazing back on Mantis, by the way. Korova. Like, it's funny because, like, we buffed Joe Biden, who we were talking about earlier, and now it's like, okay, now I know these players and who they like, what they like to play, the paths they take.
It's actually crazy to see that Korova also gets away with getting the Protect onto the Adam Warlock. Like, how many times have you and I talked about how, like, Korova embodies Adam Warlock himself here? And then looking on the other side, the Emma Frost ban too. This is going to be a good one. Everybody strap in because this is going to be peak MRCs thus far to see which of these teams will be moving on to the bracket.
I want to see how Dogman has evolved as a player as well, because this guy, he's capable of some really impressive plays, Vicky. You know, but there's been inconsistency at times, but great players. I want to see what they continue to have done to evolve, and you know, we've gotten to watch him a lot as well. But man, if I were to say one of just Thanos himself is what they call Nectar, they are just absolutely crazy in what they can put together. Techie, we know what he can do. Tap is disgusting. Obviously, we saw a lot of Psylocke play with Tap, just what they did on Envy. Envy, obviously, and what that team gave to Ignite, they won a lot of that back. So this is the first time we're seeing some of these guys come back to the spotlight.
And all together too for a long time. You're talking about what year is it? Are we really in 2026 now? Now we get to see how things play out, literally with the thing coming in from Machimon from I'm Back Fast. That's another thing I've been really surprised to see thus far too with some of our teams that we've seen within the MRC has been leaning on the thing and protecting thing too, just like Machimon.
And listen, we've had some one-sided. That's how I opened up this whole segment, and this is not going to be anything but. This is a tough round here, especially in our, round 8, I believe we're in. And just like that, we're going to have Ushur throwing out what the Phoenix can do, finds that fast quickly, and that's going to put the aggression early. We're going to see now Lunex Gaming moving forward, and just like that, it's going to be a quick 1-2 and cap, and that is just a fast cap for this point here as Dogman finds the best of Techie.
but he is lighting them up like fireworks, by the way. Like, you would think it's New Year's Eve today instead, because Yusher is just sending back Machimon with all these Phoenix shots.
Yeah, Yusher's been a great player and has floated around, and you know, I'm just glad to see him on this team because I think we're going to see a lot of his talent on display. Flume as well, always been such a good strategist, and continues to be for the game here. Now Kurova 96%. You know, we're going to see good Adam play. We saw some already, I believe, with was it Thunder, right? Great Adam as well, but
yes.
You know what Kurova is capable of.
Yeah, Thunder. We've seen what is it? Thunder and then another Thunder out here too. It's pretty funny. But the Adam Warlock still back into play. Tap 33 is gonna try to match that. The invisible boundary coming in from S5-AMER first. Crimzo does have that Meteor M though, holding on to it, looking at Stravery, who had used it up as well. So both invisible boundaries from both Lunex and Machimon have been here, and Kurova's just waiting in the back as well as Tap 33. They have to call out where these Adam Warlocks are as they push back Dogman, who tries to use the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, it gets Month in there, but nothing else from it. And this is where you're going to just see, you know, more pro play, right? These guys are really used to top-level plays, and it's going to come down kind of to who can res and stay alive. And, you know, we saw that so much in the America scene there with people like Delina now, but Kurova, one of the best at it with Tap as well. There's the up to down tech. He always nails these, typically slams it down with the Phoenix, but does not get anything from it. Wow, what insane sustain there from Loon X Gaming, 77% and climbing, and now they can use the Mantis ult and Kurova with the quick trigger. Oh, this is good play.
It's really funny too because it's hanging out with Kurova and Amazing in the back, and the way they were talking about like what they could do with Mantis and Adam, and like seeing into Kurova is just asking them headshot after headshot. Having his whole bond together, he's got that Karmic Revival, he's holding on to it. Dogman falling low, he activates it right beforehand to bring Amazing right back.
Oh my god, yeah, the level of play. Fun to see here now as the Spear goes up. Flume gonna throw it down, and there is the quick in-song Inferno to put potentially an end of this first point now. Trying to gather around is gonna be Month and just going down it. Not out though, as Tap is the first to fall. Gonna use that passive and come back. Agamotto gonna be nailed from Dogman though. Gonna give that team a bit more time, Vicky, and look at this perfect rotation.
Dude, the get down, Mr. President, to protect the Eye of Agamotto. Mantis, but with the slam down from Nectar, he's called out Crimzo. Kurova still has the passive, he comes right back, but Tap 33, he's taking his own off angles.
Tap with a huge hit there on Amazing, and great job in the neutral. And just good job there from Nectar, getting the connection needed. Was impressed with the finish, and if you look at Lunex, they're cooking though. They're close to a lot of ults. Not the most expensive fight, Machimon, but they do have the invisible boundary. They have the res. You're gonna have to match that though. This is gonna be a long fight here, folks. Buckle in between these two talented players and Team Dogman with quick whip in the backup there, and the aggression and the pop goes down Techie.
That was really smart. The invisible boundary right there, too, was just trying to isolate, protecting the Magneto. But then with the Born Again, they could afford to get a lot more aggressive. As Tap 33 uses it first, Kurova finds Nectar. Nectar comes right back. Thanks to that Karmic Revival, Kurova now taking a different off angle. And this allows Lunex Gaming to just take their time with their economy.
Yeah, they rotate out. Right now, Kurova has the ult and staying in this backline perfectly. There's going to be Flume. Oh, this is a big ult. Kentucky hit this and find what he needs to. Not going to get anything from it, though. And there is going to be a big missed opportunity, though. Pushing in, finding Adam, but it could be the quick trick and the hit of the self-sustain. Month staying in this thing, but again, they had that point, right? They did push them off, so nothing really going on outside of just trying to stay in this first map. Nectar gets the pick on Dogman. Kurova brings it back. This brings us back to the Ignite roots. Vicky, what a map one.
If I saw that correctly, too, the Eye of Agamotto at the very end, well, before Month got stunned, was able to put Dogman to sleep, so he couldn't even get that much of an extension off of that, and then he gets punished overtime, taking away in favor for Linux Gaming here, as Nectar gets the reset, comes right down with the end song Inferno. But Machimon, they're finding their picks.
Yeah, and able just to lock and get rid of that Phoenix and not worry about it, but Nectar finally finishes off the exclamation point, and that felt like a 30-minute fight. 41%. I would say, obviously, the biggest dub there was Lunex just capping the first place, because if they didn't, Vicky, then it's 99-99, and then you probably win, right? So just huge awareness from Lunex, getting them out of there and the rotations needed. And now we so much just happened that we're right back to this thing. And, oh, man, look at this, though. Kurova at 50% because of some alteration. So with Tap having that advantage, this is going to allow them to be aggressive and maybe sneak off a win here.
Yeah, that was the thing about Lunex just holding on to those ultimates, even though they had the pathing to retake the point right there. Machimon were able to just come right back around, but is it going to be enough? They can't expend too much here in an expensive fight. Lunex can build up here together, but is it clobbering time already? As I'm back fast, waiting to get into an angle. He's waiting to catch them, but right in the face of a Doctor Strange shield is just what they wanted.
And Pele read that like a book, knew exactly it was coming down. What a read of the ability. There goes up. Crimzo slams it down. Not a lot of meteor in connections, but does get the finish on Techie, and just like that, the Vanguard find the 1-2. Born again, coming from Tap, had the advantage earlier, but Kuropa right back up with it, right? So just because one team is cooking, the other one is going to get the sustain. They can't allow Lunex to get this point again. 99% though. Who gets the wipe will get the win most likely. Nectar goes up in Song Inferno to put the exclamation on this fight. Slams it down. Nothing from it. May finds the bastard. Vicky, this is a gauntlet.
Yeah, the fact that Lunex still has Kurova with this Karmic Revival too, he may even hold on to it for the next round right now because Yusher is going to be able to find I'm back fast and Nectar going out next. So that's just going to be ultimate economy ready for the next round.
I am, are you not entertained? I mean, really good job from both teams. Obviously, a bit more on Lunex's side there. A lot of these guys have played together for so long. Want to give my tip of the cap to someone like Fast, not too aware of them in the scene all that much. So playing at this level, right? Yeah, honestly, this is it's a night and day difference when you see the way that heroes as 6 can come together with pro play and comfortable play, right? We've seen some good matchups in terms of skill, but seeing this come together at a high level is a lot of fun. And honestly, it wouldn't be this way, Vicky, if we didn't have just as good as a team on the opposition.
100%, right? Like, just being able to see how each of these teams... I mean, talk about precision, right? We're talking about timing of ultimates, who's going to rotate later. Like, do you hold on to this ultimate for the next round? And he did. He didn't feel any pressure, and I think that's the other thing that I would love to see from Machimon is making sure you pressure Kurov enough where he's forced to burn his passive. Even if you want to deviate your attention to somebody else from Linux Gaming who may be harassing your backline like Yusher has, you just want to be able to at least take that out of the equation so that way the Born Again isn't ringing in your ears.
And Nectar versus Yusher is a lot of fun to be had. And watch for the Phoenix to go up because they're burning it down quickly. Just got the buff, though, to be able to survive a bit longer. Crimzo matching fast right now. Crimzo was on the mag earlier, right? So we'll see as the tree is banned for him in his comfort pick. Kurova has that res, and so maybe they go aggressive with this. They're going to obviously be able to match that quickly here in Machimon. Just like that, there's the fight between Yusher, and there's the sparks flying. Just like that, Yusher finds 1-2, and absolute, I'm telling you, this guy's got a lot of talent.
Like, you got to be hitting your headshots and then also positioning properly. Like, if you want to be able to bounce off that explosive damage to get the follow-ups, you say who to push, who is one, and Dogman goes in for the follow-up, too.
There's good aggression there for sure. Vic, May, ready to rock and load as well. We'll have to see if they end up going aggression with this. 16, 17%. Lunex right now having a ton of time on their side. They're going to take this back path here, giving their team the setup tools needed. Strategist played this game for a long time, knows what he's doing here to fuel up their best players, and someone like Nectar, see if they can get early picks. There's the Soul Bond. Get this team all together, but Pulmay's going to throw it up. Going to be matched with the Invisible Woman on the opposition. Now with the quick hit, there's the in-song slamming down the Meteor Imp. Unable to connect, Vic, and right now it's a lot of colors. I don't want to finish.
Oh, seeing the pushback, too, at the end of Yusher having used up that Ensong Inferno first, too. Nectar's able to get him, but the Born Again. That's what we're thinking about. Kurova in the position to recontest right afterwards. But look who's ready with their own Karmic Revival. It's going to be tap 33 as Techie sends out that Meteor M. The clobbering time, the landing is marked here, but with Stavers having to back away, Yusher's going to be able to find that pin.
Just wipes into wins, right? Like, you do so much there perfectly. Nectar just nails it, but no, it's Kurova with the quick res. Everybody get back in here. Combined with Amazing yelling the old get in here, and they just get this point easily up to 72% now. Mojimon gonna have to lock in. And listen, this is domination. You know, we'll see whenever we go to new mode. You got some players that, like Fast, are gonna have to kind of adjust to this level of play against a team this talented. But man, this has been fun.
I'm curious. It looked like Tap 33 had just used up the passive. His whole team had gone down, but it looked like he used up his passive even close to the spawn room gates, and that may be lethal considering he's got the Karmic Revival. But Yusher is going to be able to find Nectar hiding up from the back end with the rest of the team rotating from the low ground as the board again from Tap 33 comes out.
Yeah, you sure. I'm telling you, just absolute has a ton of mechanical talent. We're seeing it on display now. Techie and friends trying to rotate from this back end here. They go up for May with the invisible boundary. The fight's going to be consistent here as now Avery going to match that. Fast is close to clobbering, trying to farm that back into it. Good little rotation there. Bubble up, going to have to throw it down quickly. See what he can find, but there's Month right on schedule, Vicky, and it's going to be ready as Nectar throws up. Can he get it down and land the connection? He does. 1, 2, 3 go down, and they finally get back. But what happened? Kurova brings it back.
Kurova's always there. He's the best insurance policy Linux Gaming can have right now, and being able to recontest adds on the pressure when Machimon just had an expensive fight, but a huge clobbering time finds more. The Rhyme Amazing's right there, bringing them together with the Mantis ultimate to regain that health.
But just that now, the point going to 15% in climbing. We saw 99 versus 99 last time, but this time it's the neutral fight that's going to go the favor of Lunex. The pros on it, and they are cleaning up one by one. It's going to have to be a quick portal back. Fast going from the thing to the strange. Here comes the portal. They're ready for it. Flume has the push ready. Not even to give them a shot for redemption. Here it is, coming out in the fold. They do find Soulless, but it is Crimson throwing the haymakers.
They were trying to body block through the portal, but they can't even recontest. Oh man, even with the pressure onto the invisible one, count your last days, because Linux Gaming has moved in for the first map.
Well, that was impressive. I mean, that was definitely a lot of fun in terms of just level of talent and play. One team looking a bit more locked in there, but domination, anything can happen. We'll see if Machimon here can go ahead and reset. But yeah, Yusha really showing up here. And we've seen him on a lot of teams, you know, in Ignite so far in stage 1. I believe he was on the original Citadel Gaming, and then it's kind of gone from team to team from there. But a lot of talent.
It's great to see how a lot of these individual players has also been able to slot in individually and make their adjustments to the different patches, right? And the different metas that we've seen thus far. Like you're telling me Crimzo right now is on the thing, 19-5 with 4 final hits, but it is Yusha coming in with 14 final hits. And then you give the MPP medal to Kurova to elongate these fights. You see that Machimon has used all their ultimates in a last expensive previous fight just for them to be dealing with this wave of zombies of Linux Gaming all over again.
Yeah, and really, if you look at the stats, I mean, it's pretty even up on most sides of it. And again, when you have someone like Ray Amazing, who's a very different duelist from some of the other players out there, right? Like, if you compare someone like Terra and Ray Amazing, they're just different in the ways that they play and the heroes that they resolve into. And love Ray Amazing on Mantis. Saw that a lot early on in multiple games into it. But yeah, good showing from them. There's a quick one at that, and Kurova showing again why he wants to maintain that title. And listen, we'll see other good Golden Gods, but he wants to be the Golden God in Adam Warlock as they secure that win. So Lunex Gaming gets that first bit of this pro matchup that we do have. Vicky, what do you think Machimon has to ban out and try to change to get a different result in map 2?
I would say Adam. Like, Adam is a problem. A lot of teams, we saw it in MRI, Cozy, like a lot of teams are forced to use up their bans onto the Adam just because that they're more afraid of Kurova Adam than, you know, forcing him onto a different strategist, even if it's a meta strategist. We're talking about Invisible Woman, right? Like, we know that Kurova's had a lot of time now to build up more experience on these other strategists because of so many target bans that he's dealt with, that now we could see a different look at Kurova's other strategist hero pool that he could pull from too. So I think Adam Warlock, if you can't diff Kurova on Adam, then maybe taking that out of the equation. Chapter 33, there was that one big mistake where his team had gone down, but he was still alive, and then they find him around the end to part of that fight. He uses his passive and then is forced to use his ultimate very early on the early part of the re-engagement for the next fight.
Yeah, especially in domination, right? I mean, especially with what Adam could do in this kind of triple sup meta. That's definitely a good point there. I think also just the Vanguard kind of strategy, you know, with what they're banning out there as we jump into this next matchup in Wakanda. So we'll have to see how they kind of use this with the defense going first. So Lunex, the group's going to be out of here. So try to force Crimson on these heroes that they want. Gambit, I don't think we'll be a part of it. With this level of play, I don't think we're going to see any Gambit anytime soon. But Flume, kind of hovering that Loki, that is what they played a ton in Ignite and beyond. So we'll see if that makes it through, Vicky, as we continue on with that save going back. And Ray Mason, they know what they want to play.
I was going to say, like, especially not in this matchup, right? We're never going to see Gambit probably see the light of day instead. But I do really like how we've been seeing so many more Angelas out, and there it is. I'm not surprised. Mochimon's like, get the Adam out of here. We would rather deal with Kurova Jeff if it comes down to it.
Yeah, and especially because you got the Manta save, and we've seen that team comfortable so much. When no matter what, it is a 6-player, team game. But when you have a couple people that have been playing so long together, they just, when you know your tendencies, especially as strategists, right? Like let's go to Kurova shoes. He knows where like Rai or his duelists are gonna go because he's just played with them, or Crimzo, right? He knows their tendencies on these maps and where to go ahead and kind of rotate with them, and that is a huge advantage. But the save is gonna go back over. I think Nectar definitely played the slot well there for Phoenix, so we're gonna get that save like that as we get the last ban potentially with Luna or with Loki getting saved.
And this is a really good ban that I'm actually liking from Machimon, because not only do we see that we're going to Hall of Jolly and they don't want to give Crimson the opportunity to rock out with that Groot, but then looking at the prioritization on making sure the Invisible Woman's not there, Hela getting bans next too, so you won't have those antis that you could see through, even with no Gambit in the equation too. Now looking to see how this is going to play out, especially when we talk about Hall of Jolly as a map.
And I think Avery is Stravery. I think so, and they played a lot of flyers back in the day, so maybe they were on Sentinels, in Ignite. We had a lot of roster mania. If that is them, I do like the Ultron pick there, and with Tap and Rocket. So this is again that triple sup meta that we're kind of been finding ourselves in, especially with Gambit and Sue in the fold. Yusha going back on the Phoenix, no shocker there. And as we see the rest of what they're locking in here, Amazing going to stay on the Mantis, Loki as well. Kurova on the Luna, what she has flexed into when needed.
It's really interesting to see too that the prioritization of the ban was rather on Hela instead of Phoenix, with how strong we've been seeing Phoenix too, even in that last game. But it comes down to the team up, right? Like you want to be more afraid of the Namor anti-team up together with the Hela dealing a lot of that damage, and there's a lot of open space on this map to reposition yourself and have better sightlines.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. As we see some very interesting right now out the gate. Nectar obviously just giving his armor to the team, going to swap over. And they're going to try to get them uncomfortable right off the rip. There's the Phoenix change. And wow, look at the aggression right off the bat. Full May setting up the clones already. Just throwing down the gauntlet as Month and Techie go on the top in here. Tap to follow. We'll see how they want to split these teams. Obviously, they try to take different lines, both the high ground and low ground. It's going to be kind of that mid ground on Main Street. Not often used, but this time around.
I like this little cheeky setup here together with Nectar and Stravery, or I guess you could say Avery, still out here with him being on the iconic Ultron that he has. But I like the split position as Techie gets a snipe onto Usher, who's trying to take a much more roundabout location in the back line.
Yeah, it was actually a big pick, and Kurova matching that, it was huge. Again, we saw this earlier with the team with Hawkeye, right? And they were able to kind of jump into it and continue the fight. So when you back up and at Kurova, someone like that, a strategist can get a pick to keep your team in it. Massive for your team to survive this hard to take defensive point. Month now trying to go a little bit aggressive. It's going to be fast though on the Angela. Saw him on the Thing. He's on the quite literal opposite character now in terms of mobility. Oh, 5 health and lower. Just a good job trying to get rid of Crimzo here, who we saw in Ignite play a good amount of Angela towards the end.
Look how much health he gets right there. I mean, both of the players that he has the drone on, he's just getting double the healing once they back away. I love the communication just to help with the field too, so he can stay alive, because he has the Annihilation. As you see the Silent Seduction immediately used to retaliate to stop the Annihilation from getting any of its progress. But a nice stun right here too. It's going to be able to force out Amazing to try to get the Soul Resurgence, but he gets with the Steep originally there too. Heaven's Retribution now coming forward, but it is Machimon who are dropping like flies.
That's insane. What the heck did I just watch? Did the Heaven Falls just come from Month? Is that what I just saw? Like I'm looking at the ults here, and I'm pretty sure that's what just happened.
Yep.
So I don't know what the hell I'm watching, but I get the Loki ult button confirm on, or maybe that was probably the strategy. But either way, that was a good defensive effort there from Loon X to keep themselves in safety. That was chaos.
I honestly think that he was looking to the skies, and then he saw the Angela instead of hitting Stravery, because I think he wanted the Annihilation.
Well, it didn't work out that way now. As Techie going up the Main Street, has that meteor in. He's going to have to find a massive pick, because right now Loon X on the defense has so many ults ready for them. Loki burning that as well is just absolutely just tough. Very tough to try to get what is already a really hard point to take, Vic.
Yeah, and now you're dealing with 4 ultimate. I mean, make it 5 on it. So Dogman with the Heaven's Retribution dropping down, and talk about that damage output from Tap 33. Machimon just trying to get the follow the picks that they need to enable Nectar after they find Crimson Silent Seduction out of range to catch the backline of Machimon as they take their time to get onto that point.
And Techie goes up, finds himself some love with the slam dunk, and oh my, overkill. His throw the whole world on Flamay. Now Flamay gonna get out of here quickly, and this is what they're gonna have to capitalize off of. But Dogman and Kurova, they find 2, and it's a big 2 with the strategist getting out of it. Now they're gonna hunt. They're gonna find the rest of this team. 54 seconds. So try to get all back together. You got one more chance in this thing. And with ults, Month is back up. You do have Ultron's ult as well. But you used a lot there, and just kind of what is a staggering of economy.
Yeah, I really like the way that Dogman's been playing Emma too, right? Like, we've been seeing the Sound of Seduction saved up just to counter the Ultron, which now Dogman won't have, so Stravery will be able to at least have a little bit of breathing room here once they try to force out the push together with Month, who also wants to be able to get that copy. See how they're going to be able to try to extend here by this choke before moving up.
Yeah, as we now have Uther versus Nectar. This is going to be a big responsibility of the duelist who can get this huge pick early now as we've got the ults going dry. Amazing and Month matching. Month now able to get the right ult, but not able to get the team alive enough as Flamay finds that quick pick. We saw what he could do on the God of Mischief and continues to do so. An absolute trickery of a hero. Now Uther finding the pick on Straver, and this is going to be all that has been said here. Mochimon on this point.
I barely heard the Annihilation voice line even come out right there. Like, immediately snapped Future up into the sky. What a hold right there from Lunex.
Yeah, ran out of batteries. I mean, just right when that thing started. And I mean, it was just perfect play from Lunex. And with the economy and management, they just were able to adjust perfectly. So we'll have to see. I mean, again, not the easiest point to take. So maybe we'll see if Mochimon can lock in and get a defensive effort on their own. They've got the players and the talents to do so.
You're running into that triple strategist composition. You want to roll it out all over again and try to match that from Mochimon. But better ult economy, maybe to rotate through this too. I'm back fast being on that Angela as Techie comes out with the Emma to match that of Dogman.
So looking up what they have, I mean, really not even a tick of the point was to be had. And this will definitely be a fun team to watch here, Vicky, as we continue down this thing. Again, a lot of chemistry. If they're able to seal it up, you know, definitely don't close the book yet. Anything can happen. We've seen it time and time again in Rivals. You know, I got to tell you, Vicky, while we have the floor, it's like the surrender button is used way too much in this game. There's so many just winnable fights, and obviously you'd never see it somewhere like this, but it's like you can win just about any fight in Rivals if you lock in enough, and right now that's what Mochimon's got to do.
Dude, it ain't over until it's over for real. That's my mindset as well. And then you have some people, sometimes they get to crash out, but then you have faith, and then you end up clutching a win, and it's the best feeling ever. So it ain't over yet here as Mochimon looking to set up on this defense. Linux Gaming now moving up, not really changing anything.
All right, now pushing Nectar up top. He's going to have a big task ahead of him. Has the Mantis boost, is fueled with the ammunition he needs. He's going to have to find Yusha early if this is a pick in the opposite way. And call this story good night now with Crimso in the skies, putting up the pressure early. They're going to rotate up in the top half of the building. The shot from Filmay, just continue after that clone boost. It cannot be spoken out about enough of what it can do healing and pressure-wise.
I'm not over it. Like, that is my favorite skin. It looks so good together, too, with the clones as well as the ornaments in her hair. If you're going to be able to get that next pick, though, helps him out just a little bit and forces out the pressure. But guess what? They swap over to the Doctor Strange, and they're looking to portal right back in.
Yeah, they have to if they're going to want to stay in this thing. And there it is, just like that. A very fun... I'm sad it's over. I'm going to be honest, guys. This was a fun player matchup, but it is going to be Lunex who quickly takes care of Mochimon and some great players on. I believe this is the upper bracket, though, so we should see more of these teams. Either way, if you enjoyed what you just saw, we will be seeing more of what we just got to witness. And Dogman getting that MVP as the Emma. What a fun one. A quick one, but a fun one.
Yeah, I don't think Dogman... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Dogman went down a single time. Like, I didn't see Dogman in the KO feed, well, not once. And that Emma Frost was not only a really good answer to deal with any Ultron shenanigans, it forces a swap, right? And they did try to force the Ultron for quite some time. So it was a great hold there, together with Crimzo splitting the piece, being on the Angela 13-1. Final hits kind of split up across the board here too, and Kurova with that Luna Snow not going down a single time and getting the impact of the damage output too.
Yeah, heroes from future past. Name of the skin is a great way to kind of sum up what we got to see there too in terms of play, and maybe a peek onto what some of these teams might become, right? Obviously, Orcs coming together, and a lot of these guys will remain where they were at, right? We kind of saw that, but it's fun to see, especially the America scene where we expect a lot of changes, Vicky. where we might go with these talented players into what is going to be a promising 2026. So, you know, who knows if this team's going to stay. I know a lot of these teams are kind of, it's just great players. They're like, hey, let's get something to go together for the MRC. But it's fun to see what, you know, you never know what might come out of this, right? And if these people are like, hey, we just won that whole thing, let's stay together.
I mean, it's the fact that you get to look earlier at the MRC from the EMEA region and then see a player like Terra, who was on, by the way, like a Black Widow at one point too. And it's crazy to see the action from the roster mania that we've had play things out on the MRC. But we got some more great action coming to you guys soon with more matches. Don't go anywhere because it's coming to you on the other side of this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Marvel Rival Championship Season 5. I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky, and we just got off what was an insane kind of Pro v Pro team matchup, and we continue on in what are some great electric games this evening for Rivals. We've been with you for about 4 to 5 hours now. We got more to go, Vicky, and a lot of great games with one coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this was going to play out because we see some familiar names on our screen, Cozy. I want to welcome the players because this is going to be an exciting one at that. Juker, Tonya, Haluk. This is going to be a good one here. I mean, with this team together, the Dill Ducks versus Rad Academy, which definitely got me in the first half. I ain't going to lie. I was looking back again, and I was like, oh, wait, it's not the same Rad.
Yeah, I know a couple of these in Rad, like March, I believe. But yeah, on the other side, Juker, Juker's fan club always shows up in the chat. He's got a lot of love here in the Rivals community. And looking towards the bans early, one big thing sticks out. Not only that we're in Krakoa, want to shout that out, but also... Gambit being saved. Been what, 3 matches since we saw Gambit, so that'll be fun.
And I'm surprised that he even got through within the first wave of bans, right? Because it's the Prio ban on the Angela and Invisiwoman instead. So you have the damage output, but that means that you have to delete the Daredevil from the equation so that way you don't have your just tears flowing from your eyes from the amount of damage you're going to be feeling. But that's going to be coming together with the Phoenix.
If I was, and listen, you know, we'll see how these teams match up, but if I felt like the other team had like more like mechanical talent, I might always just let Gambit in, right? Because you just never know what can happen, which is the chaos there in what his ult is. But yeah, looking at our last bans with Phoenix making it through, a lot of the similar things outside of Groot. We have not had a Groot save yet. We've not seen much of the tree thus far. Wolverine going to be banned, which is super funny because you have the Groot save. Obviously, it's on both sides, but it's like, okay, we obviously know now Rad is comfortable playing Groot themselves. Hawkeye going to be banned.
Pick your hero.
I mean, after all the Hawkeye we've been seeing, I don't blame them. I mean, Hawkeye especially, too, together with Gambit, oof, that's going to be crazy. So you take that out as well, and you talk about the Groots, right? Because Grimzo was banned from being able to utilize his Groot from our last series. So we get to see the tree walking up again, together with the Star-Lord and Phoenix that we also continuously see.
Yep, there's the double tree. Haluk going to be the top in there. Cyber going to be on the Magneto. Juker, we know what he could do in the DPS front. We've seen a lot of the Dill Ducks. They've been great. A team that has consistently been towards the top echelon of Rivals and kind of right there. I think they're going to benefit greatly from this new system, Vicky, of kind of where you place the MRC, getting points and getting up there and being invited to the big leagues here. So going to pay close attention. And Rad, got a couple players we know, Rad Academy, but we'll have to see how they stack up.
Excited, especially now coming into Season 5. Different changes from the last time we were being able to see the action unfold at top-level play. Bit hard here with the Dill Ducks. I'm expecting this series, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the distance at this point. And now we're going to get started just looking at what we have ready for us as Jazzy gets the shields up real quick before making the swap back over to the Gambit.
All right, here we go. Haluk on the tree, and just hidden in there is going to be, you see the top end, he's got that little raccoon charm. It looks like Rocket on the back. Not quite, though. I think the top end like this approach with what they want to roll with. And again, a question mark for Rad Academy and who they are and how they play. We're about to find out. No, Dill Ducks is pretty aggressive, though, with Juker at the helm, and now going right to the point, ready to clash.
Ready with the smoke pressure here, too. They're looking to the skies, making sure that they can find these Star-Lords here, too. Haluk also just waiting. Also could put down that wall where he won't get influence here, too, with the CC. But then you can't even fly in the area of Juker because he's got a net around him to catch you.
Yeah, look out for that stun and the quick follow-up. We knew Juker was going to go ahead and slam that down quickly. Now going up in the sky quickly, 45% in climbing. Going to rotate over. Already get the point. That's a tough one at that. Going to have to rotate back here right now. And if you're Rad Academy, let's slow things down. Try to get things back into your direction. Gambit is going to be close, though, to ult, so they can use that. But right around the corner is going to be Dill Ducks. The map's the same. We're kind of just hanging out in the back end here, trying to look for their opportunity.
Giving more of that progress, though, to Dildux being on this point here. He leads over, nade over to the side, but Stacey's going to be able to have that Endsong Infernal. Oh, and you see the Gambit ultimate immediately used up from the very other side here, but with an anti to follow up. Looked like almost like an interruption at the very same time with that stun, but they get the follow-up, and Rad Academy have the number advantage.
Yeah, really good timing in locations of the Duelist when that ult was activated, able to get the quick 1-2. Now, you do have the Gambit on the other side. We've seen this kind of trade back and forth. But yeah, with Loki now out of that ult as well, that was actually a big win for Rad altogether. So great job being patient. The biggest example of it so far is kind of hanging out, waiting for their opportunity. And wow, they definitely striked at the right time.
All about knowing, you know, if you're close enough to be able to utilize your own Gambit ult without the Loki being able to use their ult. You know, sometimes you just need it here. Just setting up the Star-Lord into position, though. They need to shut him down as he doesn't have the Legendary just yet. Taking to the skies, though, is a Meteor, and can they find him? From March here, going over to the other side to find that backline, finding Kuna at the same time, and none of the ultimates were able to get that impact looking at Dilda specifically because they really wanted to rely on the Galactic Legend.
I was talking Dildux. It's Rad that's using their Gambit ults perfectly, right? They were able to use Wonderland combined with the Legendary, and yeah, just right there, Kuna was getting close to his Legendary, but was unable to throw it out there. Good job from March. Wishing happy holidays. Close to the season. 'Tis the season, I guess, too, as well. 54% climbing.
Getting up here with Rad Academy, nearing 60% already. Dildux have these 3 ultimates, and as you already mentioned, it didn't have the Gambit ultimate the way that they needed, but with the Galactic Legend, it forces them back for now. Rad Academy are okay with just trying to hide behind these Groot walls here, but they have to worry about Luke, who has the Groot Hug instead. The Lanterns have been used up too, and the Endsong Inferno for the reset comes out.
Yeah, and you know what? You might as well use it if you're Kuna because both your strategies are pretty far. But look at, you know, the Loki now has the ult and about to get eliminated there, but was able to, you know, get it off very quickly. Right now, they're staggered in their ult economy play. This is not what you want to see. We saw this earlier whenever you're just kind of frazzled and you kind of just throwing ults out and not really getting the opportune combos from him. March doesn't need combos, though, as he goes 1-2. But the happy holiday continues. Dildux did get that point on a little cheeky cat, Vic, so you will give him that. But yeah, right now, they're a bit down.
And they did hold it for quite some time, but I'm just liking the Gambit follow-up ultimates from Red Academy instead, just knowing when to triple in, and Wonderland will be able to get that copy with the God of Mischief for this next fight. Well, Dildux don't really have anything to contest through the choke point. He has it right now, but he's going to be forced to use it, and they're nearing that 90% mark. But look what's happening behind them. Dildux have one player that snuck up. It gets recontested immediately afterwards, but now nobody from Dildux is left to really follow up.
Great switch there from with Wonderland going to the Gambit, get the 2-piece behind the portal. That was a beauty. Hello, Rad Academy. Welcome to top level play. Good to have you here. Dildux going down on the first map in Krakoa.
The Gambits, man. The Raging Royal Flush. You get 2 of them. It's double trouble with these God of Mischiefs, but it's about how you utilize it. You really want to set up your Star-Lord to have that Galactic Legend and to pop off too, but I really like the attention too that Red Academy has had, specifically from Stace, who's been able to catch him with this Phoenix.
Yeah, for sure. And when you look at what they have going in this next point, right, obviously Gambit going to be ready to lock and load for Dildux on the other end. Brad won't have it. So if you Dill, you got to go aggressive here right off the rip, right? Obviously, could line up close to Kuna. They were kind of off sync beforehand too, right?
Yeah.
So couldn't use it early, and then, Loki had their ult, but then was behind, and you couldn't do much from there. So we'll have to see what they end up doing with it. Cyber doesn't have to worry about the defensive ult too much. A, because March just switched over to the Iron Fist, but also because they were a while from needing something like it. Here they go, 2-1 though. Down go the gates. And here we jump into map number 2, the portal to bring them to that point quickly.
Oh, I like this actually right now. They're gonna be able to just make the swap up at the very end once they get everybody taxied into the point to block out their entrance. Also getting information, they see the Cloak and Dagger right through the portal to try to get the damage boost, forcing them back and also having the Lantern to cover more space.
Great play there mechanically. Oh my, hey, Iron Fist, you cannot block that one. Wax on, wax off, spawn room for you, my friend. And there is going to be the Gambit ult used throughout the rip, which I wanted to see. I said aggression-wise, that's the way to go. Kuna now, I guess, could use this Legendary. Again, it's been off sync, but Loki's a while away, so now this would probably be the time to use it. Obviously going to have low quickly here with their ult, so they'll look to try to put the aggression on early as well, Vicky.
Also looking to see if they can have any wombo combo opportunities. So Luke does have that group hug, but Juker trying to say this is going to be even better though, with Dildux finally having the advantage onto the point first with Rad Academy. Now wrapping around, they've lost out on one, so no Endsong Inferno before coming right back, but they're going to be able to have the space just for now, so that way they can wrap up those ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, going to go towards the top, and yeah, just like that, we did see that legendary create that pressure. Duelists don't always have to get the, the picks. Sometimes you just have to get them unaligned and mispositioned. And here we go. The winning hand goes out. We'll see if they're able to get the house on this one now. Throwing it down. They're going to get a huge combo there. March and this duelist just continue to go down for Rad Academy and do what they need to pull off. Now with the Groodle, it's going to continue for success. 50% up already, though. Not a bad job from the Duck.
Man, Gambit being able to get away right there, too. The turnaround from Rad Academy, they flip it. Yeah, and just like you said, 54% at least in favor of extra credit for Dildux. They just have to be more in sync with the way that they've been able to follow up more of these ultimates together, but Rad Academy have 4 ults to answer back.
All right, they're going to reset up. They got the point defensively. We do have the Gambit ult here for Dildux. Kuna a bit away, so they can just go neutrally aggressive. But Rad kind of has what they need as well. And if you're ult tracking this, you may not want to do it.
Oh.
Goes into the yeah, maybe they knew that March had his legendary. They go that way, but I don't think 2 of them. I don't know. We'll have to see now as the Gambit Pepper Fold goes out. Rad Academy going to continue on with the wreckage. That was rough.
Yeah, I guess it's like raining meatballs here with these Maga nades too, because then you won't be able to even get the follow-up. Instead, Rad Academy now wrap up with the Gambit ultimate that they just had too, with the God of Mischief gets getting that copy. And they're boosting up their points here, their progress on the point, and a stagger to add onto the group.
Yeah, I know Loki's been on the meta for a little bit, but we're seeing some rust here on the Loki copies, somewhat in this MRC, but Havoc pushing on forward. Rad Academy just now going over the 54%. Able to clean up Krakoa if they can hold on to this point. Dildux, this would be a bit of an upset as far as this team and the players on it. You have Kuna with the legendary. Juker can match with it. They've got what they need. Happy Holidays is up, though. It's going to be Kuna here first. Seeing what they can get out.
Wow, these lamps, though. The Loki lamps just stopping that completely before he slams things down together with the Phoenix and Song Infernal. It finds 2. Time is of the essence, and with no group hug, put that back in the spawn room gates because Dildux are now desperately trying to portal back into the play.
I've been impressed with the duelist play here from Rad Academy. Again, a team we didn't know as much about, but really able just to be in sync. I mean, for a team that we don't know how they played as a unit, I've come away more impressed with their symphony of madness here now, quickly trying to get it in. Some quick last eliminations, holding on. Dildux, their last bit of effort. No ults to name, though.
Super getting slapped out, though. Together with the walls, providing some extra pressure. Cyber is going to be able to get the trade-off, though. Phoenix for Phoenix. The Wonderland's got the copy first as he tries to come in together with the Gambit ultimate. The Raging Royal Flush. Is it going to be enough as they find the other Gambit from the other side? Kuna falling low here. He's going to be able to get right back up to help. And Juker making the desperate swap over to the Spider-Man.
Alrighty, hello, Rad Academy with the 1-2 to get the quick pop and the Agamotto out. Nice play there, and the Loki pick's going to be massive. I'm going to give time for this team to get back here a bit. Kuna can maybe get there, but the Legendary's going to be all too late. Welcome to the MRC, Rad Academy. Good to have you.
March doing March things there too, right? It was just a nail in the coffin after they cleaned up that last straggler that was a Doctor Strange from Dildux. Good look here for Rad Academy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely was impressed with the level of play. We just saw something like this, right? Where it's like we kind of saw the team that was able to have their flow a bit. Man, Lady Loki, by the way, just so good. It's so fun to have this skin in the game here. But yeah, altogether, I was impressed with the way that they didn't break. They didn't get too excited from winning that first one, too. They kind of just locked in from there. Gave 50% up on the second point, but it was not much. And again, the Loki copies have been anything but highlight worthy thus far.
17-1, going down one time. I mean, look at the KO difference that we see right here. March getting enabled, getting into a much better positions too compared to Kuna with those 13 final hits. But the sustainability is the highlight for me, at least. Even with Kanya making that desperate swap over to the Doctor Strange with the portal, just so that way they could recontest in overtime. Looking at the Gambit and Loki play, though, between Rad Academy, it's just night and day. 22,000, 24,000 support here.
Yeah, what we were pointing out too, we said, hey, the Gambit save was from Red Academy. And you know what? I think that was definitely really well done from them. You know, we might not see that make it through the next time because the first ban might go to that Gambit. But clearly, one team liked the Gambit a bit more, right? We know Juker and what this team can put together can definitely, you know, have the talent mechanically. But right now, that was a dominant performance from Rad Academy as they're going to look to get right back in it. But if a team can easily get this thing right back, again, domination, anything can happen, right? On both sides. But I'm telling you, Ducks, they've got all the talent. I would not be surprised at all to see a 1-1.
Yeah, I honestly, I said this from the very beginning. I'm expecting this to go distance alone just by seeing the way that a lot of these fights played out. I'm curious, like you mentioned, the pick and ban phase, like the Phoenix was a problem too, right? So maybe we've been seeing the Phoenix ban because Phoenix, I believe, was protected in that game. It wasn't like any other team had just banned it. And the Star-Lord too. Star-Lord from March was another problem. So remember, these are universal bans. So if you take that away, you're also taking that away from your own team.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong for Ducks went wrong, and everything on the opposition went right for Rad Academy. So let's look for them to correct the ship, especially starting here in the pick and ban phase. We'll be able to tell you guys immediately if they're going to be able to correct that ship quickly. We do know Celestial Husk will be the next map that we will jump into. So we sometimes see this back-to-back domination. You know, funny enough, if I'm Ducks, I don't like that. With what just happened in domination, I almost would want to kind of slow things down and go back to the basics of the other game modes. But hey, you know what? You got to give it to them there for when we do jump into the madness shortly. But looking at the difference again, I think it does start at just getting the strategist lined up with the duelists in the right way and the vanguards to follow.
Yeah, and then seeing how the Vanguards could get followed up on, right? Because the fact that the Vanguards also weren't able to really find their footing. We saw the Gru action, but there were so many times where the counter rotates were coming out from the team that was really able to take on control over the high ground, find those picks, which was Rad Academy at first. Now going up to Celestial Husk, you kind of have a very similar format, right? Where you usually go over to that first round, you got that high to low ground disposition that you could hold on to, and it's the Angela that gets banned, and I love that ban because you know that Angela is a menace on this map.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I thought maybe it would go to Gambit because right there's the safe. But you know what? That just says Ducks are confident in what they have at play and Jassy and what they were able to do. Again, look to reset. You know, I'm not going to take much from that first map. We'll go and reload and show what you have. Love the Blade Lord, by the way. I always pick a hero to kind of master for one season. Blade was this time. I love Blade. I think he's slept on. I think he's pretty.
I agree.
He's definitely fun. In pro play, it's tough because just the way that his engage goes with the blade and the shotgun, and he's not doing enough with the anti-heal and other people getting it. But man, he's a fun hero.
A team with good communication shuts them down, but I really like the opportunity to have like an stack up too. If you have Venom as well and you see a triple strategist lineup that you're dealing with, it comes in clutch. I definitely agree with you. I feel like Blade and Thor individually, like Thor too, obviously like having his own buffs, it's really hard to play him at high elo and get away with a lot of Thor shenanigans, especially with how strong too a lot of the strategies that we've had this season has been between Gambit and Invisiwoman. But there is no Invisiwoman. We do have Gambit though, as it was protected.
Yeah, and the Wolverine's going to make it through this time around. It was banned last time, right? With the group being saved as well. So that's going to definitely give a bit of a different look this time around. Last ban on each side. Great Loki play on one team today each time and not on the other. So we'll see if that continues. The Star-Lord ban was huge. March definitely had the upper hand against Kuna that entire time. So I think even though you've got Kuna, who clearly didn't agree probably on that ban because you have him highlighting it right there, I think this is probably a better look for them. And last ban, they're going to go to Phoenix. So definitely a different look.
Pick your hero.
I'll take that away if March was able to run away with a lot too, right? Because then you take away some of the strategists and then you're also opening up the floor for Rocket Phoenix perhaps. So just take out the Phoenix too. And we get to see the Protect onto the group really come out again. Once again, like, I don't believe we've been able to see the group before this series alone. So it's a nice little change up. We've been seeing so many different heroes make their own mark throughout the MRC just for the first day.
All right, teams are locking in to what we might see for the rest of it. And really, what Gambit does, right? So the ult's crazy. What's not talked about enough is just the cleanse. Because the cleanse slows down so much, right? So first of all, you already have just the exhausting Loki and Gambit double ults, right? It's just so much going at you. But the problem is, Vicky, is when you look at different heroes that can counter this, the cleanse just helps that much more. Now, Groot has to track these cleanses to use his ult, and there's just so much more to keep, in track.
A lot of Groots just, at that point, if you're not very good at keeping track too of like how many cards have been used up as well, because I believe it's 6 seconds before each card pops up in his hand, You also want to not take the risk of knowing that he's got Raging Royal Flush and your Gru ult just goes for nothing at that point and gets immediately countered.
It just changes the game, man. Anytime we get Loki Gambit, it's just a lot of.
It's so good.
It's so different. Like there's just so much to track constantly, and it's just how do your duelists perform in these big matchups. That's why Dill Ducks, definitely don't want to count him out, right, Vic? I mean, is what Juker could do in Kuna. I've seen Kuna on roll before too, so with that save coming in, could be a lot better. Loki rotating out with the strategist. Interesting rotation here.
What in the Doctor Strange portal to cut them off? I mean, I've never seen a Loki just dip so fast like that, by the way, as a Luke finds Havoc. Nice little cheeky plays, but guess what? That just opened up the floor for Dill Ducks to walk for free on this point first.
Absolutely now looking towards it. Getting that early cap's huge. We've seen this go forever here in terms of how long it takes to cap the first point. So already getting that is going to be a W for Dill Ducks alongside the quick pick there from Juker. Look at this guy to lock in.
Ready. He's got the Bucky out to play. Let's go home movie out here too. Tracking impact reset galore, especially with the Loki close too. Just got to make sure that you try to bait out those slams as well. They're going to try to take a different roundabout rotation over to the low ground.
Yeah, when you look in here, one thing you have to look out for if you're a Bucky player, right, is going back to that cleanse. He can cleanse the ult. So where you used to have, like, let's say Bucky could feed off clones, right? A little bit tougher to do so when you do have cleanse involved. Still not easy to get that cleanse off, so it's not an ultimate answer. But there is going to be hella get Kuna out of this. And they give Rad Academy the opening here. And uh-oh. Do we have double ult going on from Rad Academy? Did that just happen? No, potentially?
Oh man, it looks like it
was
right there too. Yeah, it was. They had done this both together. That was a miscommunication, and that could have cost them honestly this round alone with the amount of progress the Dill Ducks have already gotten, and how long it takes to even build up both those ultimates.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we want to keep things exciting here, but when you use two, we just complimented this team for being so locked in on perfect play, and that was as bad as it could get, especially for something like the Gambit ult now, because Dill Ducks, they're going to have their Loki ult ready to go to Gambit, and it's like, good luck from this point on. So now they just have to win something in the neutral. Not easy assignment to do in the meta that's out right now with what they have. But March with the Dance of the Butterflies could find success here. We'll have to find out. 86% though already for Dill Ducks.
Getting the copy, the God of Mischief, and Gambit folding up as Haluk chases down March. Why are you running as he holds down the fort here on the point? No cheap cap back, or rather capping in the back line is going to come out as Dill Ducks are planting their feet for this first round, and that is the result of what we just talked about, Cozy. When you make a mistake like that, even early game, and they had a rough portal play in, it's not going to work out for you, and now you just have to GG and reset to go to the next round. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, outside the pick and ban phase, it could take just a couple of mistakes, to be had. But if you look at it now, obviously, Rad, it's like, okay, well, you definitely have a lot of the advantage here going into this next point, trying to get that early, although they're swapping a ton of heroes. They had 3 ults. They just swapped 2 of them to go down to 50%. Obviously, want to change some things up regardless. Do you have the Dance of the Butterfly with the Seduction to roll into? And if you Dill Ducks, you're just looking to survive the first couple minutes.
What say you?
Kanye actually ends up going Jeff here. I like the change up, at least. If they're going to go for the Animal Crossing backline, maybe try to enable Juker. If they do commit to the Rocket, maybe it's just for the shields for now. Looking on the other side, too, Rad Academy just trying to follow suit in the same thing, getting those extra shields before making the probably the swap back over to the Loki. It's not like you lose as much of that ult charge together, and that is exactly what they do. They're going to be rolling out with March also having that Dance of the Butterfly, like you mentioned, and it's going to be another portal play this time for Dill Ducks again.
The future is
all right. Here we go. Both going straight to the point. If you March, double dash into that butterfly to open things up. I mean, they can go lanterns and spread the clones quickly, so we'll see how fast he decides to do it. There they go, jumping in. Not going exactly right to one another, but there's a quick pick on the Juker. That's a big one to set up some success, and they didn't even need an ult to do so. They're getting 2 out of there quickly. Hello, Rat.
That hook, getting just the 2-for-1 combo right there, I mean, that is free feasting. So you would think that maybe we're going right back to Thanksgiving, as our Rad Academy, they retake this point in a strong start.
Yeah, I mean, they changed to get off the ults. Get the ults back. Doesn't matter at all. And just one in the neutral. I mean, that was perfection from Rad Academy. Looking at Dill Ducks, they're getting closer to come back around. But Rad needs to space these ults out like they did in Krakoa. And they can find easy success here on this part of the map.
That's in his position, though. He's gonna look to see if he can get the dive down here. Ultimate online. Seeing the Captain America right behind him, just trying to get the goal, just stalling for as long as possible with the dance of the butterflies, putting up these brute walls too, helping out his team, evicting the Sarlacc back into the low ground.
Wow, okay, now with this, March rotate out here. Looking at it, 39%. There's the winning hand up, and there's the match to follow. So this is going to be a ton of just mechanical talent at display. March with the 1-2 click, and oh my, Juker trades instantly. The Loki going down early, though, is going to be a big kick for them. The sibling to the captain of the first division, leading into the group. Combo wombo, but it is Rad Academy getting the best of it.
And now they're going to be able to stand in numbers here. Bucky's going to come right back together, and I like what we're seeing because Wonderland will be able to get the copy onto the Gambit in the form of the God of Mischief and get the Raging Royal Flush. And then looking at Dildux, it's really Kanya that's going to have to match that together. So will they hold it here and try to predict after calling out the economy from Dildux is the question.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, with Wonderland ready to go to your point, I mean, this is just going to give them all the momentum needed. But we'll see if they can continue this neutral game they've been able to put up thus far. Kuna going to look for an early hit. Not able to get success on Logan thus far. And a quick pop. Juker goes down again. This is the third time picked early there, Vic. Giving them so much of an advantage. Hard to get the Gambit down in the ult. Unable to take them down all the way. Holding is going on the Raging Royal from both sides. And right now, it is just an absolute gauntlet of damage, but no Elins as they're trying their best to get him out of the Lanterns. Nice hit there from the strategist, but going back to safety is Group.
He says, get over here. The Groot wall's just trying to protect him, but it's a huge wall at that to at least force out a reset. Overtime taking away at 99% in favor for Rad Academy to come back from their mistakes after that first round in March. Kuna, though, Luke brings them all grouped up together as Mark tries to help them out after they had used up the Raging Royal Flush. Stasis still collecting heads.
Yeah, one using the flush, one not. And Rad definitely wanting to just seal that one up. It makes this thing interesting. Again, it just takes one mistake to fold. But Gambit, he never folds, Vic. He never folds. That's why you come right back into this thing with Codex as our last map.
That's why his money doesn't jiggle. It only folds here whenever he gets the profit from that Raging Royal Flush, man. Again, it's like nightmares. I'm telling you. It's one of those old voice lines that you hear, you're like, all right, you got it. That's yours. Yeah, I'm giving it to you for free. But even better, though, to look at us going to this third round, Cozy, and seeing the ult economy, right? Because if you're looking at Rad Academy, yeah, they use that Raging Royal Flush at the very end, but they've staggered the ultimates enough here where Wonderland, Loki specifically, being able to build up that ultimate quickly, and then Jazzy on the other side and Kanya, though, will both have that Raging Royal Flush, which is great news for Dildux.
No, that's a good point, Vicky. Can you imagine if they had him scream, "Ooh, I'm about to make a name for myself," and that's all you heard over and over, like the whole time? I mean, I would have been just love hearing that on the global announcements over and over. But here we go. Yeah, it's a great point, though, in terms of what they have. You know, Red Academy had to use that Gambit ult to get the final secure. Wonderland's far away from it. And if Dildux can patiently use theirs here, they should be able to get this thing up pretty high before it's taken back.
I wanted that voice line so bad, Cozy. I'm pretty sure I was bothering Guangguang so much when we went up to E at LAN. I'm like, please, I want to hear it so bad. But getting to see him fold instead has been a different experience. You have the Kraken impact if you're looking at the button right now. Just with Stace, he's been able to find a lot of these crucial picks. But Raging Royal Flush comes out first. God of Mischief activates from Tanya. And Dildux, they're going to be able to hold forward.
There's Kuna getting a pick that they needed to try to get some momentum here. But there it is once again right now. The battle of the Buckies is definitely going towards Rad Academy. Juker getting juked here. And wow, once again, 1-2 pop. It is the Winter Soldier himself pushing forward. The cap's going to go to Dildux, though. But not without pressure here, pushing in. One ult left there. Jazzy does have the Gambit. But just to follow, Wonderland can match it.
That's how strong it is to have this ult economy going to the next round on these domination maps. Cap can't go anywhere. Stasis just forced to watch from upside, and before he gets some revenge, the Kraken impact, the Meteor M, it misses its mark. They keep Stasis alive, and now they get the copy, but they shut down Wonderland, which is even bigger. Shout out to Kuna from being able to keep Dildux in the driver's seat.
Yeah, really good elimination there from Kuna, who's locked in on this last bit of the match here to come back, make this thing interesting. Now Juker gonna get the best of Gambit once again. So at this point, Juker and Kuna, exactly who needed to step up, answer the call. 60% and climbing. And guess what? Never folds coming back, 75% and up.
I'll keep hearing it in my nightmares later today, it looks like. More accurate, though, is going to be the Captain America setting up the stage for Rad Academy, and Stace right behind him, being on the buggy, but the wall to block them out. It's fine. They can just jump right over it with the Raging Royal Flush, as somebody needs to stop Stace. But that is the damage output that we were expecting. Can they finally flip the point, though, is the question, because Dill Ducks, they were holding on to this point for so long, Cozy. They're already at 84%.
Yeah, Stace has impressed me today, too. That uppercut, oh my gosh, got like 3 with it in just 1 quick hit. Does have what he needs, too. But looking at what Rad Academy would have to do, I mean, man, they used a lot to get it. Wonderland's a bit far away. They'd have to stagger this fight out, but with Dill Ducks having a Gambit ult to boot with Haluk, this could be the exclamation point outside the Desperation portal, but from there, it's the rotation of ults, and here we go. Dance with the butterflies. Marshall's going to try to find something for Rad Academy. Oh, boy.
Try to use, I mean, if anything, fighting ghosts here from the back, and now with an anti to try to follow up. They see the lamps and they're like, all right, we back away in time anyways. Dill Ducks, they had reclaimed that point just as quickly as they saw Rad Academy trying to desperately hold on to it, and now Wonderland, they do find these 2 picks. Is it going to be enough? But look, bringing them all grouped up together, stopping them from anyone from trying to contest, but look who's behind them. There's going to be a late contention from the Captain America, but with no support. Good luck, and the Doctor Strange portal comes out to get the overtime run.
A great job in the neutral, kind of going all in there, unable to get anything from the Cyclical. Really hurt this team, even with getting the picks that they got. Time is going to be ticking down, and you see Juker's going to be able to land this impact, to make the impact, to make this a 1-to-1. Dill Ducks not out of this thing here now as Gambit ult goes up once again. It's going to be the side of Rad Academy, though, so look out. Wolverine slicing these dice, and Havoc finding now Groot. Haluk is out of this thing. Just like that, 26%, long way to go, but they're trying to get this back, and they're going to do so.
Flip it back here. Wow, Dill Ducks, they at least have a plethora of ultimates to work with, but it could be met right here from Rad Academy. The only difference is that Wonderland will not have that God of Mischief to get a Raging Royal Flush to themselves, which Dill Ducks will have 2 of.
Yeah, I honestly, just great neutral play there. You know, after March missed that ultimate, it was going to spell doom, but they were able just to follow up with it. Haluk didn't get the connection. They won it from the Groot. And Havoc with the quick swap to Logan. This helped this team out now as they climb up. 99 to 99, but here it goes. We've got Low throwing out the Gambit ult, and there's a huge momentum shifter as March finds 1, 2, 3 and collapses. Don't use too much here, but Rad is on top.
Said spells like Doom. I know Doomsday is pretty ahead of itself right now coming up in a few months out here, but seeing the way that Rad Academy has been able to play March, getting that Dance of the Cutterfly shortly, and Havoc having that Wolverine ultimate ready to go, looking at what Dill Ducks is going to be able to try to cycle through, because that cost them that Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, can March get this pick now with the Dance of the Butterfly? But it doesn't matter because he's going to go ahead and use that early into the push. Haluk going to go with the Groot ult. That's going to find 1-2 for Kuna, feasting as the Wolverine he is. Rampage going up. There goes the Jam on the other side to slow down the next ult, but right now, time's ticking. Dill Ducks is kicking, and it's looking like Rad Academy is on the road.
I mean, isolating 2 alone off that Wolverine ult just completely negated any sort of scariness from the Dance of the Butterflies, and now Dill Ducks, they're walking up, and they take the point.
That was an odd, Vicky, that was an odd map 3. Like, that was just, there's a lot of trade backs, back and forth. A great match, if you're looking at it all together, with Dill Ducks doing exactly what we thought. If anyone was going to go 1-1, they've got the talent to do so. Able to lock in there with the early Gambit ult into Haluk with the clutch Groot. And then Kuna for the finish. Kuna, Juker definitely showed what they can do talent-wise for this team. And we got ourselves a 1-1 against, I would say, a bit of the underdog in Rad Academy against Dill Ducks.
Yeah, I honestly, seeing the way that Dill Ducks struggled in that first map, it wasn't like it was, even though they were at 90% plus within that first flip, and they held it for quite some time just to be able to get that 1 game alone. It was pretty tough, though, looking at what just happened and transpired for the first map. Now we're going on to a map number 3, and you know me, Cozy, I like going the distance. Looking at the scoreboard alone, Stace was popping off on that Bucky, as we've noted, and Mark's doing the deed, even with the Psylocke nerfs, 31 KOs in total, going down about 7 times there, but being the nuisance that he was, forced out Dill Ducks to also just try to call him out.
Yeah, anytime you see the stats kind of, I don't want to say lopsided like this, but really favoring one team this heavy, it's like, well, dang, you know, how did that team not come out on top? It's just honestly better coordinated play. They were able to get the points when it mattered, and Dill Ducks keep this thing interesting, that is for sure. And really, it came to not only the big ban phase, I thought they did a bit better, outside the Gambit ban that we thought maybe we wouldn't see, and that's the big difference. Think about what we saw in Gambit play there in comparison to that first domination. So surely we won't see another domination, but for this last map, you know, I think they might both want to keep Gambit in it.
I agree. And with the Lokis too, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of MVPs coming out with the Lokis. I'm not too surprised there. But it's about the timing on when to get the Raging Royal Flush and to prevent any sort of staggers between the ultimates that you want to combo together, right? These follow-ups that you need. Because like we saw within that first round alone, it literally costed him the entire round making a mistake like that in the early game.
I feel like Loki Gambit is the new Adam Warlock Gambit, or even just the Raspberry. Just like as casters, as viewers, it's like it's just pure chaos out there. But both these teams, they've shown they're comfortable with it, and at this point, either can take it. It's really the neutral play though from Rat Academy has impressed me going forward with this, and so we'll have to see if Stace can continue to put the team, and lead the team in the duelist position as we hop into our last map between these two in a great matchup off of the pro team face-off. This has been heat.
Great so far. Universal Bands coming out in a Game 3 series, looking to see what the next Protect is going to be. I'm wondering, is it going to be the Gambit here? It's going to be the Groot instead. So maybe the Gambit on the other side. The Groot was something that Dill Ducks also liked using themselves. Obviously, Haluk was the other one that we also were able to really see come to life with that. Now looking at the Gambit Protect, it does come out after they saw that, they're going to be able to ban the Invisible Woman. They don't want to have the double Gambit and Invisible Woman coming up. And they don't want the damage output if they're going to protect the Gambit with the Mantis together.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with the pick bands coming together, kind of similar to what we've seen. And I feel like all the map 3s that we've had, Vic, have been on this map. How many times are we going to continue to see this 0.1 kind of coming down to the wire here in play? And usually it's been the team with a bit more of the skilled duelists to get that upper edge in those crucial picks early. Going to be Phoenix making the cut through it this time. Jukri wants to take a name back for themselves after the Krakoa Phoenix that we saw earlier.
Yeah, after Phoenix was banned earlier too, right? So they're going to be able to try to roll out with that one. This time around, the shackles have been broken. And No Mantis once again to see what this last Protect is going to be. Maybe... I was going to say the Star-Lord, because the double bans that we saw from the duelist side in that previous game, Cozy, was onto the Phoenix and Star-Lord. Now we get the double Protect, though, from both sides, so it's going to be almost reminiscing of that first game that we had.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, this is looking a lot like it. And with the last ban for Rat Academy, if you take a look at what that team did well, what do you want to get rid of the most? And obviously with Wolverine, or with Groot still being in there, I think that was one of the better picks for Dill Ducks. Like that, save a ton. They're going to go with the Mag. For the last ban for Dill Ducks, I mean, I guess you could technically get rid of the Wolf or something, but, could have played okay there. So we'll see what they go with as their final choice for map number 3.
Something that would prevent, like, a stall opportunity, since that's what Gambit compositions really want to rely on. Interesting, getting rid of that Magneto, though. And it is going to be the Captain America. You talk about some stalling opportunities. Okay, so I like both teams, honestly. Like, I don't favor one over the other necessarily, because, again, these are universal bans. But when you don't have Mantis and you see the Protect on the Groot, it forces your hand to also use up that ban onto the Mantis, because Mantis just being able to, like, enhance Groot's, like, walls, and then if you have Loki, which you could expect if you see the Protect onto the Gambit, is even scarier, because it also helps out with Loki's lamps as well. So looking to see how that's going to be able to move forward, looking at the Rockets perhaps too, but I'm just still expecting the Gambit and Loki duo of the strategists.
I was begging for the Loki to be the last ban here, but nope, we're not going to get it. And we've seen this map come down to 0.1 both times we've been on it. Don't think that'll be the case this time with so much offensive firepower, but we'll have to find out here shortly, as first team up on attack is going to be Rad. And listen, March back on that Star-Lord, as you pointed out, really cooked. We're able to not only use the Gambit ults effectively, but just got those picks when needed here late in this MRC for season 5.5. 10 seconds left, counting down. Here we go, Vic.
Love it, because you go into a new season, you see the patches, you see nerfs, right? And everyone's like, oh man, Phoenix, no animation cancel. But then you have Phoenix coming out and dealing the most explosive damage. Very map dependent too, being able to see how they're going to be able to approach. But they saw the portal, they noted that there was going to be a portal coming up, and they're trying to wrap up behind them up on the high ground.
And going right into this aggression. Always love this here from top teams. Rat Academy showing that they can do it as well. Either portal goes to the back or right on the point. I like this back point a little bit more. Going on the health pack, you kind of just like insects, just hiving in this nest and trying to force them to jump in. Look at Haluk as Groot. Hard to hide someone that big, but he's doing so. Trying to get them in the trap of the walls.
Sometimes could be the old battery that you need, as Stay says. All right, you want to chow me up by that window. I got the support I needed. Rat Academy King of the Hill literally forcing Dilduck to play not only off that low grab, but splitting their attention. What an opening for Rad Academy to take this point.
Yeah, great job there from Havoc in the early pick on Emma. I'm going to go ahead and rotate. And what I said this is going to go far beyond point one with these two teams. We didn't even need a Gambit ult to get it done. That was just really well precise play from Rad.
That was so quick too, right? Going forward now, you're going to look at the ult economy from both these teams, and they could get stopped in that next checkpoint here right before you get by those stairs. The Rad Academy now moving up with the Venom, already taking control over the space, while Dilduck struggling to prevent any sort of dagger, but also just holding down the defense here, holding on to this high ground as well, but having to keep their attention onto the Star-Lord to the left.
Yeah, I like this Venom swap here, or pick in general. I think it's going to be solid for the team. March going to go down from Haluk, looking at just trees freaking flying in the air right before your eyes, going right into it here. It's going to be Havoc, though, with Kuna, so two big duelists out of this thing early. The Star-Lord's at that. Havoc going to continue the pressure on, and we've got a few options they can roll with here. For this offensive attack, Wonderland already going to go with the winning hand, and just like that, Venom is an absolute threat. Goes from a nuisance to downright scary as the symbiote is attacking the Trickster.
Ayúdame, the supports need help. They need all the help because there is a raging Venom in that backline too, and he's held the Feast of the Abyss. I like that he held onto it for this too, because not only is he creating space together with Stays, but they know that there's still an opportunity for the recontest because they've been counting on the Gambit Royal Flush from Dilduck.
Oh yeah, and here comes the Legendary from Kuna. Right, so go ahead and get the winning hand up. There's the Legendary, and this should be a wipe. If he's able to get this as you usually can. Yep, gonna clean up shop. Go ahead and reset on that one. I mean, there's really not a lot that can be done there, Vic. Just being honest, outside the big band phase is such a tough thing to deal with. You know, Emma can do the seduction. You have the invisible as well, but obviously those aren't out of play. I guess Emma's seduction was there, but it's a tough thing to counter.
He was so far away enough for the silent seduction was literally no problem. And yeah, just like you said, that kind of also shows that in the pick and ban phase, when you see that first ban come out, you know that you have the opportunity to take advantage of something that would otherwise stop that ultimate, which would be the invisible boundary there.
Unless you think you can play it better, and that's what we're going to see right here. I mean, if one goes out, there's a seduction trying to counter it, and it's going to get it right there. I mean, that's a huge bit of time, right, to take away. He does get the 1 to 2 that gives him that space, but man, I mean, what can a couple seconds do when you have so much firepower coming at you? We'll see if Rad Academy can put the exclamation point on point 2. 3 minutes left. It's going to be the Battle of the Star-Lords. March had the upper hand in map 1. See if it can continue to do so, and wow, what a beautiful pick on Haluk.
They're going to remember why they wanted to ban the Star-Lord before, even if they want to rock it themselves. But end song for end song here. It's a chorus. As now the follow-up comes in together with the Venom and the Star-Lord. Where can you go, even on the Gambit, even if you have some mobility, as they find more harassment on the backline and clean up the second checkpoint.
Making a harmony of the notes of chaos to that chorus you just mentioned. March now. I always love this little angle trying to peek in. You know someone's going to show up there. March says, come at me. Here in the flank position. Star-Lord's such a great hero to play on the flank or with the team and farm your ults off the tanks. Whatever's needed for you in the matchup. And right now, Rad just continuing to put on that pressure with March. And there's Wonderland. The Gambit up and ready to go. See what they can pull off. Kuna does have the ult as well, so we're going to see the Legendaries pop. And once again, can we see any counter? It's going to be tough.
Kanye's going to be able to get the God of Mischief this time. Their own Raging Royal Flush here, catching some of the teammates before they are able to hold forward. But it's about keeping this defensive opportunity here. The Lamps have really put a stop to so many pushes here. Take notes, everybody, as they want to take a look at how they want to try to utilize the Loki and Gambit composition. It doesn't always have to be relied on the Invisible Man.
Yeah, indoors, too, it's a bit tougher to get value with these perfect flips. I mean, you cannot understand how perfect your mechanics have to be to land those flips and that aim. Kuna showing off a bit against March here. Has that Legendary ready to roll again. March can match it. Just farming up these extremely powerful game-changing ults. But Dilducks, they're going to be able to counter blow for blow here. So we're going to see kind of who decides to pop first. There goes March. Right into it. Lambs is going down. This is Seduction trying to flip out of it. And great counter job and clap there from Dilduck.
Man, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. I thought the holidays were over. I'm seeing double at this point. As now they drop down, and he's going to be able to get that Kuna over to the side. Another pick in favor of Space and Rad Academy. They're clearing up even more space, but it is the contention from Dilduck as Kuna desperately just keeps trying to stall.
Yeah, with how much time on the clock, doing a good job at least slowing this down as much as they possibly can. But look at how much you just get that Gambit ult fed and feeding. little bit of ways away from it. Rad has plenty to pick between. I mean, with just the Venom and the Gambit, they can roll with that. Here it goes. Not going to fold. Oh, got to get that off before going down. Almost quickly got eliminated there. And there's the seduction. All eyes on the sides, as our poor ship would say. 1-2 out. It's the Gambit and the Phoenix. This is looking like a good clean finish, or at least the pressure here on the end.
Mother knows best, especially when she's got the whole family rallying right behind her here, at least. And Ducks looking at their own Emma, Cyber, close to Psionic Seduction, wants to be utilized against March. We will have that Galactic Legend if we can. That is to say, with Low Bob already having that Rage and Royal Flush, it's going to be hard to deal with.
No, we've seen a lot of like one-sided team versus team today. This has been a really good example of just how close the skill gap can be. As we see now, the Phoenix dives down. This is going to be the rest of the picks needed. Minute and 20 is a great time to be had, and that's something to be proud of. If you are Rad Academy, a team that we did not know that much coming in here, a couple players, new team, look like a new threat, Vicky, in the MRC.
I'm loving these players. Honestly, Stace has been probably... Stace, Rhythm, I mean, they've been really good. Or Rhymind, rather, sorry. And we've already seen March plenty of times, so March putting themselves on the board, slotting into this team too, has been great to see, but the survivability of the strategist has just been my highlight to see.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just neck and neck. I mean, this is definitely as close as it gets here to continue on their parade in the MRC. Looking at the aggression you want to go with, you are Ducks this time around. Obviously going to go with the portal yet again. I mean, might as well take a page off what Rad did so well and kind of take over that room once again. And just having that precise timing with the Lokis, getting the clones going, and here's Haluk having a little bit of fun before the match. Gonna do the penny trick.
I'll do it. Every single time I'm on this map, I never trust. I never trust. Trying to get into that position to see if they could try to get that pick up or those gates open.
That's some serious tech you
Alrighty here, as 20 seconds count us down, folks. We've been here for 5 hours, and we're at a good one. 5 hours into this thing. That was Kuna. Has definitely showed a difference here between map 1, Nutcracker, and map 3 with those happy holidays. It's gonna be weird to hear happy holidays in like the midst of April, but that's the joy of holiday skins here, Vic. Going into it though, let's see what route they decide to take, and just get rid of the opposition quickly to get their team in with the TP.
I'm sure the Easter Bunny would appreciate it, you know, especially in the middle of April here. We got to find out as we jump right through the portal. We're going to get a copy from their own playbook and trying to just jump right into the action. Haluk being on that Doctor Strange to portal them right up onto the high ground, giving them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, we'll see how they rotate out. Once again, the Venom, it was Haluk as the Groot last time, kind of hiding, looking for the prey. This time it's going to be Venom, and found himself a bit of a straggler there. Now Mark's going to get the best of Kuna. That's been the matchup to watch for right now. It's been a lot of hit scan, Phoenix v Phoenix, but right now it's been between these two elite Peter Quills. Spin to win right there. Finds himself a Juker in this, and just like that, that's going to really open up this team to hold strong.
The more you know is having the ball game, watching this play out here. The Star-Lords have not gone anywhere here. March holding pretty low, but gets some help from Stace, who backs away in time. Look at them rotating one by one as they're trying to catch Ducks falling like a line of dominoes.
It felt like Phoenix from a couple seasons ago with the melees and the quick hits of the Ignite. But no, just the old primary and the cosmic flames that we continue to see. Now with the, I mean, at one point, it's almost like you felt like Rad was on the offense there, just with how they were kind of angled and positioned. But now with the ults ready in charge, you have the end song locked and loaded. Low has his Gambit ult, and, you know, it's going to be a bit, at least one more half a team fight before Ducks can follow.
Waiting on that Rage and Roll Flush to rotate through here together as Rad Academy just slightly behind. Looking at Wonderland. We know that Loki able to get that ultimate online complete. But look at Tina. Going to be able to take care of the clones just for now. Calling out work. He's going to be rotating into position. As you can see, Raimai getting set up on high ground.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting here. Havoc does not have the seduction to, you know, stay alive through what would be potential legendary later down the line. They don't need it right now, though, and this is going to be their opportunity to win yet another big defensive matchup. There is the seduction from Cyber and Ducks, and this is going to be a big one at that, but really not a lot from it. You could just find the best. It stays there, which is huge, with a lapse of Venom. There's a lot happening without a lot happening, Vic.
Yeah, it was a big trade-off of ultimates, but everybody was so scattered after being caught in the Raging Royal Flush that they were just able to reposition. I mean, there's great lineups in just trying to position some of your abilities too when you are able to jump so high, but they didn't get the output that they wanted. They at least find some of these picks, these swap picks, and swap height, and then following up, they get hell loot.
Oh.
But now the number advantage, Dill Ducks are coming right back into fruition, even with this limited time bank.
You know, perfect 1-for-1 over and over. You have March come back, hit 2, then Kuna's going to do the same. Yeah, it's like Dragon Ball Z episode where they just punch in for like 30 minutes, but nothing quite happens. 1 minute, 9 seconds left. Dill Ducks. This is their top MRC. A great team. Made it far. Season 3 and beyond. We'll see what Haluk decides to do as that Venom. Have plenty in the arsenal, but Rad right now is definitely on top in both defensive and ult economy. But Kuna's close to that legendary.
Love how you said almost ult academy over there. I love that because that's basically what they've been rotating to, right? It's all about that ult academy that you really rotate into with the Silent Seduction that they have. It's the Abyss. It's important they call out Jazzy, though, who's close to that Raging Royal Flush. Kuna, though, on the other hand, Galactic Legend ready to go in as the Venom has just been proving the pressure by the choke point of the door.
Dooku gets a big pick there on Havoc. There's only 27 seconds left for the Ducks to get this comeback that we thought could happen. And there's a quick spin to win and a pickup on the Loki. Have to avoid Kuna, though, with that legendary. 1-2 go down with the defensive effort. And Kuna get done for the Dill Ducks here. Vicky, it is coming down to the last minute.
He's trying to deadlift, though, right now because a lot of his teammates, they went down, but he gets the trade-off just himself. Tries to get the health back before backing away, but the vet on the high ground. Nobody on the point. Not another one here as they cannot recontest.
I mean, I'm blown away at that. I mean, obviously going to be tough to even get, your team on the point. But, yeah, not to contest is a tough one at that. Maybe a little lack there of communication. And there's only one team right now that's looking all the part. And it is, like I said, a great surprise. Rad Academy showing up huge here in what was probably our most contested matchup of the day. Stace definitely leading the helm there in what was an impressive duelist play.
Phoenix has not gone anywhere. Together with the Star-Lord 2 from March, look at these final hits. 16 final hits in favor for March. Ace is right there too with 12 final hits, but it's also allowing Rhymind, the Venom player, to look 23-0. He did not go down a single time. You ask, why couldn't they recontest there? Even though we saw a lot of this raw fight, a lot of this raw damage, they were just not going down. And the reason why that was because of survivability, once again, of the strategists from Rad Academy side.
Yeah, great highlights there. I mean, we saw once again, Low getting the best of the Gambit play as well. And it just felt like Kuna and Juker could not ever get on the same page. Like, one was doing well when the other wasn't. And clearly, we're seeing that with what was the opposite position of March and Stace. And yeah, to your point, that Venom play, my God, definitely great there. Anytime you're getting that much out of your Vanguard, you'd love to see it. What a matchup. What a day thus far here, as we've seen a lot of things come down to Wakanda in this MRC. Again, guys, just now coming in, MRC so much more important in 2026. Really going to set up the scene for that top pro play and get things rolling. I'm sure you've seen the during the breaks here, the new format, but that's what has me excited. Really, this goes from, 10, 15,000 bucks to, making a big difference in 2026.
And having the opportunity to have a tier 2 program, right, Cozy? The path to pro, as I like to see it, right? For a lot of our players at home wondering what they could do to try their hand at being one of the best. If you're looking at a lot of these players wondering, hey, I could do that, but better, well, you have your opportunity. You got to keep your eye on the MRC as the seasons progress. And we got to keep our eye on the future matches that we got ahead of us, guys. Don't go anywhere, because we got some more Marvel Rivals action coming to you soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. 'Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It's a great day to be a Marvel Rivals player, and we've got some more great matches heading your way. We just saw a pretty contested battle, Vicky, of a couple great teams and the underdog winning. This time we have more players that you might know from the Ignite action and beyond going head to head. We got a good one, Vic, coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited. Some more familiar names here to look at, Cozy, and it's even more exciting when you have Roster Mania and you see the changes. And not only that, the changes of what this patch brings into pro play. Because here in the MRC, we have universal bans, something different than the MRI for any of you guys watching at home and wondering how the pick and ban system has shifted around here for the MRC. We see the Angela immediately banned out, and this has been the theme together with the Mantis always starting off things here, Cozy.
Yeah, so we have a very interesting team, kind of a mix of what we had in Dark Zero, mixed with a little bit of Dreamland and some others. So fun to see that, yeah, with Chuckles and Rinko Velocity. So yeah, it's kind of the merging of those two teams. And of course, we know 7.62. He's been here for a while, but the ones he's with, a bit less familiar of names. And listen, if you were exhausted from the Loki and Gambit games, buckle up. Gambit just got saved again.
You're telling me we go the distance all over again. Are we going to see the Raging Royal Flush? Yes, we are, but no Star-Lord Galactic Legend to follow.
Yeah, I do like that. At least going to give us a breath of the legendary from the skies. Daredevil going to be banned out, 7.62. Sad about that, as they're already hovering the hero. Next save going to back fast, and we'll see here what they end up doing. They go with the Phoenix save into what is Team Guilty save. And Team Guilty, they're pretty stacked. I mean, this is a good-looking roster. If you guys aren't familiar, especially with someone like Stinkers, who was an absolutely demon on Psylocke. Really, whoever they played, young kid too, I believe, like very young. So cool to see these young studs at it. And then look at the troll ban at the end. That's called confidence, Vicky.
Oh my goodness, the Mr. Fantastic. I mean, they know something. Look at Lander. He was hovering over that Mr. Fantastic from the very beginning. They're saying that they would just rather not deal with it, but at the same time, also just take away what they know is the strongest for back fast, it looks like, as now Lander is hovering over what he could go out with.
Yeah, no, they do know their opposition from top place. Lander, being that Reed Richards could be the top tip of the cap. That's definitely the first fantastic ban I have ever witnessed, but who knows what you'll get here in the MRC as we see ourselves with Chime as well. So this is going to be a very fun team together. Usually, you know, they have been with Mason Chuckles back in the Dreamland days, but now you've got Madara, who is a great player, especially for Dark Zero. So if you're catching up, that team made it to Ignite at the, you know, helm of Velocity, who kind of considers themselves the play caller a lot of the time and not just picking bans, but the way the team flows. And anytime you have a loud voice like that in a good way, you're able to, you know, really make sure that you get the most out of your team. So Team Guilty going to be a tough team to beat, but Back Fast has some good skill players on it.
And Madara taking a step away from Dark Zero, now performing here for this team. A player that I've talked about a lot personally here too, with that Emma Frost play that we've seen come out before. But the things have been running around, man. I mean, Cozy, it's been interesting because even teams going and opting for the ban onto the thing is not something I had in my bingo card.
No, for sure. I mean, that's a great point. And one of the biggest things I'm you know, taking a look at here is just exactly outside of the Jeff bubbles to get the team slightly to the point, which it's the little things, right, that matter. Obviously, Velocity going to be playing that low key that they're known for. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize these comps. Stinkers on the Wolf, Lander to follow. So straight up just a copy mirror comp. And wow, just like that, Velocity finds the best of the group.
And Velocity being another name, right? The Loki Velocity coming out to play once again. Chuckles holding up, Stinkers together as well being on that Wolverine. It's going to be a difficult time for Thanos, the Groots, as well as Crib being on that Magneto. Team Guilty, they take the point confidently here. And look how much they're pushing up without overextending at the same time. They're getting that information.
A discount Thanos so far on the Groot, 20% down and up to Master Chuckles, who Chuckles is one of those all-in, all-out vanguards. Can do insane things, but can also get ahead of himself sometimes. So we'll see the Chuckles we get here, but I've been impressed with what Chuckles can do in Rivals. Thanos now pushing from the side, and really good positioning from this team now is Back Fast. Going to push them back, but Team Guilty and Chime are not going to allow it as quickly. He's going to answer the 1-2 pick, and just like that, you can just see the skill of mechanics coming into play.
Everybody gets lit on fire like a firework here, man. And then now this showcases why the Phoenix has not gone anywhere. Chime holding up, also has the end song Inferno, but they haven't even let Back Fast come out of the choke.
Yeah, I mean, Team Guilty just using the neutral play. And with Rinko up to ult right here, Velocity can also use the Raging Royal Flush. Either team can pop it. It's going to be Proto first. Not much. Oh, well, quickly there. It's going to be Crib going down with it. Chuckles with the great hit there. And there's Velocity to match it back there. Both Loki's going to get the job done first. There's a Insong Inferno landing down, connecting, nothing from it. See if Lander can get something on Bucky. Wasn't getting much on the Wolverine. Now switching over. Good pop on Velocity there, though, if you are Lander.
And Team Guilty just are going to clean up on aisle 3 for whatever is left here. And that showcases the importance, too, of having that Gambit ult ready to go in your pocket. If they see that Back Fast couldn't get the progress that they needed with that Raging Royal Flush, especially when they lost Crib rather early in that push.
Yeah, 7.62 is a player that I want to continue to see, like, how have they evolved in Rivals, because I know we were so impressed with them. They made it up to the championship there in the MRC back in Season 3 in July, remember? But, you know, this is a tough team to go against, and right now you can just see Team Guilty, you know, just making sure there's no underdog story here. They're going to go with the classic neutral. We are pros in this game. We've played in the biggest scenes at LAN, the biggest stages, and they showed it right there with a clean first win in Eldridge Monument. monument.
It's also a really nice look at how this team is going to be cohesive together. Like, they are not slowing down whatsoever. They're not taking it easy. This is also a version of them having good practice to see how they could synergize together. And it's crazy, too, because you look at Backfast, right? Like, one player that we've talked about before, 7.62 here, being on the Phoenix, what can you do if you're not able to have the space from your Vanguards who don't have that sustainability because of the damage output that Team Guilty's putting down?
Yeah, and if you look at what they have available, you know, they're not mad about having Chuckles and Madara to follow, right? And they don't even have to really use these too much on the defensive side of things. So, you know, if you look at the quick swap overs, by the way, really interesting to see how these strategists are adjusting. Velocity going over to the Cloak and Dagger. Maybe go with the Terror Cape for some love here. Here we go. Gates are opening. No Angelas, none of that nonsense for pushing off. And this is very interesting. Rinko going to Moon. Are they playing with their food, Vicky?
Oh, I'm rubbing my eyes right now. Was that a Moon Knight I see? What in the... And through the Doctor Strange portal, they're going to come right out of it. Renko looking to boost up that ultimate just as quickly. Hand of Khonshu provides the food before he makes the swap op. Says, I'm not going to take my time before moving up.
Yeah, so, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Moon Knight so far because it does just beat Gambit so much, right? Even though he's a great hero, it's just someone you can't use too much in the triple Vanguard comp is a nice thing out the gates. Like we just saw, but Rinko going from that to Gambit is pretty comical. And sometimes to be used to go and get up to at least the 50% mark before the hero swap. Kind of a smart meta play, but Water are going to get the best out of Thanos once again. Thanos kind of having a tough time just adjusting this little Vanguard play at the moment, but has made it this far. We'll see if it can continue, as now we got the Wolverine coming out in full form as Lander gets one, Crib gets the second, and right now it's just an absolute chaotic fest.
This is even funnier to see him try so hard to slice and dice, but there's a bubble right in front of you. You know there's a Gambit right next to you, too. You're trying to count down those ultimate charges, but a nice communication to isolate Chime in the back line.
This is a great ult point here for Lander and Wolverine, especially after the changes. So I'm going to be interested to see how both Stinkers and him are going to ult together. There's the first one that Lander does find the best of Madara, but it's going to be, wow, okay. Stinkers gets Thanos right back. Once again, just getting snapped out of this thing each and every time. First point going to go over to Guilty. And looking at what they have, there's some charging up to do. And the big difference is Backfast is not going to have two Gambit ults to work off of where Guilty will.
And that was quite some time, too, between both these teams just duking it out on the point before we finally saw that flip as well from Team Guilty. Approaching through that portal originally now, as you get to see Backfast, Crib holding onto that Meteor M, Rookie close to that Gambit ultimate, as well as Proda in the invisible boundary.
All right, so we'll see how they choose to rotate up here, Rinko. Just get that pressure rolling for the team. Full team coming up top there as Backfast is taking the back angle. Stinkers a little bit of raged up, ready to go, but did burn through that reduction of damage. Undying Animal going through here. Rookie is going to go ahead and get the team buffed up, and here we go. Both Gambits ready to rock.
Will they fold is the question. The Meteor M looking to find it smart before slamming down, catching Stinkers. It looked like it was also a possible follow-up from an anti that was yeeted in their direction before the kidnap comes in, and it is Hasta La Vista to Madara. But is it going to be enough when you've lost out on two members from Backfast and from Gambit? At least with the invisible boundary, they could stay alive.
Yeah, really good play from Lander there because it was a great ult connection from both Magnetos. Madara has always been good at those, connecting the Meteor. But Lander was able to get a quick finish of him, and with 15 and counting and that ult coming back, it's been huge for him to keep on slicing and have that presence. But guess what, Vic? 74% tick goes the clock, and just like that, you can get, oh my, goodbye, Venom.
It's like all the Vanguards are victims right now. It's like some of them are getting kidnapped out here, sent off the map at the same time. You have to think about the Gambit jumping over their heads as he tries to go in for another one, but Stinkers gets stopped right there over to the side as Thanos tries to group them all together. Will they be the tree huggers that they're looking for here with these follow-ups? They do at least find Wolverine and the god of mischief copy of the Gambit. They send themselves forward. The slam down on top of it all, and the Vanguard staying alive and getting these picks.
Yeah, it's nice to see these Vanguards really just have great cohesion, and this has just been a really one-sided fight for the most part here. Team Guilty is looking to clean up the rest of what is their breakfast and Backfast now, continuing on through the portal, trying to keep this thing sustained, but got all they need to answer the end song for this part of the map. And I mean, when you got things like Moon Knights coming out to supercharge the Gambit ults, I mean, just absolute chaos here in map 1.
You're just acting like the battery right here, too, to follow up and then intertwine between the Loki ultimates as well. I mean, that's why we saw Purge make that swap over to the Invisible Woman to try to at least have these invisible boundaries, which definitely came in clutch a lot of the times. But then you still have the Vanguard lineup here for Team Guilty that were so aggressive, able to find those picks.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, obviously, you know, if you're playing Ignite, you can't play in the MRCs typically, right? That's what we've had in the past. And so that allows that T2 to form a bit more. And, you know, when you have these matchups, it can be tough, right? Because a lot of these guys, the experience that they have, you know, is so hard to match a lot of the time. And Madara is a good example of this. Just someone who, you know, maybe didn't have the best grand finals, but was just an amazing player in stage 2 of things. And so we're seeing it right here that these pros are just getting right back into this thing. This is their preseason, right? The preseason before the actual preseason of 2026. But really solid map there for home Team Guilty.
Basically not allowing Backfast to really put a toe on this point, especially in that first round. I really like the way that they were able to cycle through his ultimates. I feel like in that second round, they were getting a little bit more experimental in terms of timing. But man, Chuckles holding up, trying to block out their entrance with those walls. The amount of kidnaps that we saw too from Lander, as well from the other side from Stinkers. It was a Wolverine v Wolverine action here, but I'm excited to see where that next map is going to take us, Dozy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lander definitely had some nice plays for them. Really, I think right now, you know, there's plenty to highlight. I think, though, the Vanguard difference is a big one, especially with flexibility. Both Chuckles and Madara have just incredible hero pools that they can get from. And as this game continues to age, right, Vicky, we continue to see these players just really adapt to their hero pools, which is such a tough and crazy thing, especially when a year from now, we're going to have 12 more heroes into this thing. Deadpool is joining around the corner. Who knows what he's going to add?
I mean, he's like a professional Ditto at this point. Man is changing roles every single week, it looks like. I cannot wait for him to come out, but also looking at the way that things have evolved, right? Because then you have to talk about young gun talent. You talk about Stinkers. We were talking about, you know, the Spider-Man earlier, who was just, what, 15 years old or so. Young gun prodigy Stinkers, I believe, is like 18. Yep. It's only going to get crazier, Cozy, as this game progresses to have updates and continuously with these new seasons, these new heroes. A lot is going to be changing up as we get to see the player base also cycle through new talents as we take a look at our first pick and ban system.
Yeah, Dreamland, it was quite the team. They definitely had a lot of talent there, Stinkers and Chuckles being a big part of it. And so to see them, you know, continue as these young guns get better and better is fun to see. But hey, listen, Backfast, you've made it this far, right? So let's see what they can do on Spider Island. Convoy and a winning hand. Gambit is folding. We will not see him this time around. In this matchup, Loki going to be saved. Of course, we saw that all the time from Dark Zero. Velocity wants his Loki, especially when he's that much better. So the next save going on over to Backfast. Let's see who they decide to pick.
I do like the fact that they had banned out the Gambit. They don't want to really deal with the rotations, but with the Loki still being available, they protect the Mr. Fantastic. All right. They didn't want to risk having to lose out on the Mr. Fantastic because obviously, like we've already noted, Cozy, Backfast has a Mr. Fantastic that they like to roll out in terms of composition. And from what I've heard in the back rooms when we were at LAN, Mr. Fantastic compositions, if played right, could be very tricky if you don't know the matchup.
Hey, Lander proved to me that he's got the skills. So if that's our Fantastic player, let's see it. But yeah, coming up with the Daredevil and to fall from Guilty. And yeah, listen, Fantastic being able to be healed in that form and cancel it. Just he's gotten kind of slowly but surely, kind of like Thor in a lot of ways, where it's like Thor has such a great kit. The ult, not exactly the greatest thing unless you are in kind of small ceiling, you know, locations or whatever. But Fantastic, he's getting better. He's getting better and better in each patch, but definitely something fun to see here at the top level.
Tries to stop out maybe their exit opportunity if they're trying to back away, if they're scared, but it's not like they're going to be able to back away because there's no Gambit ultimate for them to be afraid of. No Phoenix, though, and the Protect over onto the Invisible Woman. I do like this. While on the other side, they want to prio the Emma Frost, and you know why that is, Cozy. We've seen Madara before on the Emma, and for the first time, it feels like all day, we get Spider Islands.
Yeah, Spider Island's always a little bit of a chaotic map, especially point one. Not always the easiest thing to take. There goes the ban. The Guilty wants to get rid of, you know, they've got Madara, the Emma. Get rid of that Magneto. They played it pretty well. Crip actually did solid on the hero. I was impressed with a couple of his hits. We saw the connection earlier on Stinkers. Took him to slow down any type of momentum they did have. 7.62 was a huge torch back in Season 3 and is a flyer to be shown. I think Storm is kind of underrated a lot of the time. Just really that new boost of damage can be that much more, and they're going to show that right here on the offense. get the Storm, get the team together, and go out aggressive. Guns a-blazing.
Hold up. We get to see the 7-6-2 Storm again. Do you know how long it's been since I feel like I've seen the Storm come out? I mean, what better map to have it, though, right? I guess that goes hand in hand because you got that verticality, so you get to play the high to low ground and utilize those rooftops to take some extra cover.
Well, and this is where Rogue is going to truly shine. We saw a couple Rogues today, but really didn't do that much. When you have the triple Vanguard comp like this in this first part of the map, the triple Vanguard, probably most dominant map, it's going to work really well into this setup. So we're going to have that right off the rip. I do like Proton. This is an interesting lineup that they have going on here, but 7.62 has been great as a flyer altogether, but also just enabling Lander and how talented we saw him earlier, even in the loss. Can he connect these shots as the Punisher? Frank Castle. Find out.
We get started here. The Adam Warlocks are still out and about too before diving right back together, seeing more rogue gameplay. Thanos being on that Venom as well. Back Fast is trying to break through this choke here, and some extra pressure from Chuckles with the thing, and it's just enough just to clobber Crib back into the spawn point.
Yeah, now early with that aggression of the triple Vanguards is paying off thus far. Now the Venom going down early, and just like that, look at them just build up their ult so incredibly fast. Velocity at the helm, and Rinko to follow. Sue Storm Loki, tough composition to go up against, especially get the thing a little bit of that team up. His survivability goes way up. There's Lander with the shotgun out, trying to get the best of Chuckles. Goodbye, and that's with that Storm boost, that extra damage. And there's that first visible boundary.
Thanos getting stunned, though, right into oblivion. The invisible boundary from Renko allows everybody from Team Guilty to hold up. Madara having a lot of fun here. And, you know, it's crazy, too, because we were talking about the Emma Frost and Madara. Guess what? They swapped that out because they still stick to that triple Vanguard composition on Sputter Islands, which it feels like it's been so long since I've seen here at this type of play. But we're getting it around this time. And with the Rogue plays, too, nice stun into the final judgment from Lander's hand.
Rogue just took about 10,000 bullets right to the chest there. Now going to be quickly get a find.
Oh my.
The Adam Warlock. Wow. Just like that, velocity to go down. Charm does have that res as well, so a little bit of chaos here between the two. You try to get that passive back to come back as that clone, but unable to do so. So a little weird here as Madara now going to find the best of Thanos.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in so long. Velocity giving himself a pat on the back because he swapped over to Loki. Like, he finished his ultimate at the very end after trying to copy the Adam Warlock before he got beamed down. He gets taken out while he was Loki, gets booted out of that, and then comes right back with his own res.
Yeah, right. Time's ticking in that form. Got to make the most of it. Lander going to get the best of Madara, though, and this is really helping out that extra damage as we thought. I mean, it's just so much power coming at you, and without the true shield outside of just Emma, it's tough to go in and maintain through it all. But there we go. Jeff Nato is coming at you. Look out. Sun's out, Shark's out. They find a couple, and there goes Rinko. Just so much damage and good protection there. Staying alive. A looking stinker is just wanting every bit of 7.62 and finds the best of him.
Melted him up on there. He pulled out the diamond too from him just so that way he did that extra damage. Still holding on by that high ground though before moving up. It is Lander who is terrifying. Chime still on this Adam Warlock. The invisible boundary is going to allow them to hold up, provide extra damage. But Chime is able to find Lander and clobbering Time. They're slightly outside the invisible boundary, but the lamps come in.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was just outside of the boundary, but they really didn't have any follow-up into that. So trying to get what they could within it. Stinker's going to go and seduce the team, get them trying to back up a bit. Just good pressure, what you want out of your tank. Here comes, though. They just used a lot. Lander now has his, but with the big trade-off, Thanos getting rid of Chuckles. There you go, a little bit of velocity to keep that gate up. And just like that, though, Vicky, time is ticking, and they are falling.
Jav is just sniping them uncontested from the back here, too, on this Adam Warlock, dinging their heads here. Episode 1 just in case, ready to go. After that damage output comes out, but Protel also having that It's Jeff ready to go, looking at Team Guilty trying to climb up those stairs.
Yeah, it's working. The storm was working there in the early bit, but right now you're kind of in this awkward zone, so I want to switch up there, but either way, they can stick with what they got. Prota's got the ult as well, probably going to save it for when they need to. Storm is a pretty long charging ult there, Vic, so Lander going to get the best of Madara. That's a big pick early, but that does give him time to portal back if needed. There's the shields up. Rinko keeping his team just absolutely in this gauntlet of a fight.
He's up here. The Clobbering Time will come right back into this fight as you get to see 762. It's going to be the Sharknado coming out from Crota together, elongating this ultimate, but they have to look out for the Adam Warlock here as the Born Again rings in their ear. Time bringing Renko and Chuckles back.
And Madara switched over to the Venom instead of that. Very interesting swap here into it all. And there's the Frank Castle. Damage boost and all. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Going to continue to get the best of it. And just like that, we're going to get Chime and Stinkers, though, that continue to answer the call.
They are just melting him down like a lawnmower, but the stall still coming out from the Thing. It's been a problem. He's still holding on to Clobbering time, though, but they know they can go in for a recontest. As overtime taking away, Crib is going to activate that portal from the Doctor Strange.
Portal used Water Gun. I mean, Brody just used so much healing in that one little bit to keep the Frank Castle up. Trying to come back with the passive, but boom, there goes the passive of 7.62 Storm. The Lightning finding its target. And good job here, honestly, because this was looking like a tough bit on time and match and ult economy, but Backfast finds a way to get point one.
I was expecting Team Guilty. I saw Stinkers had swapped over to the Doctor Strange, maybe to activate that portal in time, but it was just short here, as now Team Guilty are going to be able to move up, hold them by the choke at the very least, but it's extra pressure making this hella swap. I do like this, especially at this point of the map. Together with Chime, you have way more open sight lines with this broken build.
Yeah, this second point two is just that much harder. I think point one's tough to take. There's just so much room for error here. Watch out for the push off from Marinko. Known for them. Lander going to go down quick there for the Hella. Interesting swap there. And now we're going to quickly get Crota using its Jet. Might swap after that. Now that 7.62 is over on the Namor, they're going to get the best of that team up. And right now, nothing coming from it. Beauty from Chime with the 1-2. Showing his best three. Legolas out there. Hello, Chime.
You really don't miss. You really don't miss. Someone look at Chime right now. I mean, that was insane. One by one, and then the follow-up damage, just enough. You have Hawkeye looking at you from one door, Hella on the other. Is this my nightmare just recreated?
Landert has not been able to play the video game for about 65 seconds here. Just continuing to go out of the spawn and picked off. Crib now just trying to give themselves a little bit of space. There's just so much damage coming in through the Thorn, the arrows you pick. Your poison here, it's not looking great. And looking Guilty, they have quite literally every single ult ready. Prepare yourself.
I mean, bringing them more right now with no diving. This choke was really that big of a problem, too. The invisible boundaries coming up from both sides could at least block out the vision unless Chime plays from inside the barrier. He's playing inside his own. They don't know where he's at. A nice stun, though, coming up from Thanos as it's clobbering time, but it's only really able to get a follow-up onto Chime, and then you get the God of Mischief coming out.
Now they do get the best there. Leonard able to get something rolling for the team. Velocity pulling in his prey. He wants Leonard in here, does not give him any space. They do get the best of 7.62 as well. And this team is just absolutely cooking on all cylinders. They gave him point one, not giving them an inch in point two. Team Guilty looking like a fortress.
And not allowing them to get through this choke. I mean, they've wrapped around the corner just a few times, but then he's getting completely annihilated with the damage output that we're currently seeing from Team Guilty. Goddess of Death is online as he gets the snipe onto Chime before he tries to jump back away, and the reset is still here for Lander before dropping down.
The right spot in this team is Lander, man. This guy does have some great aim, good shots, good spots. But here goes the quick shields up there from Backfast. Used a little bit early, but they have to stay in this thing competitively. They're going for the up. They do have also Goddess of Death. Gonna be awkward to use it. Gotta use it in the chaos when you can. We're gonna get burned down quickly. Rinko for Velocity gonna throw up the invisible boundary. Look at that great whale from 7.62 though there, Vic.
He at least find Wrinkle in the process here, but Lander is forced to back away. That Goddess of Death was just blocked out in terms of vision. Now Rookie puts it up instead, and 7.62 gets set up on the high ground out of their own vision, not able to see the squids or where he's currently situated in.
Yeah, with that ult 2 getting Ringo down, it's going to slow down their sustain, right? Because that's so much ult just being all the way back at the spawn, so now they can at least get around that corner, and who knows, every inch matters, right, in these maps. Started now jumping up early, looking at Backfast. They have double Vanguard ults, but they're a mile away from anything else. There comes the Seduction, backing up. Crib trying to find something from it as Rinko does get that ult out, allowing Chuckles to move in more aggressively. He's going to be seduced, though. Here comes Clobber in time early, trying to find it. There it is. Up, down goes the hero. 7.62, begging for life. Stays alive. Madara, though, finds the best of Thanos. This is going to be the snap in of Backfast if they're able, though. But Rhoda...
Oh! In the middle of seeing the invisible boundary coming out too, Chime is out for blood as Sinkers is holding up on the point, overtime taken away, and Backfast with their bodies desperately trying to hurdle into the point. They cannot keep it into overtime.
Oh, I mean, they made it farther than I thought in the second point there. Able to kind of stagger the ults, the strategists. They were able to come back around, shortly there with the invis. But yeah, I mean, when you just got really good players on this other team. A lot of these guys have been here in so many situations. Rinko and Velocity all the way locked in there, and Chime, my God, with that Hawkeye. Being a beauty. We'll see what they go with the offense here, Vic. If they kind of match the same aggression like Moon Knight Storm thing, doesn't look like it. They're gonna just stick with the hit scan heroes.
Man, I'm just not over Chime right now. He is truly like the Clint Barton, I guess, in real life, because Team Guilty, man, they were finding those picks. It was scary to deal with the Hella 2 from the other side. Stinkers going over to the Wolverine, fully expecting the triple Vanguard lineup to come out.
And again, what's cool in here, right, is teams aside, this is a chance for players to stand out. And again, I already pointed out Lander, but this is kind of like your resume, right? Like you're showing pro teams, pro orgs, and honestly, some of the players that form these teams, like what you have as a player. And I've been impressed with what I've seen so far from individual play here, even though, you know, Team Guilty is doing pretty good against Backfast. But we'll see what they end up trying to roll with. They've got a Cap, Hulk, and Venom lineup. I thought I've seen it all, Vic.
Huh. I wonder what they're cooking right now. The food may be burnt a little bit, but we're going to have to see if it works out. I mean, with 762 being on the rocket, at least, you got that BRB.
I don't want any part of the meal. I'll be honest with the Hulk, but you know, it's rough season for him right now. But hey, it is Lander playing him. The Reed Richards play. We'll see what he can cook up from it. Oh God!
Another one? Give me another one. The way that they're trying to roll out right now, that's those crucial picks that you need. But again, you still have that BRB, but it is forced to be used up for Ruki, and also puts a little bit of a delay in charging up that God of Mischief.
Because now they're just trying to rotate out. It's like they're running away from what is this aggression. This is an interesting comp because it's like so mobile for your Vanguards, but then who's there to protect the strategist, the backline, right? And you don't have enough damage, so it's just like truly a sustained defensive comp. And what does well against that is the thing, you know, and the new kind of Vanguard Slayer from the Vanguard himself. Going to go ahead and get the punches there on the Venom early. And get good focus and precision. Maybe just trying to throw Team Guilty kind of like off guard here.
Oh, they play ball. They know ball. They try to jump right in. Oh, I like the attempt at least to try to jump in between Stinkers to utilize the whole shield. But then you still have these 3 Vanguards that cannot run away from the other side of the claws of Stinkers.
Yeah, at some point, they're going to bring Crib right back into this. Again, this is the ultimate sustain comp. That's kind of what they're going with. That's what they want to try to land. So you might see Guilty continue to adjust to this to get rid of a lot of the sustain. But there's the choke. That's going to get a good start on it. Seduction is ready. Guilty has ult firing. He is going to get their team up a little bit. Froda going to copy right after it. That's a very timely ult.
Was so scared though because of Madara, and then ends up going down anyways. I mean, don't think that was coordinated and communicated properly, unfortunately, from Backfast now, because they've now used up both Invisible Man and Loki all at the same time. And look at the Rocket just trying to not be road KO from Chime, landing these crazy shots with these arrows, seeing it all over again. Like, you will blink and you will miss how quickly that CEO got deleted.
That CEO device just got deleted instantly, like an EMP on the arrow. Rinko gonna get Crib out of there, and there's your sustained comp. You can last as long as you can, but not enough. Crib going to get that portal back. They can continue the effort of trying to keep this thing slowed down. Minute 44, but Rinko's got the ult. Madara's ready to cook. See how long they can keep this thing on. Crib trying to find the right portal spot, maybe. Taking a while to get this portal out there unless it got canceled.
Maybe he's got to make the walk of shame. Instead, Renko going crazy here, just trying to prevent the stall opportunity, but does not want to get called out themselves. They have to shot to point, but they do not recontest, despite Backfast being so close and Thanos trying to survive. But Crib, he can't be spelling the same subject because Chime right now, he's acing everything and he's holding up.
Did I miss the portal? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I thought maybe they were going to get back, but maybe hold it for the last ditch effort here. Lander, you've seen him hit some good shots so far, throwing it a stun from across the field. Continue to get that poke going. See what he can get from the back of this water wheel here. And Guilty's just hanging on to ults. Used when needed. Trying getting low on health here, but continuing on. Crib finds the best of Stinkers. That's going to give him a little bit of room.
Allows him to walk up for a bit longer here too. Does need some help. Side of seduction though. Activates the diamond form just so that way they can help out with the sustain and not get caught in that trance. As you get to see now, Chime jumping right back around. No one's looking at him though. Gotta make sure he focus down. As unfortunately Crib on the receiving end of the arrow.
I hate Hawkeye, man. so crazy here. Chime getting the best of it. And there it goes. Gets the ult, ready to rock, doesn't even need it. Lander takes a quick shot, and just like that, gonna finish off the rest of them with the old true arrows. You got superheroes out here, man, throwing the Hulk and all types of things, and this guy just pulls back. All reliable. It's a 5-piece.
He's just clicking. Even at the very end, he didn't stop. He just kept clicking. I guess he never misses, man. Lore accurate Hawkeye, it looks like we've had in a lot of our matches, Cozy.
Yeah, no, for sure. Absolutely great performance, and expected to see that from them. All props out. Shout out to Backfast, but definitely tough luck of the draw there. Going against a very good team and Team Guilty, full of studs and players, and the merging of two really good rosters. Once again, we saw the other half of that roster go to Lunax or whatever they were called. I forgot their team name, but yeah, the other half go over there, right? And then Darkseer's other half and the strategist came and formed Team Guilty. So it's cool to see, again, roster mania come into effect.
Yeah, also just looking at the influence of compositions, right? You want to try to force out the triple Vanguard on a map like that. If you guys are wondering why is there triple Vanguards running right here, it's great opposition, or rather top to run against the opposition when it comes to holding a defensive opportunity here on this map. But you're doing it with Captain America and, well, Captain, not so bad, obviously, as we've seen thus far, especially when it comes to contesting and stalling. Even better if you have a Gambit, but Gambit was banned because the whole goal when it comes to these Gambit comms is to keep stalling so that we can get that ultimate. That wasn't part of the game here, unfortunately, because it was banned out. But it makes it even harder for them to find their footing when it's Hulk that's also just getting thrown around like a ping pong ball.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to have to see kind of where these talented players like 7.62 and Lander and where they kind of end up in the fold of these things. But, definitely got far with this team and they continue to do so. But yeah, I mean, listen, that was a great matchup. We continue to see these names we know. We're still not done in the America regions. There's a lot of teams and players specifically that I'm excited to watch, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break over here. We've been at you now for 6+ hours. We got more coming. We'll be back after this quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
What's going on, guys? We want to welcome you back to the Marvel Rival Championship Season 5. If you've been with us all day, great to have you back. If you're just now joining, we got another matchup for you as we see these teams kick it off for the first time in 2026. Vicky, you know, last matchup, we definitely saw some really solid players. We've seen a bit of everything, but a lot more Gambit today than I thought.
Yeah, I'm surprised Gambit has escaped being in jail, honestly. That's what I would like to call it when it comes to being stuck over in that ban system, right? And these are universal bans, so it allows these teams to not really have to worry about it from both sides. But you mentioned something a few series ago. It totally makes sense, Cozy. Gambit is literally that Gambit, right? Because it could really benefit teams to having those explosive starts in a lot of these domination maps. And it could come in clutch, but it's also very risky if you feel like that anything could happen, right? And then together with the Magneto team up, it's a lot of damage output. So coming off the beginning, we get to see that Gambit ban.
You know what? I'm definitely not irate that Gambit won't be coming to fold here in this first bit of domination, but looking at the next one, Daredevil also going to be off the board. Angela, we haven't had play from in at least a couple of matches, so good to have the One-Wing Angel into the fold. And taking a look at these teams, these are, you know, we've gone back and forth with players we know, teams we know. In this case, I would say these are 12 fresh new players in my eyes.
Nice. I like to be able to see up-and-coming talent here, Cozy. The Angela, another bit of a surprise that we keep seeing, as well as the things that have been running around, as well as the Invisiwoman Protect, though, on the other side of Menace, once they know that they wanted to get rid of Gambit. And now they won't have to worry about Daredevil being a menace, too.
Yeah, if Gambit is out, Sue is in, and we're seeing that repeat once again. And again, Wakanda, we've had a couple times here, at least in the domination front. Ban going with 3-2-1. Still unsure what they want. They finally go with the Groot at the last second. Always like to see when they pick, right? Because it kind of lets the eyes behind the curtain how solid they are in their picks and ban phase and kind of how they, you know, operate behind the scenes here. But next ban up, 12%. Groot, again, kind of the unsung, not talked about Vanguard. You know, obviously you've got, you know, a ton of conversation about Magneto and Emma and even Angela. Groot at the top scene is just absolutely lethal.
Yeah, especially with that fortified wall where it could prevent him from getting CC2 comes in clutch. But I'm surprised to see that Prio ban, and then we get to protect over to the Phoenix. That has been such a problem in most of the series that we've seen today.
Yeah, for sure. As now we have our save coming from our team Menace here, and last save, we don't know these players and how they want to operate. Just looking at what they have, though, we're going to tell a lot from the tail, right? With the Phoenix save on their side, maybe they go, okay, they're going to go with the Winter Soldier. So, again, with these new players, kind of fun to see kind of how they're going to do these team compositions all together. And it's a Mantis band to finish off. So, Homework says Nightmare here in TMR, who is an org, at least, with a lot of history and rivals, was the best one for a while. Old Sentinels and now kind of Dark Zero all over the place when we see Roster Mania. But fun to see these things collide.
Yeah, I also really like the smart decision making protecting the Bucky, because once you see that Gambit's off the table, you want to protect the Invisiwoman, you have the Mantis that you've already decided as a team that you're not going to allow through, then you could expect the Loki, right? And then you get the Kraken Impact and then reset potential off those Loki clones. That just allows you to extend on that ultimate.
Yeah, and taking a look, listen, we've got ourselves a very fun lineup here. A lot more Wolverine than I thought we might have seen here, you know, time and time again. But I know that Nightmare Academy, this team, they have done well in these MRCs. So to see if that momentum can carry is going to be what I'm probably most excited about. Menace here, though, this roster, I mean, I'm already about it with the Thor that I'm hoping leaves the gates.
There's no way. Surely there's no way. Am I dreaming? I mean, we were actually like hyping up Thor earlier on with the changes that we saw and the patches, but like just looking at how we haven't been able to have that Thor gameplay because it's so easily punishable at high level play makes it even harder. But we're gonna see how things roll out now in the next 5 seconds from both these teams.
I'm telling you, his kit is absolutely solid and goated. It's the ult that struggles, but we'll see what you can do now with this hammer that can go anywhere. And I do think he's underrated. I'm telling you, this is just such a high damage from a Vanguard, but then you're losing out, that sustainability. So is the trade-off worth it? We'll see here. Perfect location, Warrior Falls for the Asgardian God. Going up the high ground here, and we're following him. I love that we're taking a look at Thor right away. Going to that awaken, trying to get that early poke and aggression early, what you like to see.
Oh my goodness, the curse almost helping him out, but it still allows the kidnap to come through onto D Spooky, who has no time to react, no diamond form available after getting kidnapped. And Bendy getting a retaliation though, being able to get that pick onto Loki. Even better for Nightmare Academy, as now the Emma Frost will come right back around, but they won't have that sustainability.
Yeah, that was quick from Quick there, and once again, almost got another kidnap, but was able to get back and recover. Quick here, lethal. It's always these Lord Wolverines that can just do about anything. But love the Scott Summers charm on the side, clearing on. Jean Grey now with the quick spark and ignites to me. Now, Cancer Hippo going, what a name, going from the back there is Thor, I tell you, every MRC. We get some names. I got to make like a top 10 list here, but there we go with the Angela push off and pull, and now it's 25% in climbing per minute.
Why has it been the Thors lately, right? And then you see the Invisible Boundary at least coming out from Zap together, trying to help Menace get into position, but it's a reset from Bendy coming out first here with the Phoenix ultimate before pulling him back in. Both Invisible Women after the copy of the God of Mischief is going to be able to follow up on that.
Yeah, there's some trickery right there with the double invis on the limb feed. And Nightmare Academy getting right back into this thing. Solid, confident take, and right now, like what you're seeing from both teams, bending not breaking. Always the battle of the Phoenix early on, and Quick going from that Wolverine to the Bucky, and making Drill Master pay.
And moving forward here, Quick is going to take some notes here. Looking at the Loki from the other side of Nightmare Academy, seeing the copy coming out too. Effing King is going to be able to also have that invisible boundary going into this next fight, as Menace are just trying to brute force their way right through this choke by the rock. Cancer Hippo does have that throw ultimate though. Keep your eye, as the Angela is also trying to disrupt some peaks.
And not often the God of Thunder up in the air and kind of exposed, but in the right situations can work out here now. They have both visible boundaries up, and the fights are on now with production able to be had here. And up in the sky, Fruity going to find that Lady Loki. Lady on Lady, it's going to be the Jean Grey, though. Get the best of it. Fruit going to do nicely with the fall there. The slam down from Quick, who's been our highlight player so far, was showing up, but no, quickly, Phoenix going to answer the call.
Now again, instead going back into the spawn room gate. Sure, you were able to get these two big picks though, and Fleet makes the swap over to the thing to get back into the action quickly. Does lose a little bit out on that ult economy, but now goes right back over to the Angela once they see that everything's okay. Menace now are going to be able to keep their feet planted on this point.
Alrighty, 56. Good match. I mean, kind of just trading back and forth here. See if Fruit back. Continue that pressure from the top end. And right now, just spread apart. It's very interesting play here from Nightmare Academy. See what they plan to do in Song Inferno. And the Dancing Butterfly lethal combo. Teams love to use, but Quick is going to find the Magneto with the quick pop. And there's the combo that we look for. Got the Invis. Found the Phoenix. Quick down 2. Nightmare Academy coming back.
I love that ultimate from Drill Master right there. Dance of the Cutterfly put in so much of that pressure, and taking care of the strategies meant that there was no resustain at that point. You have the health pack to the side that is only available for one person unless they're able to get away. But the retake even better from Nightmare Academy.
True boxing match here, Vic. Just blow for blow. Both teams going back and forth with the cap. Recap at that. Sometimes happens with these ult battles. And we do have Zap that has the invisible boundary, but again, to match, it's going to be Nightmare Academy. So it's to go back and forth. The Thor v Thor, too, is just, again, something I did not expect seeing. Love to have it here early. Here goes Hippo. See what he can find. Get the poop off there, or just a kidnap. This is what Thor's best at. Bring him into the team, into the fun. And Nito's finding a tough place right now.
And just like you said, too, you want to play in close battles, right? And you're stuck inside this cave, and Cancer Ripple's going to be able to find the Invisible and be crazier as Zap. His Invisible Boundary goes down, and Fruit tries to get the follow-up after finding Bendy low in the back. And Song Inferno is going to be just enough now, as Gibu does have the God of Mischief, but it's going to be the Thor finding these picks. Nightmare Academy losing out on 2 from the beginning, but the Invisible Boundary now is going to be answered back from Gerbil, who's going to be able to have the God of Mischief copy.
Yeah, got to get the point, though. You know, getting the picks, but need to get the best of this point. Hippo, they're doing a great job on the God of Thunder. Again, love to see it early. There's a big hit. And getting that invis out, not only out, but staggered. Get you up to 99%. Is this going to force now Nightmare to portal in? I mean, they're going to have to, and with people out, 3 people out, this is almost lost, and that's crazy because he's looking solid for them. Quick now hunting with that hook and finding more. Hippo's going to continue to throw out the Awaken. Menace looking menacing here, Vicky, as they take down the Wolf. Insog Inferno goes up, slams down. No. And wow, Menace is answering the call.
It's always the Thors. Every single time I get to see the Thor did a 1v1 and duke it out, but too much damage output as Menace. They get to take the first round.
Really, the big difference there was just the order of operations. I mean, you had that Invis stagger, and then another one went, and then they had a portal in, but 4 were down, and the 2 that went in. Yeah, like it was just messy at the end, right? So it was blow for blow, messy at the end. That's really what happened for Nightmare Academy, and they look to get back on track. Map 1 going to Menace.
I'm just surprised that we're seeing literally everything today, Cozy. Literally in this MRC, we're having Thor coming out, Angela's out and about, although banned this game. Hawkeye, of course, not surprised there. Phoenix still utilizing a lot of that strength from everybody being in close fights, and Phoenix being really good here too, specifically because you know a lot of people like to play off on the high ground in these side rooms, all grouped up together, especially the back line here that may feel some pressure from these Thors.
Yeah, seriously, who have we not seen today? It's just about everyone. That's what you want to see here. Done a good job, you know, so far, and especially just, you know, entertainment value wise. That's what's always a good time. When you have these kind of universal bands, sometimes you don't get that, Vic, and so it's cool. It's cool to have these kind of, I don't want to say one-trick ponies, but people that specialize in certain heroes kind of shine and not be afraid to have their moment, like Hippo is here. Now, looking forward to what they could do. They do have good ult economy if you are Menace. You're not going to have a lot to sustain yourself if you are Nightmare. And Team R, they're going to rotate up on the high ground to start this thing off.
Oh, Flea making the swap right back over to the Angela, though. It's going to come in clutch when you try to get these environmental KOs off to the side by the health pack here, but someone's got to look at Bendy, the Hawkeye, who's found fruit here. Nice little quick stun onto Quick and Cancer. Cancer's going to be able to get a reset if he wants to utilize the God of Thunder, but they have to take care of the Hawkeye, who's harassing this backline.
Yeah, as a Thor, Hawkeye can be pretty scary. Don't have a lot of shields to pump up in the way, and the overhead won't do much good. Best way to take care of it, though, is just like that. Some Thunder up the Hawkeye there, and Magneto, who's just doing a good job at point. Still alive, but Quick and friends continue to get one down after the other. Menace is going to take this point first.
And Menace right now not only having the number advantage, but even with Thor feeling some of that pressure, being able to isolate Bendy, you're also finding the Invisible Man, which is vulnerable with no protection, right there too. So you go down with the Invisible Boundary, and it was quite a long fight before one of these teams were able to find that point with Menace.
This is what happened when Gambit gets banned. You're able to experiment with some interesting compositions here, and it's now at 20%. The Thor team on top. You know, the viewers are excited to see something unique here now with the quick arrows and pulls. Can he get a pick early? Let's see if Fruit can get a quick match on Drill Master. That's exactly what you don't want if you are Nightmare.
Good timing, though, on that Invisible Boundary, but Quick is going to be able to follow up immediately afterwards onto Bendy, catching him here. Menace now moving up after utilizing that here, sending everybody together. Quick looking for another reset here as the Heaven's Retribution comes in, but it's not going to stop them. They're just going to delete it immediately and force back Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, that's rough with the fear, and then you get the Elim. I mean, that's fun when you're the Magneto there, trying to, you know, last-ditch effort, throw the Meteor in. So far, not a lot from the Hawkeye. Able to get any big picks here. Obviously, when we're coming off the game of Chime and what he was able to pull off, tough to match that value. But just like that, we're getting at least some pressure, pushing the team back. But Thor just able to continue that aggression.
Just trying to find at least one out here, too. Is it going to be a Loki clone here? Are you going to be able to find your mark? All eyes on Paradox, who has the God of Mischief. He's going to be able to copy that, though. It's a Venn diagram with your own Invisible Boundary. God of Thunder comes crashing down, not finding his mark, but at least with the follow-up together, Drone Master is going to be able to get that, as Fleed is going to be able to make this Thor work. He's making these swaps to 3 different Vanguards already in this first game.
Then they are going to be able to get this into the high 90s at the very least. We'll see again Thor coming out to play. I'm having a blast. We've played a lot of Thor this season, and it's such a menacing hero at times, especially in domination here. Point about to go their way. Nightmare Academy trying to get on the board in some regard, but just this Hippo, he just won't go back to the zoo. There he goes. All right, he's out of here. He's finally off this point, but just still not able to cap it. My God.
One of the most dangerous animals, but it looks like the Hawkeye could just tame him just enough here. The claws are clawing, and now Paradox moving up with the Lady Loki skin, finding 2 picks together after the damage and piggybacking from the Hawkeye.
Alrighty, so Nightmare Academy, 7% of climbing. Full team off the board for Menace. You have the Hawkeye ult, Thor ult, which we're not going to count, and then you got Spooky. Close with Seduction. You know, Loki not far behind, so they do have enough to at least get this thing interesting. We'll see how they use their ult economy. Now pushing forward here. Quick has done a lot of work for this team. Kurt also getting those clutch hits. See how they continue to see if they get this point right back in map 1.
Does he never miss is the question. They're forced to back away. Look at this rotation from Menace. He said, all right, you can have that room. We'll just wait this out, reapproach it from the side. And they could afford this too, right, Cozy? Because right now, Nightmare Academy, after finally getting the point, they're nearing 40%, while Menace were able to get it all the way up to 99.
Yeah, pushing in here, taking their time, just like you said, kind of allows you to work differently throughout the map there. And there's a quick pushback. Seduction, nice mag bubble there. Going to force the invisible boundary. Just going to throw that up now with Quick finding the quick hit on Thor, and that's just a huge pick early. Presence-wise, we got to see this Hawkeye land a lethal shot. There it is. Down goes the Hippo. Hunting season there quickly as Drill Masters finally gets the best of fruit, and this is what they needed. Nightmare Academy had to win in the neutral, and they do just that.
No way. He tries to solo Drill Master, who's safe up on this high ground here, and now you won't have a Kraken impact for this next fight. Nightmare Academy, they're nearing 75%. Sure, they're finding some of these picks if you're looking at Spooky, but this is the trade-off as Menace are now down 2, make it 3, and no Loki, no God of Mischief, ultimate to come out.
I don't love that ult there on the Bucky, but already back to 50%. Does get the stagger. 86% though. Here we go. Just when you think they're out, Nightmare's right back in it. You're having people hit their shots, finally get back into this thing. Drill Master has the ult. You've got now Bucky online. Here we go. We're going to have to see the Quick Trickster throwing up and getting Menace back into this thing. And we've got Quick being quick there, back fast on the Spider-Man. Hippo finds the best of the Hawkeye. They got him before, and just like that, Menace back into this thing.
He has not let him breathe here, but it's a Spider-Man who cannot get away. Drill Master has the protection of the Invisiwoman shield. Even better, though, is that it looks at Cleave overtime ticking away. Menace, they won that first round earlier on pretty dominantly, but now it's the back and forth that we're currently seeing. 3 down for Menace. The number advantage going in favor for Nightmare Academy.
And just like that, Nightmare Academy, hello. I mean, again, you're never out in this game. At 99%, they come back, and it was close on map 1. It was looking like it was going one way map 2, but no, we go all the way to the Institute of Science here to close out our first dom between these two teams.
The back and forth. Looks like we got a series on our hands here, Cozy. I like it. And I like, even though we've been seeing Fleeb go between either the Thing or if it's the Angela, but it is the Thor that is now making Menace consider, all right, we have to go for something different. I do see Doctor Strange and Penny. Could be for the shields, but it could also be for some mind shenanigans.
I always love to pull into the portal, the chaos that unfolds. What we have for this map, yeah, I mean, if they do decide, which I don't think they will, but if they do decide to take Penny out to the point, it could, I mean, you can absolutely cook if you get there fast enough and you win that first bit. It's so hard to come back once those nests are up and able. But no, this is just going to be some old tomfoolery here, looking for the portal pull, and they're doing exactly that. Nightmare's falling into the trap. They're trying to find exactly who they want to throw into their minds. You can see them all there together. He's waiting for the call. There it goes. Kind of an awkward spot, though, and I don't think they're going to be able to get the portal play. That was, yeah, definitely, yeah, it didn't go exactly their way.
Not only on the missed time, but they are also on like the other side of that portal. If they were intention was to try to block out their positioning through that choke to get into the point, but now this is just free real estate for Nightmare Academy, and in this economy, we'll take anything like that for free. As these Spookies gonna have to sign a seduction, bring them all into the line of sight, all the damage, all the follow-ups between the Phoenix and these shots. Get the invisible boundary now answered from Menace's side. Can't believe it was gonna be swapping over to the Venom. Gets shut down almost immediately by the Hawkeye.
We're seeing these duelists in real time heat up. I mean, they were absolutely cold on Wakanda Falls, and now both Drill Master and the Hawkeye Benny able to just completely land their shots perfectly, forcing this whole team back. Menace can't find any space to even get where they want. We now have Hippo off the Thor onto the Venom. Big heroes only, apparently. Now going to try to find a little bit of wiggle room, but yeah, Nightmare Academy looking strong, big.
And look at this ult economy that they're working with too. And Bendy's very close. So not missing a shot, it looks like here with his own Hawkeye ult as Drill Master has just been drilling this damage into them the whole time.
For sure, Drill is just hitting every bit of the shot. Fruit has to get the best of them in the duel off that they have. Quick now going to that Hawkeye. And they're just trying to match their duelist, you know, mechanic for mechanic, and unable to do so. There's a Loki does have the copy available. Yeah, they choose to use it, but 50%. I mean, this is looking Nightmare with all the momentum. Oh!
Even activated until right now to match it from both sides. The invisible boundary was answered from both sides too, just to block out the vision, forcing both Hawkeyes to fight a lot closer. Trying to slam down with the Ensong Inferno. Oracle's going to be able to get that slam kick though onto Bendy. Quick onto Flea. That's 2 out from Nightmare Academy, and now Menace finally will be able to flip this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you needed to get out of Menace and their duelist, right? Quick with the quick opening on Drill Master, who's just been landing everything. And so look at this. Oh my gosh, hunting the prey live in 4K. I was just about to say Quick has to continue to get the hit on these duelists in these.
Stop.
Hey, Quick. I see you, man. He's Spider-Man. He's one of those duelist players that do it all. Okay, goodbye. Auto delete.
I love this game. Oh, that looks so funny. It's like you think, but then you get punished. It's like he tries to get away, but then he gets stuck against the wall thanks to the shish kebab from the Angela.
Alrighty, here comes the chaos in the copy, and just like that, we've got the seduction rolling, and Menace and Co are able to get this point right back to their favor. Let's see how they're able to stagger the ults here. Drill Master, though, right back where they left off without getting the arrow in the face. Took an arrow to the knee in the face. Drill Master back into this thing, though. Quick with the quick voltage now. Getting the invis, but that is huge.
I'm sure he also used to be an adventurer as well here. As we back away, looking at the Loki lamps too. You're protected. Quick is just getting away with a lot of this pressure. Fruit over to the other side though. Phoenix shot's going to be able to land onto these spooking as well as the Ensong Inferno reset from Drill Master. Ooh.
Just going to see what Fruit can do. It's been a little bit now, but with 1, 2, 3, Nightmare continues to get what they need. 70% up though. They match it. That's going to at least allow one more trade. But if you're Nightmare, you got to get them off this point, get this right back. They're going to get it right here. They at least have 99 in terms of them, and we'll see if Menace can come back and lock back in. But gosh, Strategist getting it done.
Strategists want hands out here. The Loki picks that we currently have been seeing from Paradox have just been on another level. Paradox playing incredibly well too, by the way. The way that they've been cycling too with the Invisible Man ultimate as well as the Loki ult, we'll be able to have that online for this next fight here as they take their time. Menace trying to portal back in.
Yeah, Bendy and Quick just keep playing like mystery heroes on duelists, just going back and forth of what might do well against the other. Hawkeyes are out now. We've got the good push off there. Incredible push off. Still gonna find though the Loki, unfortunately not getting the message, and just like that, Academy, who look down and out, take care of business here in Wakanda. Menace is going to lose after a dominant map 1, 99% map 2. Nightmare Academy on top.
It was a back and forth though, especially after that first map. You know, Nightmare Academy changing things as well as trying to focus on some new picks, but I feel like just taking away the strength of what the Thor play wanted to be ran with Menace, we kind of forced out that swap originally, and Paradox is your MVP. We're just highlighting Paradox fighting those crucial picks too at the very end.
Yeah, no, great game from Paradox in general, and I gotta say, you've got the talent on both teams. You know, Fruit kind of was on top early. Quick was doing his thing, but really just impressed with the way that you got to see the duelist from Academy hold strong. Bendy continue to get well, and Drill Master all the way locked in. 19 final hits and 12. What a story there. But look at Quick and Fruit back. This is going to be what you want to look for in map 2.
I definitely agree, and I think this could honestly, just the way that the duels have been playing for this team could go the distance, right? Just depending on what map we're going to be going on to. Quick just trying to get a lot more of these resets, even trying to contest what they felt was most pressuring, and from Nightmare Academy, that was Mendy that was up on the high ground, as well as Drill Master that was finding so much output.
Yeah, the Loki, I mean, the Loki difference was apparent, but the Invis going to Zap. Like, Zap was the better Invis, but Paradox just both in damage, 5k more damage. Same healing, but 8 of limbs compared to the 1. I mean, just all it takes sometimes is that kind of finishing those final hits to get that dom and, you know, give you the momentum and advantage. So great job from them all together. Excited that we have a matchup that's close, especially against two teams that are still newer again to this whole scene. We're still very early in the esports, so even though year 1, a lot of big names came up, year 2, right, is going to be bringing more names, and we're seeing some right here, Vic.
Yeah, we got to see how that's going to play out, right? Well, the Marvel Rivals Ignite scene is still developing, and looking at this newfound talent, it's the path to pro to look out for, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. So with this, again, when you have these teams that we can kind of see the point go back and forth and back and forth, today at least the tail of this has been that it goes the distance. It goes all the way to map 3. Best of 3, sometimes you can't always see the full story of these teams involved, but I do think we're going to go potentially the distance. We'll see if Menace can come back, because they certainly were on top there a lot of the time, and it's going to take a lot of effort to get that done. Quick, though, what is he going to play? Because I feel like I saw every hero from him in a matter of like 2 minutes.
I'm wondering, I mean, just considering like what we haven't seen so far, and you must be wondering here, oh my gosh, is that a Thor? Yes, that was a Thor. You don't really get to see much Thor play in general, but then coming out and depending on what map we have on our hands here I'm hearing it right now. I love the change of scenery, Cozy. Still a dark map, but we are moving on to Central Park. But I was gonna say, one of the heroes that we saw for maybe like less than 2 seconds was the Moon Knight right out of the gates, right? With the portal play, you want to be able to boost up that ultimate and maybe make a swap up if you can to another hero. And as we get to go into the pick and ban system, and there is no Gambit to be played this time around again.
Yeah, shock we're not getting Clintar for the 13th time today. We go over to Central Park. First visit of the location here, at least with us in this this great marathon of games. But yeah, as you said, same bans and saves so far between these two teams.
No Daredevil, no Gambit, but it's the Angela that is once again prioritized for Nightmare Academy, at least. And looking at the Invisible Woman pick as well, we saw a lot of output here from Zap. You talked about Zap being the better Invisible Woman with the not only the healing output too, but the follow-ups with the invisible boundary. Want to see more of that from Menace. It's going to be a different look considering that we are on Convergence, and it's the Emma Frost that's banned next.
And looking towards it, not much changing. Yeah, just to your point, I mean, Zap might as well keep that Invis going their way. I mean, it's almost like you want the Loki ban, but you trust your guys. And again, I think Menace did such a solid job. Like, they know they have the skill to win this. So maybe keep things the same. Why not change up much? Penny is a good, good block here. Just a very tough hero to deal with on this first point, third point, second point. I mean, just Penny's a menace across the board.
Not too scared of Penny, but I do get it when it comes to this map. Penny being able to have more of these cheeky angles and setting up those mines as well. As we get to see the Captain America protected. I did believe we saw the Captain America ban in that first game, so that's very interesting to note. Wonder if that's going to take place of the Thor that we had seen before.
Yeah, next save coming up here. Cap being saved is always interesting. And one of those heroes, again, that we talk about in pro play that's just like that notch above, right? Groot as well. I still think Cap is one of the most skill-stealing heroes when you talk about the top of the top with coordination and animation canceling, what he can offer for the team with his old charge and lead-in of the Avenger. On the opposition, it's going to be his best buddy, Bucky, being saved. And last bans for both teams will tell us the end of this story before we head in.
What the problem's going to be, it's going to be the Mantis. I do like this because they didn't ban out the Groot, so if they wanted to rock out with the Mantis, Groot, or Loki, that could be scary, but it's going to be the Hela as the last ban. So with that ban onto the Mantis, they completely take away that team up.
Yeah, and you know what? In fact, they want to go back on this Phoenix Drill Master. And then we saw just how lethal they were on the Phoenix. It's been a while, Vicky, since we've seen the Human Torch on this map. I mean, there's so many iconic matchups where that was evident. A little bit of a scary hero to play. I mean, definitely got the recent buffs and has more of that identity that it was with the shotgun in the skies, but they're still kind of picking if they want to go that route.
It feels extra fun, though, when you get to play as Rogue and you get to copy him and get to make the triangle up on the floor. It does so much extra damage when you pull everybody together. But we haven't been seeing that, right? Like, it's not like we get to see the opportunity of these Rogues to really have much more of that output. And it could be dangerous, too, with the amount of Angelas that we've had. That could separate the Rogue and you're forced to burn out so many of your abilities just to get away.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because you've got Hippo on Thor, which is fine, right? But in this top-level play, if they're able to burn through the group, I mean, it's a good night. You just have nothing to protect yourself, right? And especially when you're trying to get through this fortress here, it can make things a bit tough. But at least opposition-wise, they have the Angela. So you take care of the Angela early, and then you go full aggro is what Menace wants to do.
Yeah, they're going to be able to approach this, too, with the rocket. So they'll have some extra shields just coming out of the gates already. Rocco taking some of that pressure. It's going to be Bendy over onto that Bucky to match that up quick.
And honestly, as a, someone who played Thor a lot this season, I like this map a ton. I think this is a good map if you have the right team composition. And just like that, Bendy going to go and punish that Thor early. You take care of the main tank, and it's, yeah, feasting time. So now look at, they have to rotate out. There's like nothing that they can do to survive the onslaught. And then you have Angela up in your face. But right now, they just know there's nothing they can do at this part of the fight. Wait for the grid to get back. And if Bindi can keep doing this, they won't be able to penetrate. So we'll see if they can continue up this early aggression.
Nice, the pushback too. At least to help out your own Thor, right? Just be able to provide some of that extra pressure while just trying to provide that shield too. Before moving up though, they want to try in the isolation up on the Phoenix. The Angela just waiting about like a shark in the waters up on the high ground.
Bindi already at 99. There's the Sia up though, and this is the moment you need to take advantage of. See if they can do so, and just like that, quick finds the best Bindi, and that's going to allow everything else to fold. Quick finds the second, both just like that. Duelists are out, then Thor can feast, and that's what you need. If you're going to go with this one kind of true Vanguard lineup, that's the route you need to take. Great job from Menace getting exactly what was done, and Quick showing he can do it on any hero.
And Cancer Hippo, the fact that he is stuck to his guns on the Thor has been so entertaining. We're going to see so many different heroes out in play. They're going to hold forward for now. Lucky close to that Kraken impact before he gets a grapple. He gets a finishing blow, and he's looking to dive down.
That was big here as Quick tries to find more Bindi, though. This is going to be a classic Bucky matchup. But there's the res. Big one at that. Quick, you going to find the best of it. Oh, my goodness. Hook, line, and sinker. It's a slam down. And just like that, you can see just Menace and Groot just hightailing it back to point. Like, all right, let's save it. A little bit of scouting there from Quick to slam back into it. Hippo has his ult. Not a lot there, but you do have the Phoenix. You can tie in together the Groot ult as well. So Menace has plenty in the arsenal.
They're gonna be able to use it though. Yeah, dribble to see how that BRB is gonna work out. They try to get aggressive here. Nightmare Academy wrapping up on the high ground, looking down at Morocco, who's got that Groot hug ready to go. Groot back can get the follow-up immediately with the end song Inferno, but imagine that with the damage between Gibble.
And just like this, he's just trying to find the right opportunity, but down goes the Groot, and that is a brutal loss. The res peeking, wow, saved the invis not long ago, but still enough to get the Groot back into it, and just in time, he comes back with the ult. It's crazy how things and timing work out perfectly. And right now, Menace is really having everything go their way. There goes the invis woman. Menace is speed running through the top of this hill, even with the invis boundary. Not much to keep them alive. Groot wants every bit of this. He's got a lot of this game so far, but not afraid of anything.
And he is literally making his own catwalks. He is not afraid. Even with the fire hurtled in his direction, though, the Ensong Inferno tries to catch the backline. They end up surviving despite a lot of that damage.
Yeah, here, honestly, great recap here. 4 meters and pushing back. See if Quick is able to get that ult back up. They're trying to right now just to farm what they can. I mean, what the way to bid not break there for Nightmare Academy.
And looking forward here, Nightmare Academy, Bendy being on that Doctor Strange, close to the Eye of Agamotto, D Spooky, Meteor M, all eyes on where Zap's position is with the invisible boundary to try to stop that. Quick has that Kraken impact. They're trying to rotate right behind Nightmare Academy. I like it. The wall coming out though, trying to set him up. He builds the biggest wall, and the Fear Magneto, the meatball of the Meteor M, comes slamming down. Back does have the Ensong Inferno just in case they have to reset, but the rest of Menace are feeling so much of this pressure, except there has not been any KOs to follow up. Nightmare Academy playing this rather safely with the Vanguards hugging their face. The triple Vanguard setup, by the way. Eye of Agamotto coming out to find 2.
Alrighty, just like that. We'll see now with the scene what they can combine, and big time copy there. Everything coming out, every Q press, graphics cards melted per usual here with 2 minutes 14 seconds. And wow, with the quick pop, Finzi. Hello. I kind of love whenever they get to these flexes in the strange from the usual duelist, and then they just pop off.
This is working. I cannot believe that triple Vanguard. Bendy had swapped over to Portalin originally here, did so much of that damage, got the Eye of Agamotto, and it is working out here for them with Drill Master dealing the finishing blow. Does have that Ensong Inferno still, as Extinction also has that invisible boundary. And if you look at Menace though right now, Cozy, it's really to deal with Quick and that Kraken impact coming up.
I mean, 2 meters away, and look where they've been able to put this point to. This team is just absolutely locked in here. Now quickly Phoenix drills down as Drill Master continues to get the most important heroes in that back line, finds Fruit as well, and it's just a complete aggressive attack here. Bindi going crazy as the sorcerer.
He's taking some notes out here. Don't pass him the book. He's going to teach you to read. Now he's backing away, though, just putting in some of that extra pressure. Nice little stun, though, off the Phoenix. Hitting 3 onto Nightmare Academy. That's just going to boost into those strategist ultimates, looking at Paradox and Neptune.
There's a quick, you don't even hear the again and the crack, and it's just going to be the clone reset. See, Spooky can find. Oh my gosh! 2 of them! No. Did you hear the again squeak out of quick 2 before the purple meteor smashed him into oblivion?
I cannot believe what I just...
Dude, Spooky's like, get the hell out of here.
No way, man. It's the fact that it took so long to take care of the clone to try to get the Kraken reset on purpose, and then he just is met with a meatball to the head.
Sometimes you're like trying to like stagger it out, you know, and like, all right, I'm going to wait for the opportune time. Wow, great bubble. Great bubble and setup. All right, okay, Academy, you got my tip of the cat. I think a lot of what this team did was in the MRC where I wasn't there, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from the coordination, though, of this team.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Setting up the walls to position themselves so that way they could safely portal in. This could change a lot, though, because Menace have a lot of ultimates to work with, just so that way they can get this next checkpoint.
Yeah, I like the play here. Big brain plays coming out. Thought first there's going to be the portal from the opposition. Instead, we've got the hand of Conchu coming down, and it is everybody in this game in one circle, and they are finding the most of it. Holy ace. That is the whole team. A goodbye. They have a long way to go, but look at the entire countdown timer on Team Nightmare.
Overtime ticking away as Menace gets a taxi along this squirrel. They have to stop any entrance, but this gives time to Rocket to at least set up these walls. They got to look at the other entrance, though, as Drill Master's just trying to burn away at those walls.
Yeah, and right now, really quick's the only one with the ult, right? So if we can nail it to Agamotto, they have life, but Nightmare Academy has 2. Spooky nailed 2 last time. There's a little something. Gets the Angel in the air. That's a big one, but there you go. Spooky got 2 last time. How many this time? Lantern, shields, a lot to pay through. Still finds the slam as the buzzer beater. Down goes the Loki. Big pick at that. Menace finds 1, 2. Got it this far last time and continues this time. 0.91. Time's ticking, and it is Menace that somehow... Wow. Conchu started it. And Menace finished it. I mean, that was great.
I mean, almost was a nail in the coffin right there, too, because the only reason why those Loki lamps got deleted so quick is just because of the ricochet off of the Moon Knight. I mean, talk about making those quick adjustments in a desperate time of measures, and he went from like 50% ult economy to already having it ready to go, and that's what we know that Moon Knight does best, is building up that ult quickly.
And it's just been like classic Ignite Magneto ults again, just seeing these land time after time. And we saw this with Clintar earlier where this team just continued to push through and finally get that cap. And we're seeing that right now. Minute 60 seconds left. You got another hand of Conchu. And guess what? Old Groot is about ready to roll. Once again, you see Conchu on the side of your map there. He's sneaking up at the top. There he is. He wants to throw the hand. Summon the Egyptian god. 98%. Okay, there it is. And just like that, once again, throws the Yonks down. There's nothing you can do, Vicky. There's nothing you can do.
I say just accept the fate at this point. It's like watching a scene from The Mummy and trying to survive right through it. Cancer Hippo on this Moon Knight. If it's not the Thor, it's the Moon Knight. And they're holding forward a team that had no time, by the way, in overtime, is walking the squirrel.
Appropriate. I mean, just look at... Oh, great play from Zap there, showing exactly why the Invis to fear. And, I mean, talk about getting your team right back into it. These teams have gone back and forth. We said we might see a 1-1. It's looking like it. Fun little fact, too. The voice actor for Moon Knight looks just like Thor. Hippo playing Moon Knight and Thor is very, very appropriate, Vicky.
What if it's him in disguise? He knows something that we don't, maybe. That's actually great to know. But wow, talk about the changes actually working out, forcing out these staggers, the pressure on top of it all. It also forced Paradox to swap off the Loki, which was the key for Nightmare Academy to keep their sustain originally, right? So you swap over to the Jeff to try to make some Jeff plays happen by the bridge to take them off the map, but they don't even have time to set up. Why? Because they got flanked by the Moon Knight.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to be, we saw a lot of cool play from Nightmare Academy. I mean, we saw the setups. If I'm being honest, you got to be aware of that Moon Knight, right? Like, it just happened not long ago. You know the Groot ult was back when you lost that second point, too. So you gotta be ready as a team. There's not a lot you could do. Like I said, they throw up the invisible boundary, but it's almost like, okay, someone's got to track where that Moon Knight might be. He's not in the dead middle. Those are the small things you got to clean up. You want to continue to be an elite team in this game, but great job from them. I mean, a heck of a effort and better job, Menace, getting to that third point.
It was looking grim, let's be honest. They had to portal in, make those desperate swaps, and it worked out amazingly for them. Let's see Nightmare Academy, if there could be just as strong of the attack as we had seen earlier on the defense, but it's about these resets that are way more important as the Moon Knight gets answered back into Menace's face.
Yeah, Drill Master's like, hey, great idea. Mind if I copy your homework here now? Drill Master, look at how quick Hannah Conchu gets up, 53%, just like that, and it just allows pressure, spacing. You got the 12%, 15% boost actually with the boost there that Storm just got, and they can get that pick on the Phoenix. That's gonna be all they need. Drew always a little bit behind there, but 91% found the pick, and now oh good night.
Oh, but my biggest fear here, even though you have the Moon Knight and you can bounce off these Loki skills, you're finding these crucial picks, but then you have to consider the triple strategist lineup that Menace is running, and Quick is really close to that Karmic Revival.
Yeah, absolute, just perfect play there from Drill Master, who we've seen answer the call in the duelist position. Going right back into it, though, is Fruitback and friends. Fruitback, wow, 360 no-scope there on the Storm in the air.
He calls in the Sia, it protects for now, but Fruitback, I love the communication from this team. Being able to back away, the God of Mischief, or the Goddess of Mischief, is going to be able to get the copy with the Invisible Boundary. Group Hug isn't going to stop anything, though, and no follow-up as the Magneto ultimate goes up, and they're protecting thanks to Fleeb and these walls.
Yeah, Menace getting back to the point and then having absolutely everything on lockdown. So good initial effort from Nightmare Academy. Even better here from Menace with the answer. Now Quick going again, not surprised Quick plays Adam. The guy is playing legit every hero in this game at this point. Love the res here though, Vic.
So having the Meteor M is going to be a Rocco, though, at the very least. Keep your eye on Quick's position, and if he's used that passive, all the ultimates minus Gibble is going to be able to have themselves online. The Eye of Agamotto is only going to catch the Magneto. The Invisible Boundary comes next to allow him to move up. Loki's going to come right back, though, with the BRB, but it's been used up, preventing Bendy from being able to come in with the Omega Hurricane.
Taking the full force of the Phoenix right there. Able to escape, though. Yeah, good job. I mean, even though Spooky got out, the red comes up, and here comes the Omega Hurricane. Skies open up. See what kind of hurricane we get here. Drill Master looking for more once again. Meteor in, slams down. Big connections early, but nothing right now. And just like that, you got a Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3. But there's Quick with the res.
And with the shutters that they put in to just make sure that they are being held down, everybody comes right back around after the Omega Hurricane. But that's what Nightmare Academy is holding on to these ultimates as the group hug into the hand of Conchu is the nail in the coffin to find all of them.
Holy Moon Knight, the one right click and they're all gone, just like that. Groot wants a little piece of the action as well. Making just so hard, even though you get the res, it's like, all right, well, we died the first time. Coming back, do it again is tough business. Love the Storm and the Moon Knight, though. Always solid. Drill Master coming up big there for the team.
It's so satisfying, too, when you play Moon Knight and you get all those hit markers just scattering around everybody that's grouped up together. It just is something different here. And, you know, you get those hit markers, you get that ultimate boosted up. It's working out, at least for now, here for Nightmare Academy. Got 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Menace is trying to look at them from the low ground, trying to fight for that positioning.
Yeah, and we saw this point two kind of go one way from Menace, and it took a while to get the ending. We'll see if Nightmare, because they've got the Moon Knight early, kind of take the page from that book, Vicky, and can kind of get this through that point fast. They're going to have to if they want to match this time and even finish. Hippo on the Strange. Found
Nice.
Drill Master. That's a big one. Yep, I'll go ready online and look to maybe save it. It's definitely far up there, and at this point, just getting good rotations. This is kind of where you want to lay when you are the defense, though. Around this corner with your strategist, and someone's got to, get first.
I'm not too big of a fan, though, of the Invisible Boundary that we saw from Nightmare Academy at the very end right there. The Eye of Agamotto, it's only called out Drill Master. Paradox is going to answer with the Sia instead. And Song Inferno is going to delete that Sia, and with the Meteor M, it's not going to hit its mark. Nice protection onto Drill Master, who just continuously holds forward here, bouncing all these blades, not only around the Loki clothes, but around the lamps as well.
It's so tough, too, because, Loki's only exit is putting down more clothes, and it's like, the Magneto died there because of the Loki, but you can't really do much else. You got to try to get out of there. And so just like that, great. Oh, my gosh. In full finish, right? You get the res, so you're wasting that ult as well. That was perfection from Nightmare.
this is what causes the staggers, by the way. It's almost like getting some deja vu from what we had seen when Nightmare Academy was on the defense instead. In the same spot, too. The pull-in to get even more aggressive. They find the pick. F-King gonna be able to get aggressive here with the Invisible Woman buffs.
If I had a top 10 of satisfying rival sounds, that Moon Knight onk in that costume's got to be up there. It's so nice, right? I got to tell you.
It's so good.
But with this, I'm climbing up. Going to go with the aggressive barrier. And Drillmaster close to Khonshu. Not sure if they'll wait for the Groot. They're far behind there. And then Quick is staying on the Atom, which I'm going to be a little bit shocked by. You know, Rez has done nothing really for this team so far.
About like one fight, right? And then they got caught in the Gruul into the hand of Khonshu, which could easily happen again here. They're trying to match that at the end song. Infernal with just enough damage is going to find a Rocco, but Gibble's going to be able to get the copy onto the Atom Warlock and have his own resurrection.
Magnetos are just in hell right now. Getting picked off one by one. Bendy's going to find Angela. There goes the Rez once again. And look at what they have. Spooky's got the meteor in. There goes the invisible bounty. One on top of the other. And we are going to have the Magneto hold on to it. Nope, there he is. Meteor him up, slams down. Spooky, what can you find? You found, oh my gosh. Well, combine that with Bindi and Drillmaster. And got a big fish. Now, last bit, aggression on. 2 minutes left. This is a clinic.
Oh no, Fruitback was like, I'm out, but I have nowhere to go after this end song. Inferno is over. I can't stall, and nobody to get onto the point as Nightmare Academy. They're able to take advantage of this Moon Knight composition, make it work, and they have 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Well, we said, will we see a 1-1? I gotta say, 2 minutes on the clock versus a minute. We've seen crazier things. We've seen crazier things on this map too. So, you know, can't call anything early. Gonna be very tough though. Menace is up first. They have exactly a minute. You're gonna have to just give it all you have quick. You're gonna have to play a Khonshu game of his life over here in Moon Knight. And we'll see. I mean, you can farm up all quick, and sometimes, right, you know, this point can be a little tricky to get, right, Vicky? So if they get the cap within the minute, they can win it.
I'm wondering if the gameplay here, though, is if Menace is using Quick to get that ultimate quickly and maybe see the swap back over to the Atom Warlock, because that's what Quick has been really relying on. And that would be pretty big brain, something that we saw, I believe, like one other time when we had the Gambit out. You do the Moon Knight, build up your ultimate, even if it resets, you're right there already at 50%, just so that way you could start the fight early with a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, Rinko did that earlier, and it was kind of crazy to see. They did it with the portal play. I don't know if he'll do it on offense, but maybe something we do see on the defensive side. But yeah, just like this, you know, Vic, Bindi, and Drillmaster, when needed, have locked in. They got 2 minutes and 50 seconds to win on their end. But when you got talent, you got mechanics like Quick. Fruit Vac for me is the big question mark. If Fruit Vac has got to step up here, we got to see a couple picks from them. They're going to get this point within 1 minute.
All eyes on them here. Now looking up. Nightmare Academy up on the high ground here. Hand of Khonshu. Just trying to get built up. Talk about the ult economy from Quick beforehand, though, but it's also about clearing this choke just in case.
They get in pretty quickly here. Got 37 seconds. Kind of tricky because you can't have a wipe here, but you also need to get something rolling. Ooh, good little onk there to get the pressure out at least. Fruit Vac finding the best again. We've got to see an early pick, and Fruit step up and nail it. Wow. Wow, that's a big one as Magneto gets the invis brought back. There is the pick from Fruit Vac, and all of a sudden, Menace looking like they might be able to get this point. Got to get that pesky raccoon up top, looking for more. Quick has that ult. He wants, he's got, it's perfect. There's the Groot, there's the finish. Menace is going to be able to land a slam dunk with no meteor in.
Oh man, the Wombo combo that we always see. It's so great to be able to get the follow-up off of your own friendly Groot ultimate, but now with overtime ticking away, they cannot get off this point whatsoever.
Quite literally, though, like, they've already done what they needed to do in a minute. Everything else now is just bonus free time, right, Vic? So, like, because now they're going to give all that space. You can't rush into it. They're already exactly where they need to be. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. We're probably a little bit more past up the hill if you just count down the time on a normal game. So they're cooking with what they have in overtime.
As they have to stay on this point, Sia calls in. The end song Inferno. Bendy finding Quick though in the back, but he's got the BRB to come right back around with the extra damage output. Nice protection on the bubble onto Bendy. They need to enable Bendy here as he's trying to not ever miss, but he's falling low. He gets caught, and no one's looking at Quick. He's running away with pressuring the rocket.
Yeah, just like that, you know, Fruit Vac is going to go down. Drillmaster does step up to the call. There's the end song Inferno going to splash everybody low, and just to clean up, Spooky's going to find one with Quick. They're getting back up. I don't know if Moon Knight was the priority target. Everybody low. It's up to 5, but just like that, we've got Hippo. He's got the ult, throws it all together. No Khonshu to follow up this time.
Oh, wow.
But still plenty of play. Bindi going back to the Moon Knight. What a good cleanup finish.
And the bodies are dropping. Menace nowhere in sight to recontest as Quick had desperately tried to use the Doctor Strange portal, but it was too little too late.
That's a W, though. If you are Menace, you are pumped. You can easily stall that thing to 250. It's not going to be easily. I want to say easily, but they got that point. First get, Vic, with the Groot ult. Really, props to the Vanguards, because we saw both the Mag and Hippo just right up in there. Mag got the invis, and then Hippo, Hippo had his ult instantaneously.
Yeah, it was also smart to not pull the trigger on the Moon Knight ultimate when you see the enemy invisible boundary, because a lot of Moon Knights, they see that opportunity to try to take out the Invisible Woman and take down the boundary, but instead hold on to it for the combo that you know will have way more impact than using it to maybe get one raw pick. Yeah, let's see here what they decide to do. And last time, Quick was on the Atom. Didn't really see value from it this time. Fruit going to go to the Moon Knight on the defensive side, which I think is fine, too, because really all you need is a wipe, right, Vic? So even if they get to the point and you sustain, let's say with this Atom Warlock, get one good Groot ult, get the Mag in there, or get the Khonshu, everyone gets eliminated, you win the game. So I think that's probably the strategy. Like, Bin, don't break. Try to make this first point last a little bit, and then just combo ult them, win the game. See how they're going to do it. With Quick being on that Atom Warlock and Fruitvac instead being on that Moon Knight, you already know what the gameplay is going to be here for Menace to rotate through the triple strategies they have lined up. Alrighty, let's see how they answer the call. Drill Master 34% and 50. Oh my gosh, it's like milliseconds climbing up. Vinny doing a good job getting rid of those clones. Nice eye for placement there. Fruitvac going to continue to do their job as well. And here we go. We'll see what they're able to pull together. They found just about everybody. There's the Moon already landing down, but unlike what they did for Menace, no connection. No connection. Very quick. I feel like maybe they just thought they had that so quick over the group. Like trying to call out like their exit route, right, and just trying to get it, but at the same time, it would have been, sure, Moon Knight gets that ultimate really quickly, but now Fleeve is about to have that Groot ult, and then if you don't get the hand of Khonshu in time, it kind of is a wasted opportunity that we saw Menace really work out with. Waste opportunity is my favorite word of the day. Fliv is dead, though, and that is going to be tough, because now I guess they're more lined up, right, Vic? So that's why I thought this was such a win for Menace. Minute and 48 seconds. They have done exactly what they want to do. They have the res back. They have the clear ult, so at this point, even if they're able to get this point, they're feeling great. Looking at the strategist, though, it's going to be the Sia, Meteor M from Spoofy as he gets a follow-up Drill Master, bringing them all together. Invisible Boundary avoiding the Meteor M as F-Team is going to be able to stay alive right through the backlines, in through this choke, but with the group hug coming into play, Bendy also has the Omega Hurricane to try to back him up. But Menace, they're still here. The one thing to look out for is Quick with the passive. He had used it up earlier already, and now Menace don't have the numbers on the board, but they have the survivability from the strategist. Yeah, this is where this is going to be interesting. The longer this fight goes on, obviously, the worse it is for Nightmare Academy, and just like that, look at Menace just answered the call every which way they needed to. Menace coming back with the portal. They want this thing to just sustain. They want this thing to last longer and longer. Get the Moon Knight and group back into it. It doesn't even matter at this point if they get the point. I don't know if they will, but 44 seconds is all that was left. Look at that, dwindling away all that time. You were talking about it, Cozy. This is literally all you need in a point like this, is just to be able to secure that point. Now, the script is flipped. Menace, looking at the back, you have to look at what they have, and it's going to be the Invisible Boundary coming up, and the Wombo combo that we saw them use before could easily be done here, doing Cancer, Hippo, and Fruitback. Yeah, but here it is. Drill Master and Flip, they've got the ults. If they combo this together, they can get through this part of the point. But oh never mind. No. Nope. Oh, God, that could be it here now. Is pushing forward. They're going to go full aggressive. They're going to punish the tree, and that's going to be that. Menace with 1 minute, 2 minutes and 50 per Academy, and it did not matter. Menace will not go out quietly in the MRC. Wow, not even the first point, Vic. I'm not gonna lie, I was wondering the whole time, where is the BRB? Like, the BRB was not set up to, so when they lost out on the Moon Knight could have come right back around and try to get a follow-up with the Groot ult that was already expended. By the way, it didn't even land where it needed to land. That was just GG, lights out, and with the turnaround, they're able to take that second game, take us to a game 3.
Yeah, Zap showing what they can continue to do on the invis. And I you know, we said it. If there was a map where it's okay to be down on time, it could be that one. And with how Quick was playing, we kind of saw the puzzle pieces in the chess match. That was that overtime. Great job from Menace. Now we got ourselves something interesting. 1-1. What a game. What a game, Vic.
Look at the stat bent. 21 final hits. Drill Master coming out too with the 20, but it wasn't enough output. You look on the other side, the way that Menace was able to rally together. A team, by the way, remember, had 0 time basically, and they made it work off of a portal play by the second checkpoint to then run with that score to the finish line. They come out taking that dub, and now seeing how they're going to be able to reverse things into this third game after what we witnessed in the first map.
That was a fun one. I mean, definitely that was our first time on Central Park today, and it lived up to what was definitely that chaos. But yeah, listen, I mean, both players, both teams are playing great. We're seeing kind of, you know, really cool compositions and timing and strategy from both of them. And it was kind of just the raw grit that Menace was able to put together from their players. And we kind of saw them try to do that in domination, right? Like Quick goes over there with the Hawkeye, gets the 1-2, and it was a little bit too late, but that time they were able to pull together. I mean, Vic, I don't even know who I'm going to pick out of here. I think Academy is a bit more well-rounded, where you do have a bit more of the crazy, I think, talent on Menace. So this is a good matchup.
Yeah, it is a good matchup. I think it literally comes down to what we were talking about before, where it's like you gotta, if you're gonna run with a certain composition, you want to make sure that you take advantage of the combos, right? And there was no combos. It was just mismatched until the very end when they needed to have that combo opportunity, and then he got shut down, and there was no BRB machine to bring him back.
Sure. And guys, listen, we got no breaks ready. We're going right into what is going to be this map number 3 between these two teams. And it's been back and forth. We had ourselves, you know, obviously Central Park on this one, and going into a domination will be the next one. Daredevil ban. Might see the Gambit once again if we're, you know, having the same back and forth. Angela save and so on. But yeah, Vicky, this is lived up for, you know, these being less known players.
I like it. I like going the distance here, as the Daredevil doesn't get to see the light of day, and neither does Gambit. Both stuck in ban gel for now, as we get to see what the next safety picks are going to be, because the Invisible Woman did definitely come in clutch. I mean, for both teams, right? I feel like F-King really did step up there, but it was Zap, too, that was able to put down a lot of the damage pressure, too, on the Invisible Woman. Nice, well-rounded here, as it is the Invisible Woman that is protected, and then the Angela gets prioritized saved again.
Yeah, I mean, the Invis on Nightmare's team is good, but man, Zap plays that so well.
Yeah.
So the save is brutal, because that would be the ban I would probably go for there as a difference maker. Celestial Husk, an interesting way to settle the score between these two. Emma being banned on that side, a little bit different from before. Spooky likes their Emma, but we've seen plenty of good mag play as well.
I'm thinking about what we had seen from that last game. We saw some rockets, but no Phoenix to really follow up on the damage boost that you sometimes get here. If we look at the other side, it's going to be the Bucky Protect. Kraken Impact resets maybe if the Loki is going to be utilized from the other side.
All right, we got the Bucky save, and the other side, we'll see how they do. Typically, this last save for them has been a couple of inches. Like, we had Cap saved, I believe, and this time it's going to be Mantis. So want to try to switch things up. I mean, you played so well for your Nightmare on Wakanda in the early domination. We stick with that. Yeah, get rid of the Hella as always, that kind of last ban. If you don't know what else to ban, it's like, all right, we don't want that team up. See what Menace decides to finish this thing on.
Blame them here. No antis here. It is going to be the Loki ban actually at the very end, so not worried about the lamps. Instead, I'm probably expecting a full dive here, just based off of this alone. Maybe trying to trick them a little bit, sees the Kraken Impact and with the Bucky Protect, and now makes a swap over to what we've been seeing now from Menace.
Yeah, taking a look at our final lock-ins. This will be fun. I mean, it has been this kind of battle of Drill Master versus Fruit, Quick versus Bindi. Now it's going to be, though, Fruit and Bindi going against one another on the Phoenix. Drill Master going to see if they can get the best of Quick, but I mean, yeah, it's tough to handle Bucky as a Psylocke, so we'll see how that works. And then the Thing has been making his way into more, you know, more matches here. There to maybe handle Hippo and the Thor.
And you being able to get away with rocking the Phoenix, though. It's going to be interesting with Drill Master being on that Psylocke. Together with Magneto here, too. Even with no Gambit team up. The Rocket and Invisiwoman, though, staying into play versus Menace if they go for this Doctor Strange and Penny Portal. We need to see it actually work out versus whatever we saw in that first map.
Yeah, and right now, I don't think I've just seen like the base skin, by the way, for Sue Storm in quite some time. Like, there's always something on Invisiwoman that's thrown off.
True, actually.
In a while, but base skins are out and ready to roll. Just like this, though, Menace. Can they come back and deliver a win? Both teams playing pretty well and quick, of course. I'm telling you, I think he just kind of rolls the dice and picks the hero. The Spider-Man out this time.
He's trying to guess who's going to try to pull in to try to be a victim to this kidnapping before making this swap. He said, all right, didn't work out again. Not the best effort too, right? Yeah, if you're 0 for 2 at this point, just put the portal down, maybe let somebody else try it out. But I like the attempt at the very least before they try to take a different rotate from the other side of the rocks.
Yeah, the problem is, though, if they do let Academy get this point, it's like, man, that's the second time you try to do that, and then you lose out, and then you get a little separated. I don't think I'm crazy about it, especially when it's map 3. I'm not sure if I would try, but hey, I guess we get the pick to get the win. Didn't get it that time, though. Drill Master finds best, and now it's full reset. They've got the ult advantage, and just like that, you know, sometimes you want to, you know, you don't want to try to get cute, as they say.
I mean, just the difference maker alone in having the BRB versus Menace, who are running the Luna and Invisiwoman, is hard enough on its own, but also Nightmare Academy having the damage output that the Sia is going to provide from the Phoenix, and Menace really having fruit back to deal with that. They're going to be able to call out when that Endsong Inferno is used if they force out a reset.
Seems like Captain America. They saved it last time, didn't need to this time. See what Steve Rogers decides to do, and already, Vic, 30% on this point. Endsong Inferno ready to go as well. Trying to see what they can find. It's Biddy this time around. Slams down, connects. I'm trying to be aggressive here as the entire team, but nothing to come from it. There's the shields up, Invis, and Drill Master going to find the best of quick, and it is right now just absolute feasting for Academy.
Invisible Boundary worth it after you've lost 2. At least you keep your feet here in this fight, but you've lost off the point so much that Nightmare Academy have already gone past the 50% mark. Tribble's going to be able to at least have a fate of both worlds when it comes to this next fight, but Fruitback needs to get in position with this Endsong Inferno once Paradox calls in the Sia.
All right, so 63%. You have every ult you need. Right now, if you're Nightmare Academy, you just kind of play a little bit on the defensive side of things, and they have a lot of what they need for that, Vic, especially with Cap. They should be able to get to 99%, no problem, unless something happens unforeseeable. But there goes the quick. Phoenix in Song. We're not going to connect there, and a lot of ults flying, not a lot happening, but that point is climbing.
That was actually pretty amazing. We tuned out right at the very end, but it looked like Arako had Protect Zap right there with the shield, but Zap gets called out, or rather the Luna with the shield, but he gets called out, and it's just a matter of time before they all fall, as Bendy cleans up the rest on aisle 3.
I mean, maybe their Super Bowl was that final point taken overtime in Central Park, but definitely if you're Menace, you got it. Gotta do better than that for your last, chance here in the map number 3. So we'll see if we get this up to, I believe it went the full distance in domination last time. Nightmare Academy gonna get an easy 100% cap. Menace does have a lot to use here. See what they do.
And it had opened up very similarly, right? Like the portal play just didn't work here, and they cost them that first round. Now going into the second round. Not going to try it out this time. Menace swapping right back over to the Captain America. Looks like to continuously contest, but it's about getting into the position, allowing Jibble to also survive here, being on that Luna Snow. And then looking at Nightmare Academy with the amount of impact that they've had, Fleaba's going to just continuously dive and harass that backline.
Yeah, for sure. It's been fun because, I can't wait to see these teams against players we know as well, because we can kind of stack them up from there. But right now, very equally skilled. Especially mechanically here, and you've seen that good cancellation, that animation cancel that you love to see. Some caps like to put the spray down, others just go with the sound. There's a lot of ways to utilize it, but Hippo showing that he can play a bit of everything here. We got the Meteor M on the side of Menace, on the side of that Endsong and the Invisible Boundary. So we'll see what Quick can find here, Vic.
Got this movement as well, Quick. On the hunt, the Apex Predator waiting to find the first victim. Look at that, a yummy feast, the perfect person to catch here as the kidnap comes in. But here comes Drill Master, the backup plan that they needed to protect these spookies.
This is Magneto, the 5th that get eliminated there. He gets kidnapped, and somehow 4 others go down first. But yeah, that was absolutely brutal. The front line goes down, and from there it's over. But yeah, Nightmare Academy once again getting that early point. You also have the Invisible Boundary to use too. So Drill Master just locked in completely right now, and nothing really to oppose him.
Wanted to make sure that they could free Magneto. Not having any of those issues before backing away. Looking at this whole economy too. Zap does have that invisible boundary to match that of Nightmare Academy. Cancer Hippo does force out more of the attention before going into the point and trying to back cap, but now the Phoenix is left alone, and Bendy goes down for it.
Ow! Impressed there with the back cap there, but Hippo getting it done themselves there. Fruit gonna go pick. Okay, we got ourselves a game here now locked in. They're gonna get rid of this Magneto quickly as well. No pun, intended, but just like that, 40% back into it. Got the ults back into Nan. Who knows? Might get another map 3 after a quick map 1.
It's just Bendy coming right back after the BRB just to get blasted by the Phoenix on the other receiving end, thinking that you're safe. Unfortunately, the positioning of that BRB wasn't good enough here. Now Menace looking at what they have to work with this ult economy, and they're very close to the fate of both Force and Dribble.
Just holding W here. Nightmare Academy charging up. That Psylocke team with the Vanguard per usual. Dodging the end song. Has the Dance of Butterflies. Couple blasts away. Staying alive through it. Look at the beautiful path to victory there from Captain America. Psylocke staying close on, and Drill Mouse going to find the best in the backline. Quick going to go down, and just like that, you can clean up the rest there with the Dance of the Butterflies. Dance Execution, as they say by they, I guess me. Good response there overall from Luna.
Yeah, the fate of both workers was being waited on here, and with the Dance of the Butterflies, you take that out, but you won't have that answer, at least for now, with the End Song Inferno, because there is no invisible boundary, and with the dive and communication, Cleve is able to capitalize.
I love the OK Go comms. Just a thing of beauty there, and the dive was absolutely perfect. Great comms. Cool to see get all put together. Drill Master going to push back. 25% is all they managed to get, and just like that, Menace is climbing right back into this thing. Lose 2. Let me get this thing to 99.
Academy now going to be able to flip this point back in their favor, but nearing only that 30% mark. Zap at least has that invisible boundary going into this next fight, but they need to get these follow-ups very similarly to what we're now seeing from Nightmare Academy, almost like they flipped the script.
Yeah, we'll see what Menace decides to utilize here. They're going to charge up. Obviously, you got, once again, the Phoenix into the Bucky ult. Phoenix, couple combos they can utilize here, or just go with the Hippo Slam like earlier. But here we go. They're going to try to just push in the old-fashioned way and get the neutral hits. Popping up. Ooh, got Bendy low. We're going to be able to survive just like that. And
nice.
That is an absolute big pick and out of position, Captain America.
And that was off of a freeze, by the way, from Dribble on from the Luna Snow when he was trying to dive in onto that backline. So great communication and being able to retaliate before the pull-in here with the grapple. He's got the Kraken impact. Meteor coming all the way up. They want to get these follow-ups as well as the End Song Inferno is just enough, though, at least for Quick, to find Drill Master trying to get away.
How the hell did he see through all that, Vic? I mean, like, you had the Phoenix go down, and he was trying to find that target. Somehow perfectly still managed to get it off, and just like that, Quick was able to reset 1, 2, 3 times. Great job. But he still don't have the point back, and just like that, Academy's at 86 to 87.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he was right there up in the face of the portal. That was a little scary. He was able to back away just in time, but now has to deviate his attention to his strategist who are getting harassed by the Dance of the Butterfly. None of them going down. Instead, it is Fruit back, answering back with the punish.
And not often you see a Bucky go back to the team in the Psylocke ult, but, you know, more the merrier, and you don't get as much damage. So love that team communication here. Menace staying this thing up, 99%. Charging up right now. Definitely ults are just gone here for Nightmare. Both sides, really. So we're going to see who can just get the best in the neutral. Quick has been so good thus far. Gets the pop and the finish. Has the Kraken impact. Slams it down. Gets the pick. Gets the reset. Finds more. And it's going to be... Wow. Hey, Vic, how about map number 3 on match 3 Cinema?
Now they have to stop Quick right now. He was a server admin for that round. That was actually insane. And the way that he was also able to deviate his attention and then disrupt the piece by pulling in so many enemies was insane, too. Out of their invisible boundary a few times that we saw, too.
And that was awesome. That was a really good match, especially with just how bad, you know, the first bit went there for Menace. And, yeah, no strange portals and Penny mines this time. They're going to just get locked in. Winner takes all here. Winner moves on. It has been a gauntlet between these two teams, chat. Here we go.
The collector together, little one.
Probably the tightest of the competition that we've seen thus far throughout the course of today, Cozy, for the MRC.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's been Definitely we've had some close games, but I just feel like this could easily go either way. Some of the other matches we've had is like one team's getting hot late, but Menace able to stay in this thing, keep it competitive. And if you're Nightmare, just gutted because you've kind of had them on the ropes now 2 maps in a row. Gotta finish strong here, Vicky, as they move into the last point.
All eyes on Quick, though. If he can get away with popping off once again. He's been on fire thus far. So has Zap. You keep mentioning Zap being on this Invisible Woman. Keep your eye on that Invisible Boundary with the Stay Alive. Talk about a lot of damage, but that's just going to be a battery for that Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, 92% climbing have both strat ults, and that's actually a massive advantage. I mean, right now, Menace should absolutely get this point with what they have. It'd be a huge upset here if Academy was able to not only get the point, but get back into it. Fruit Vac gets a quick pick on the cap. That's a huge stall. But Drillmaster does find the best on the other side. Fruit is locked in to save the best for last here. Down goes another, and they are fully locked in.
I like it. Also trying to reposition right there just to get Bendy right back. Menace having these 3 ultimates ready before they get to push up. Make it honestly 4 with Rocco about to have that Meteor M. Bendy gets quick though. At the same time, Song Inferno, Meteor M, everything flying around. As Fleem, the reflection, is able to find 2.
This is awesome. I mean, this is why, you know, this first point is just so crucial. And wow, way to bounce back. Academy has, I mean, everything Menace had there for sustainability, but it's going to be that of Academy that gets this first lap. And now, really, the pressure is definitely on here for Menace and what you need to do. Quick was that server admin last map, has 95% for the again. See if that Kraken Impact can continue to win it for him.
Is that backing away now? Nightmare Academy. Yeah, these ultimates are still shuffling around. Menace had just used up that Invisible Boundary before, but it's fine. Drill's gonna be able to have that Fate of both worlds to help them out, as Drillmaster had the Dance of the Cutterfly. Cancer Hippo drops down, finding the Invisible Woman, but the BRB brings him right back.
Already, just like that, Bindy's gonna find one in there, and it's just these little picks that continue to sustain it for the team, and it's already at 50% before you even blink. Drillmaster finding that connection, and just everybody trying to flee and find each other. Good rotations, though, from Menace to stay in this thing. Bag's got to hit something here and get some momentum for the team, but nothing from it. Just like that, they can see it slipping.
Nice little freeze out here. The Song Inferno, though, is just going to get the reset, and then the immediate collide onto Zap 2. Zap being taken out is huge because look how close Zap was to another Invisible Boundary.
Absolutely beauty from Nightmare Academy. I mean, this has been back and forth. They have given just the room and the space for Menace to come back into this thing. But after winning that first bit, they can see the ending here as it's 80%, 20 more to go. Quick, this is your chance to win it for the team. But Zap will lead the way. Vic, this is going to be tight.
This is going to be really hard because Nightmare Academy are already reaching 90%. Menace have not been able to flip this a single time. They need to stop the Phoenix because there's been so much of that damage pressure thanks to these explosions and everybody from Menace playing very close together.
98, 99, there's the touch. And just like that, Zap's going to hang on to it, getting a little bit low here. Kind of scary to play that low at the moment. Fruit Pack going to get the best out of Cap. This could give them the space they need. Here's Hippo doing great animation cancels. Get the raccoon out of here. And okay, so they should be able to breathe. This should be their point to take from it. But Nightmare just staying in it. Here's the sustain. Get everybody back.
Both Captain Americas harassing both Invisible Women. Invisible Boundaries galore from both sides. They need help, and it's F-King that gets taken out at the collapse. That Jubal hurdles in his direction. Quick, he may have found one. He gets a second reset. Is this enough to flip the points? But it was rather expensive. I mean, at least they will have the Fate of both worlds, but they try to use everything there, as Cancer Hippo will also get the Freedom Charge for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, they have a Luna ult, and if they can space this out and kind of make this Cap ult last with Hippo, they might be okay. The Drill Master has been so clutch in this series, so we'll see what they can get from the Dance of the Butterfly, because that is going to be the difference maker. If there's more than 2 from Drill Master here, it is going to be all but over. He's going in, Vince is going up top, he's landing down, and here it is, Vic. 1 goes down, Zap first, 2 to follow. Luna going to put on the show, but not before the strategist goes, and they're down a healer.
Okay, it's the double ult 2 between Cantriple and Fusion, and now they're going to be able to try to move up. With Paradox at least having that BRB. Nightmare Academy, they're down 2. A nice freeze onto Fleeb. The stun, Quick, doing everything he can. He's juggling like he's in a circus together with Fruitback.
I said if they were gonna win it, this man has got to be all in it. There's just no way. This has been Menace this entire matchup. It's like they're completely out of it. A minute to 3 minutes in overtime. Nope, they still win it. They got the final boss. They've got the plot armor potentially in Quick. Indy gonna get the first pick and Quick out of there is quite literally the opposite of the plot armor just mentioned. 64%. Lot used. These strategists have to farm up. Zap is 30% behind. Oh no. This is spelling doom. They're way behind now.
Oh no, Menace now. They try to flip this back in their favor. They've lost an 0-1. Paradox has that Sia. Drillmaster coming up on top. The slice right through Fruitback. Here is the Sia though, as Nightmare Academy are looking to put the nail in the coffin to retake this point. They saw 2 go down from Menace. Make it 3. The damage output is too much for Menace to deal with.
Yeah, and you farm out and you do get to sustain a bit, but oh no, just like that. I mean, you got Quick now off of the carry hero. He's onto the Strange. 98% up. Drillmaster gonna find the connection. Beautiful use of the dash to stay alive. And just like that, down goes Fruitback. On the heels, Nightmare Academy. They can see the goal. They can see the win in what has been a gauntlet of a matchup thus far. Mag finds 3. Spooky's on fire. And Nightmare Academy, through a marathon, gets the W.
The longest series we've had thus far within the MRC Day 1 today, Season 5, and it is Menace versus Nightmare with a Nightmare coming out on top.
Vicky, what a matchup. I mean, if you're Menace, you're gutted. If you're Nightmare, I mean, what a way to hold on. Through what? Look at this Invisible Woman default at the top. Doesn't need a skin costume to show. Honestly, the greatness there. And we were even saying, you know, okay, you don't want maybe ban the Invis because Zap been playing so well, but it was just locked in from the top. Even Fruit playing such a great game that time around as well, which I thought was going to be the difference maker. But Drill Master, 15 elims, 21k. I mean, look across the board. Everybody just playing their best.
It makes you wonder here, too, together, like, just looking at the sort of plays here from our team, like, Quick having to make the desperate swap over to the portal. But what would have happened if this series was a 3 out of 5 win?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I can tell you, Vega's going to go to match number 5, and it's going to go to the last, it feels like the last second, right? I mean, just feels like both these teams, it was just, you know, again, a boxing match from the beginning. I mean, it feels like a day ago, but that domination on Wakanda, I believe, they're going back and forth there even. So definitely, you know, fun to see this Tier 2 scene being so close. And yet again, Nightmare Academy showing that they're great here in the MRC.
Player names on the come up too, Cozy. That's what we love about the MRC, right? Putting a lot more attention to these players that are on the come up and what they can do differently with the flexibility that the pick and ban phase provides.
Yeah, so with the matchups, it's been close. We've seen some one-sided stuff, but as we find ourselves into these later rounds tonight, 7 hours in of just absolute chaos, I do expect there to be more of it, my friends, because Vicky and I are here for the long haul. We got more great matches coming your way. Now, listen, we're going to get the players, you know, they got their matches going. We're going to go and get everything ready on our end, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back yet again. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today as we've gone through a gauntlet of matches, Vicky, but we're not done yet. We've got another banger coming right at you. And listen, it's from a team a bit familiar. You know, we talk about players that we've seen and not seen, but this time we literally quite just saw this team. Menace is back. We went from the upper bracket to the lower bracket to close out today. And listen, this team, they were right there to greatness. They go up against Chunky Cats.
Chunky Cats, what a name. Although not surprising, we've been seeing so many interesting names, but the Adam Warlock ban into the Gambit ban, that's interesting. Not even going to prio the Loki ban too, maybe hoping that they weren't going to ban out the Gambit, but now with the protection on the Mantis, this probably forces out the ban onto the Gru after Menace is done with the protection.
Yeah, I always love looking at the names that get to scream, I get to yell superheroes, and now he's screaming rice juice from the top of my lungs. We got the Gambit ban and Adam to follow. Manta save with the invis, so all strategists focused here early on, is at least we get a little sunshine in Krakoa.
Expecting maybe that Thor gameplay to come out, as the Loki ban is actually the prio ban next, it looks like. So no Loki, but the Mantis still could get the team up together with the Groot. They would just rather not deal with the Loki altogether, especially after the protection onto the Invisible Man.
Yeah, we know we might see just about anything from Quick and what he's hovering as Hawkeye, but this is one of those teams, if you're Chunky Cats, that I hope you did your homework, because they can play just about anything in terms of Menace here. Going to have the save for Phoenix, but we do know Fruit Vac, especially at the end there, really heated things up on the hero. Let's see what the last save is for Menace. They've been going to stick with the same song and dance.
I like this here. Fruitback also really popped off too. So seeing that protection from that side is going to enable both of these teams, it looks like, with the Bucky protect as well. So the duelists, they're coming out after the action that we saw beforehand, and it's not going to be any Loki resets off of those clones, but something else could come out instead from Menace, as we've already been able to see them pop off. It's that Hawkeye that was a really big problem, as the Emma Frost is the next ban.
I like the Emma ban. You know, Adam Warlock, not only good on domination, but we did see quick flex to Adam. So again, it does tell me that this team has studied their opposition. One of the great parts about this game is you can go back and watch matches. And if you missed any of the matches today, feel free to do so as well. Group going to be banned to end off and round off Chunky Cats selection phase. And we have the Angela. ZWE just has all the lords.
I do like this. You talk about the Emma Frost ban too. You're trying to enable Cancer Hippo, who was trying to have a lot of fun on the Thor, and it's not very fun to run into a choke slam down into a roundhouse kick. So Cancer Hippo is going to get enabled a lot more here with not being afraid of stuns, at least thus far, unless he gets Bucky grappled pulled in, or even the Angela, as we've seen before with Chunky Cats and ZWE playing that.
It's quite the matchup in heroes right now. I mean, Spider-Man in there, which Quick has played a tad. Obviously, if you're just now coming in, Hippo's our Thor player of this MRC right now. The ZW going to go over instead, get the portal out for the team. Sometimes they get the portals out and they go right into the Angela. Might see that. Most likely will. Crash going to go on. Okay, so we had Quick go to Spider, now it's going to be Crash. They might be trying this little fun game here. We'll see what happens. Chunky Cats, you know what Menace is going to bring. Got a new team on the block.
3, 2,
There's some of that information out here too, as Chunky Cats are going to be able to roll out with the Doctor Strange, as Menace Cats are doing the exact same thing. Look for it, as they're going to be able to get into position even faster.
And here we go, going right to the point and turn around. Love this from both teams. Absolutely, like it was a mirror match there, and even with the turnaround and all, this is great.
I was a little scared though, because even with their own portal being at their backs, that kind of blocks out their escape route when they weren't expecting the portal from the other side. Hand in hand though, the number advantage immediately goes over to Menace, as they come in literally swinging, and this is what happens when you let Cancer Hippo run away with the Thor.
I was just about to say, when you're going brute force like that right into the point, guess who's going to be the advantage? Definitely the Thor. I mean, that was an absolute great job from Hippo, continuing where they left off, and we just saw them. Definitely not your grandmother's Thor that we've been seeing out here. Really well done.
There were some changes. I know a lot of people were shocked to see Thor in gameplay, but honestly, to go in for a lot of these cheeky plays, get very aggressive, harass the backline. Right now, it's going to be Camel being on this Phoenix, putting in some pressure themselves, but can act as a battery for these strategists' ultimates, as they're trying to take a different off angle to get the follow-up together with the Angela, and I love it, taking out Quick first.
That quick silence on Quick there, and you have the 94% in climbing for the in-song, but when you have Hella on the other team, he did switch. You know, you're going to have to save that for the Goddess of Death, but no worries there. Camel going to quick on over. See what else they can find. Ooh, finds a double there, and the strategist gonna have to rotate out just to disappear. Up, down, slams down the in-song. We'll see if any of his team follow up with it. Monk's gonna get eliminated in that, so not what they're looking for. And oh, this is the punish.
He tried to take that 1v1 fight. Oh, does he do it again though? Quick goes down, gets some revenge thanks to Camel here, but Cancer Hippo still putting the rest of Menace on the board with the way that they still have another number advantage and another team fight win.
Yeah, and we've seen what Menace can do, especially, they're never down, I can promise you that. Hippo being that front force here. The whole team using ace skins, by the way. We kind of pointed that out a bit last time. Anyway, as they forward in, you got the Agamotto they can set up with. See what route they want to choose. They're playing aggressive because of that, and you would have to think Chunky Cats is prepped up for it. They got everything they need too, right? Choose a lot of responsibility on them. Looking out for this Agamotto. Here comes Meteor him up. Slams down. No connection.
Well, nice Doctor Strange shield right there too, and that allows Menace now to move up with the Luna Snow ultimate, while Quake is just farming the Phoenix and the Mantis again. Crash, the next victim.
How many can Quick find before Campbell finds Quick?
My.
Wow, he finds them all. Yep, quite literally. And oh my gosh, that's with the passive pop.
Mercy, they have a family. And off of the Eye of Agamotto, too, to stop the strategist. I mean, there was no recontention right there. Menace, they're upset after what went down in that winner's bracket. Now here in the lowers bracket, they mean business with a speed run in that first round.
I love when you see the passive of Hela get an elimination because it's just a thing of beauty. It doesn't happen all the time. Really well done there from Quick, right where they left off. Like we said, I don't think we saw a lot of Hela from them too. So fun to see yet another duelist in his arsenal.
The hit scan hero here. Cancer Hippo does have that God of Thunder going into this next round. I mean, even Dribble's going to be able to have that invisible boundary just within that first fight alone with the amount of damage output that we know that Camel puts down on the Phoenix.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they try to work up here because for Chunky Cats, it's like the Rice Juice and Crash didn't even get to play the video game. Quick was just absolutely deleting them from the server. And so with the triple strat that we've come to see, they're going to go over to the thing to try to get some pressure on this Thor. We kind of saw that a little bit previously from teams that just matched up with them. But here we go. Menace locked in. Chunky Cats trying to make a difference.
Trying to really force out this triple strategist to work out for themselves too, right? Crash has been called out a lot by Quick, but does have that ultimate with the Soul Resurgence going into this fight. It's going to be the portal play once again coming in from Menace as they take the point first.
And Quick is picking up right where they left off, trying to throw the thorns as the Grim Lady, and not much to work through, just pushing through, rotating. Great job. They had everything left from the last time, and here comes Dr. Death, going to be quickly erased from the Ensong Inferno, putting a Quick into that as Quick is going to try to do what they can do. And now we got a ZWE just putting that pressure on early. This was a good switch for them.
Immediately trying to call out where they're going to land, all right, afterwards too. But the God of Thunder is here to roar, and he's found two. The strategist in a lot of trouble with Monk falling low. The both Vanguards go down. Rice's can only do so much. And now Chunky Cats, they have to make the swap up, and we're going to be able to see the Torch, it looks like, out in play.
All right, we've seen
never mind.
a little bit of everything today. And, Torch is going to have to wait. I think we've had some hovers on it, but that's just about it. Saw every other hero today. Quick, though. We can play it all. Coming back 30% and climbing. A lot of ults we use there, so a little bit of a neutral fight to get us through this middle half of the point. Camel going to try to get the best of, he knows his assignment. He understands it. Fine, Quick.
One fire for another here. Looking at Crash and Fruit, taking a different angle, calls out Quick, who manages to get away, but before getting around the corner, Camel's not letting him go.
Understands his assignment. Camel going to go ahead and get that. And look at it. He's kind of rotating up to find Quick to come back from point. Hawkeye going to be swapped on over. There goes the clobber in time. Slams down. Nothing from it. Agamotto coming out. Going to get the connections needed. Luna's going to go up. Shields up from Rice Juice. This time getting more room to breathe. And here we go. Gotta love the duelist on duelist. Camel knows. He knows what he's looking for here. Going to hop on down, though. And, ooh, might find the best of Fruit. Yes, he does. Have to watch out for Quick behind him, though. Wow, great job.
Gets away right on time, though, and does enough of that pressure to force out a lot of the attention to look in his direction, which enables the rest of Chunky Cats just to walk up to this point for the first time ever.
And it's been some fun play from these teams thus far. ZWE just punching drywall here. Monk, and they've got the Luna. So Chunky Cats can really stall this thing out plenty. But we've seen Quick on this Hawkeye get two down just like that. The Thorns to follow from Hippo. Menace is trying to rotate all together.
At least with the swap out, it has been working out for Chunky Cats. The Menace is not really helping them out when it comes to trying to find a lot of these picks. The Meteor M looking at the back line. No protection as the thing comes in, hits onto Quick, and the Invisible Woman is out from Menace. No invisible boundary within this fight.
Yeah, really good job there. And that's kind of what happens when you have Thor, right? You get all that damage trade off, but you're unable to protect your back line. Hawkeye doesn't have any shield to his name, so gonna have to reset here and just afraid another 30% and climbing. Good job here from Chunky Cats, showing that they're down but not out.
And they have some ultimates to work off of too, although they're gonna need it with Menace coming right back around. They're about to have both strategist ultimates online too. Looking at the Luna Snow alone, just gonna boost them up. Also with the piercing pressure, just making sure they get just enough healing. Do have the Fit of Both Worlds online once again, and Menace is just looking to try to drop down from the Tiger.
Yeah, what's impressive too is that Zap is over on the Invis this time around, right? So the Luna is always just keeping an eye there, and Hippo's gonna be throwing the Lightning Awaken up. There goes the dance floor. They're going to be keeping up the team here. Ooh, nice job from Hippo trying to get some movement going. Zap looking behind. There is just their boss in Camel. And this will be Zap, who has continued to impress today, Vicky.
Honestly, just stopping him in the middle of clobbering time, that was tragic. And now Quick, he's quick with it now. He's going to be able to follow up immediately afterwards with the rest of Menace, and they're able to capitalize off of that clobbering time, not landing its mark from Chunky Cats.
Like that 85%. They get that point right back. Look out for this portal. ZWE is going to summon it, but then that, you lack the thing, and that's going to allow Hippo to kind of carry at the end here. And just like that, Hippo finds the Brain Camel, and that is where you can have these trades happen. It's always tough to pick who goes to Strange. Awakened form hasn't missed a beat. I'm going to use this ultimate. Don't need to right now. It's got the invis keeping the teams alive, Vic, and this is it. Last chance for Chunky Cats to keep this thing interesting.
Calling out the Luna team from Chunky Cats, who's just trying to hide, right? And then you get the Goddess of Death just for the reset and the extra pressure. They're forced to do it over time, ticking away in favor for Menace. But getting that KO is going to be huge here as the trades come out. Quick is still alive.
And they get the point back just like that. I am blown away, Chunky Cats. Hello. Now we got the Zap going, so that means, okay, they still have at least the strategist with Hip going to the Mantis. So they got the trade-off there. Definitely a weird comp. People off their rolls, but wow, point going right back to him. Someone's got to get on it. Here's the meteor in. This is a big one for Monk. Has to land this. Remember, this is loser gets out. There's the block for the Strange. For back is low, trying to get a little bit of that passive. There goes the in song to the White Room. Phoenix goes, gets that health all the way back up, slams down. Gonna connect with Quick. Quick has done this time and time again, Vicky. And there it is. There is Quick doing what he does best.
And not even with a damage boost, by the way, from Cancer originally too, right? Because you see Hippo now almost close to that Soul Resurgence, but now they're moving up the invisible boundary between both of these teams. Hippo staying alive, moving back though. As New Stones is falling low, the Phoenix putting in pressure. Fate of both worlds though is called in right on cue as this fight keeps going.
And Crash going from strategist to Phoenix. Love to see it. Time is ticking. There goes the Agamotto. Zap is not going to find the connection, though, as strategist is on that Vanguard, but Magneto finds Crash. Everybody off their rolls here. Time's a ticking. This fight is kicking, and Zap's going to get ZWE out. Time's going down. Overtime is done, and Menace will come out on top.
Zap says, I'll throw hands, whether it be on Invisible Woman or on the Doctor Strange. I really like how quickly, though, Menace was able to retaliate off of that portal. They had to utilize that portal from Zap because he was the first one who had passed from the last fight. When he went down, then you're able to come right back around, and then they made the swap with the Thor. Instead of sneaking onto the Thor, going onto the Mantis, and they were able to take that very long last fight.
All right, listen, if you are Chunky Cat, you definitely showed a lot more life towards the end there. It's kind of that rotation of not only everybody going off their heroes, but like I said, the thing was working out well for ZWE. And the Thor kind of ended up taking over for a bit. But yeah, Camel is their kind of win con. And on the opposition is Quick. But Zap, doesn't matter, the hero gets it done. On the Strange for the finish, but the Invis, or Luna this time around.
It was the Luna, because, we saw the Invis too a few times as well, but we saw, a nice flexibility, because it was Gibble who was on the Invisible Woman instead. The 17.9k healing. Zap was on fire in the last series that we also saw him in the last one too. And now seeing us go to a second map, they looked a lot stronger on that first round.
Are you not entertained? I mean, I can tell you what, Vicky, I've been for 8 hours we've had of Marvel Rivals, and again, you're just now coming in. Allow us to enlighten you. We've seen it all from Thor to Spider-Man, Spider-Man carries to Reed Richards, you name it, fans, picks alike. But it all comes down to this matchup, and it's been a fun one at that as we continue this thing on. We go into tomorrow's going to carry on with these matches, then we end next weekend with what is going to be the end of this MRC for Season 5.
Yeah, we got, what was it, $14,500 prize pool here too. That is something else that these teams are fighting for. Aside from scoping out the competition, first place gets to walk away with 6K. Second place with 3K. I mean, if you look at it from my perspective here, Cozy, that's basically a 3K money match that you're working with for that grand finals, but it's about getting there first for these teams.
Listen, Menace was great. They barely got out right when they went against such a great team themselves. And so we'll see if they continue on through this lower bracket, or can Chunky Cat show a little bit of life that they showed at the end of Krakoa. And guess what? We've had a lot of these today. I feel like we have casted, I swear, 30 domination games today, because the back-to-backs in domination, they're here.
I'm honestly surprised too, considering how volatile domination is, but you gotta make do with what you got. Although Hell's Heaven, I know we've seen Hell's Heaven before, but at least it's taking a break away from Clintar, as the Adam Warlock is the first ban.
Yep, Adam out, Gambit out. We had like a lot of Gambit for a little bit of time, and then it's been like 3 hours without. I think the Gambits have gotten out of the system. Quick showing that Wolverine at this point. I've lost track of who he can play. Save going on for Menace. They've been doing like the Bucky, and yeah, here's the Invis. Maybe Zap will play. Be the other strategist as well.
Hey, wanted to prio that Invisible Woman, which means are we going to see the Daredevil perhaps come out? We usually see Daredevil out pretty early as the Protect onto the Loki comes out next. Do we ban out the Mantis following up, or is it going to be the Groot? As it is Hell's Heaven, maybe the Mantis.
Yeah, a lot of Loki play as well today, right? And obviously, early off to start today, some chaos was truly unfolding in true character. Maybe it's the Lady Loki scan. Everyone just wants to play. Wolverine going to get the ban from Chunky Cats. Quick, gonna have to rest there on Hell's Heaven. This is a map that he does enjoy. The old Wolverine. I like the Angela ban here too. Don't want to allow any of that spearing off the map. No funny business. These two teams want to fight it out the old-fashioned way.
See what this next Protect is, because it's going to be Groot. That means Groot Loki in play. Or we're going to see the Mantis Protect, and then we're going to see the Viper Vitality team up for the first time, because we always see a lot of these teams use up their bans to prevent this team up from like rolling out. Now, whether it's going to work or not, and with the Wolverine being banned, it gives some extra safety over to the Groot. Oh my, it is. They are going to be rolling out with the Viper Vitality.
That's a good call out there. Chunky Cat's trying to see if they can get themselves. I mean, the thing is, right, because it's universal, though, it's going to give that access to Menace as well, and I'm sure they'll be able to adapt. Although, Zap, they did save the Invis, right? So, do they end up going that way, or maybe the triple strat way? Sometimes you get that Menace to be played by the duelist on the team. There's the Bucky ban. They've been saving it so much. It does make sense. And Groot going to be saved instead. So take the Bucky. They'll handle with other things.
More than likely. That's a very good point too, Cozy, because although we did see Chunky Cats really try to roll out with that Mantis, it wasn't working out in their favor. They were getting shut down a lot. Quick is just quick with it, man. And then now we get to see how that's played out on Hell's Heaven. I do also enjoy the fact that they had banned out the Angela, because we know how dangerous Angela could be with these environmental KOs on this map.
For sure. I mean, really, outside of Jeff, I guess it's available. Nothing else left. Monk is going to float the Black Panther, but I doubt. I mean, hey, you know what? After today, Vicky, after today, who knows? We might see a Black Panther. That'd be the perfect cherry on the Sunday that this match has been. Quick, going to go to the Moon Knight. And if you just saw Central Park, you are not questioning the synergy that the Vanguard has on Groot with that Moon Knight. Absolutely carried him at.
Dude, put some respect on that Quick name, man. That Moon Knight was crazy. I mean, that's what literally allowed them to take at least that map alone when it looked pretty grim in their lack of time in overtime, and then being able to hold it on defense. But this is domination once again. Hell's Heaven taking a little trip and a break, and you're going to be able to get some extra shields with the Penny and Rocket.
So here we go. Camel on the torch. Not just the hover. The hero is out. Johnny Storm looking to get maybe played here with the Chunky Cats. Yeah, interesting map to do so. And quick on the spider. What the heck is happening here as our final map and match potentially of the day? Here comes the portal opening up and out. And last time they both went to each other immediately with that Thor too. But this time, no Thor to be had. Quick to go in. And once that kind of barrier opens up, it allows Spider-Man to do some madness. Okay, gonna go back over to the Quick Moon Knight. Quick is truly playing mystery hero.
Oh, is this portal like literally going right through it with the or rather the arc right there too, and just being able to get the follow-ups as well, just getting a little bit of a boost of extra damage is going to allow Chunky Cats to keep their feet planted on this point first, but while Menace are forced to do the walk of shame.
Yeah, quite literally multi-dimensional fight there, multiversal fight. Now with Johnny Storm up in the air, you've got the big Mantis team up, and so Chunky Cats getting early points going to definitely help them out here. And with the Human Torch, Quick here might need to change, but they're going to stick with their Anaconchu team-up duo for now. Race Truce able to stay alive. Keep this team in it.
Look up on the high ground, though. Torch, bringing in some extra pressure. You look at those Loki lamps, too, from Newstone to help out Chunky Cats that are in the background before diving right back to the rest of his support, stealing a little bit of that pressure. All eyes on Fruit back as well as Quick to try to get right up there and try to pressure him out.
Yeah, and just like this, I mean, it is already up to 50%. Menace, they've got the invisible boundary up. Zap can copy and go, but just kind of waiting on it. It's funny, Central Park Groot had that ult so quickly. Now a little bit more time here as they have the full heat going on, and cooking, throwing out the fire tornado, supernova out and ready, and wow, just like that, Monk and Johnny Storm find success. We just continue to melt Menace down.
No, he had no healing up on the high ground despite trying to fly up above. Unfortunately, the strategist does not keep him up here, but although he goes down, he did his job. He'll come right back around here, and it looks like he's still sticking to the torch.
And picking up where they left off a little bit, we saw Chunky Cats have some life at the end of Krakoa and doing a very good job on this point, but there it is. They've got their ults ready to go. You don't want to use it all, though. They're just quick in the tree. They can also use just fruit to approach. They're going to go with the Agamotto on the opposition. Monk hits a big one, and just like that, there's, my gosh, Menace can't find a breath of air.
Monk is playing upset right now. He's had enough here. Before coming in, Camel is going to be able to get the follow-up and the revenge pick onto Fruitback, and look at what the strategists have from Chunky Jack. They're holding on to it, overtime taken away, and they're not letting Menace walk one toe into the line of the point.
Wow, an absolute just perfect performance from Chunky Cats. And Menace, you know, from the Spider-Man to the Moon Knight, had nothing go on their way there. But again, we've seen this team adjust and adapt. So as we head to Monument, we'll have these teams reset. And Menace, just, you know, listen, you got a lot still ready to go. Obviously, quick, you know, died as the Moon Knight, so you didn't get to be able to use that combo they want. Still, the Groot ult, they kind of farmed everything up, but Chunky Cats didn't have to use much to keep the point.
And that's why they were still holding on to those strategist ultimates. It's all up to Camel to really get that torch ult online quickly, put in a lot more of that pressure. The Eye of Agamotto that we saw there from Monk too, going hard, preventing Menace from even trying to extend forward. Now looking at what Menace at least has going into this next fight, they could do the Wombo combo. They don't need the Mantis Loki if necessary. They could try to stick to this Invisible Woman here, get the invisible boundary, and just rotate together with that in Loki.
Good shot there, Vic. As gates are opening, can Chunky Cats tie this series up? They've got the three strat ults to keep this thing sustained. Think of this point first. This can be massive for them. I'm going right into it. It's gonna be Zap, and we'll see where this Groot ult ends up going. They've had it for an eternity. Can expect some greatness here. And again, Camel has just been really dominant now in the skies as a Johnny Storm. And rotate on the top here. See what they can find. All strategists together. Now Camel just trying to get out and find some safety. We'll see now. Menace tries to do this.
Oh, he's going up. He's getting support, though, and that's the difference maker, as Camel's going to be able to find the headshot onto Fruitback, who cannot run away. Chunky Cat's still holding on to these ultimates, though, and Make It 5 coming up shortly. If Camel can survive, but he doesn't. Quick catches him with the quickness here to the invisible boundary, the Venn diagram from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the double hit scan's one way to get rid of Johnny Storm, but with the Groot ult and all those sparks of Ignite was still not enough to get Chunky Cats down and out, so they used a lot there, unable to come up successfully, but it's just quick, and the old mechanic triggers there as Crash goes down. They try to go hunting from here.
Now looking right through the window, quick, now finds the Invisible Woman, New Stoned out, as this nice stun too onto Monk and ZW. They stay alive for now, as Camel has been putting on the pressure from the skies.
Really well done here now, as Hippo's gonna find one and more, quick. Just, it's like every time they need the answer, he picks up the phone. Camel, though, does get something on the way out. They get the point finally. No one had the point up till then, which is just a W as far as us, the viewers. Really good. Really good fight and match thus far, Vic.
It's crazy how long these fights were going on for, and then we had seen that flip just as early from Chunky Cats in that very first round, the way that they were able to take it with the portal originally. Love this switch up, though, with the torch actually working out. It's shocking, but this also makes sure that Cancer Hippo has to go over to the Venom. They need to try to stop Camel, at least if they can. Morocco still stuck here on the Groot. The Groot wall is trying to help him out, and Fruitback takes to the skies to try to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, with the team up and the health and the everything is like an MMO out here. This guy's buffed up to the moon, but really, it's the double hit scan that was the answer. And as well as he's doing on Johnny Storm, you might need to adjust here because Quick is well, he's on his A game as we come to expect. Finds the best of it. Again, what I love about these tournaments, Vic, is we always just find kind of a new blood, new hero out there, and Quick's been the standout. Camel doing a great job though.
Yeah, I really enjoy how Quick is also really quick. I mean, I did that unintentionally, but looking at the way that taking to the skies has been full of pressure, it forces Camel to now make that swap up. Going over to the Phoenix now, you're going to be the Phoenix 1v1, as Menace have still 4 of these ultimates online, including the invisible boundary, but they're already nearing that 70% mark.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to continue to punish that. ZWE does have that Groot imprisonment. See if they're able to get something rolling off. Camel just has to get the spark ignitions. Don't need anything to follow up ult-wise. Going, oh my gosh, getting Monk down low, who was kind of the hometown hero of that first map. And it is just a brawl out here, Vic.
Now looking over to the side, though. Look at how they're going to be able to try to contest a sleep coming in right afterwards as well. The Venom coming in. Cancer Hippo finding two. Double strategist out. No Invisible Woman. No ultimates. And that was a huge fight here. As Menace, they stopped Chunky Cats from coming back. They want to hold on to these ultimates for the next round.
Man, that was awesome from Hippo. All he did was use the slow ability on Venom and just quickly tangled everybody up with they just needed like a little bit of extra damage there with the in-song, and they got it. Menace, just as we've seen before, gets right back into it. The hands of the MVP of these last two matches and quick.
This goes the distance here, at least for the second map. Let's not forget, Menace. They were able to take it in the first map. They just need one more round to continue on through this lower bracket, and that is what is at stake for this MRC.
Yep, and we've got, Menace has two of the strategist ults, right? So that's definitely going to fare them well. But if you're on the side of Chunky Cat, same thing, right? And the Groot ult with Monk. So we're going to see who can get the clutch gene, the ice in the veins the most here and land their shots. Folks, it's been a fun day so far. Will it end right here, or will Chunky Cats keep this thing rock and rolling? 11 seconds. Last point potentially, and this one's always a good one to watch here. Just forced fights right off the rip. Don't have any kind of cheap heroes to knock people off the map, so.
Unless Invisible Woman could be considered part of those cheap
That's
heroes. Try to find that good position too. But looking at the ult economy alone, though, Cozy, Chunky Cats have the advantage getting started on this fight. They're taking a much more roundabout positioning, though, on the high ground to help enable Crash to build up into that Goddess of Death, too.
Yeah, I do like the positioning thus far of Chunky Cats. Crash getting rid of the clones up top. Crash going from strategist to duelist. Love it, although it was on the Mantis earlier. Camel finding some success there, and there's going to be the Loki copy into the visible boundary, so Menace going to be the first to pop. There it is. Can they get the connection? Wow. Okay, Venom just took about 10,000 damage there from the Phoenix and the big ball. And just like that, Menace is just, that was insane.
He's just looking at his body that's like right at the floor right there too. He literally got Thanos snapped into oblivion. The Groot hug, bringing them together though. Looks like on a mission was up two from New Stone as the Invisible Boundary comes up quick, tries to catch him. It is Arako bringing them all together, finding the Invisible Woman and Menace. They had the number advantage despite being in the ultimate disadvantage in the economy.
Yeah, even with just blowing Hippo to oblivion there, it was kind of crazy that Chunky Cats used all those ults and somehow didn't come out with anything on top of that. Like ZWE had the imprisonment too, but the one we saw there with success was from Roko there. But wow, great job. You got the point cap first. Menace sitting in a good position. If Fruit Vac and Quick can kind of dominate the hit scan skies. And there it is, Johnny Storm. I don't know if I like this pick.
Uh-oh, I see you. You're running Johnny Storm into Phoenix and Hela, and it is Crash here on the other side to try to help him out, but there's no helping you when you're stuck behind that one pole. Menace taking advantage of the number advantage that they have here. Cancer Hippo's forced to pop out that shield. Fruit back to take the skies on a reset. And then looking at New Stone, being on that Loki, wanting to help out Rice Juice get up with that invisible boundary, because right now Chunky Cats, they haven't flipped the point once yet here, Cozy, with another pick coming in from Crash.
Someone's got to step up here from Chunky Cats. And right now they kind of have Camel tamed. That was a quick show in there from Johnny Storm. Back on over to Phoenix. Gonna get something sparking for this team. Does find the fire versus grass type, and there you go. You got a little something cooking for Chunky Cats, and are they able to get the ults back on? So this is where you kind of stand your ground.
It's just the way that Hippo has been just getting KO'd here. I mean, it's ZWE beating that from the other side with the wall being right there just to do the extra damage, even through the Feast of the Abyss that gets shut down.
Already 17% Crash hunting with those thorns, but Menace, I mean, just look at every check mark ready outside of Hippo. Don't need it though. You're throwing down the alt fire. They get something rolling. This team, they're just going right at it here. We're going to see who pops first. It's going to be now Monk going inside, waiting for the Lanterns. Perfect timing. Monk does find Zap. It's a good way to start things out. See if Menace can follow up here. It's going to be Monk rotating over to point, and it's going to still be good eyes on this if you are Menace trying to get the back cap there. But really good job in trade-off, Vic.
also just the Vanguard duel off on the point while both invisible boundaries were used up by the high ground area too, and off the point, and now Chunky Cats are down Monk. New Stone does have a lot of mischief as the push-off happens, but still the damage has to be taken as Camel finds through back.
Yeah, 60%. Quick going over to the Spider-Man. Nope, back over to the Phoenix. These guys are cracking me up here. 65%. Climbing up, trying to find kind of get rid of these traps. And yeah, this is where you kind of get punished from in here, right? Got to wait for the rest of the team to help out, keep you up. Maybe use a lantern to get a breath of daylight. But Crash just relentlessly throwing those thorns. We'll see who gets the best of the hit scan. That's going to really determine this map. 80% though. Menace, they want to go to another map. See what they end up grabbing here, but Camel now has the Insong Inferno, Vicky.
Waiting to unleash though, looking for the opportunity before diving down, gets enough of that extra damage before following up though, and lands right next to them. They're just able to get healed back up to help go with the Hellfire also right there next to them, and they wait through the back line. The invisible boundary together though with the God of Mischief from Zap to bring them together. Now the Insong Inferno and the reset, the follow-up from Cancer Hippo goes even bigger to enable Quiz.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that was it for Chunky Cats to take it to map number 3, but it was Menace, who we've seen time and time again, Vicky, come back, crawl their way out. Hippo now back on the Asgardian God. Quick and Vac on the hit scans, and now they're sitting good because they've got the point ready. They still have the Invisible, but Chunky Cats, they have exactly what they need easily, too. Oh my, that was a triple stun. Oh my, quick. Holy, goodbye.
You blinked and you may have missed it. That was so fast. Now already trying to push this up with their progress, holding them up on the high ground. They called out the rotation because they keep rotating from the height. Now you call the group hug in. Good was forced to back away because a Meteor M was called in, and he did not feel safe without having his own personal shield that he now has.
Yeah, there's twice now that they had the ult advantage. 97, someone's going to get on the point there. They do rotate correctly, but it's twice now they had kind of the ult advantage, but just did not get the connections they're looking for. Great job from Quick. Oh my, defined. All right, this is going to be rough now to come back from it. If you are Chunky Cats, you want to stay in this thing. This is Elimination. This is Menace now. Who can seal it up? Crash with the 1-2, throwing down the thorns from above. Great job to keep him in it. Ooh, okay. Someone went off the map but came right back. Couldn't even see with how quick the action is. GWE arming up. Zapzo close to it. Portal comes out. News also has the ult as well. Camel here doing a quick impression. Going to Mystery. We have the Iron Fist back out. Camel finds the best of Strange. This is insane.
He's a professional Ditto. He's just rotating through everything he possibly can. The Iron Fist adjustment touch back onto the points, but the Brute in a group wall sandwich gets stuck, cannot get away, and Menace now are clearing the point. They're clearing the aisle. Chunky Cats nowhere in sight. They had been able to flip the point at the very end, but Menace take it right back.
Quick went to the Iron Fist as well. What an absolute just madness. Absolute madness. Menace finds themselves 2-0 and Chunky Cats after a brawl in the upper bracket. They continue in the lowers. And tip of the cap to Chunky Cats making the last in here entertaining.
Makes you wonder, if we decided, although the torch was great in that first round, the map provided for it. You have a lot more of space to work with, but you also have areas that you could navigate around to get out of the line of sight of the hit scans. But there, on that side of the map, it could be so difficult, especially when you're running it into a hell of a Phoenix. Did not work out for them, but instead allows Menace to go up through the bracket.
Yeah, just like that. There you go. The 2-0 is what they were looking for to bounce right back into this thing. And again, Camel, definitely a great player there and a nice note to leave off on. Team made it far, not far enough, as Menace will be advancing into tomorrow's matches. Again, we're just getting started. We have 3 more days of this, Vicky. And if anything from day 1 was a tell, a lot of fun, exciting content up ahead.
Yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. You've been seeing Thor. Yes, we saw the Torch. We've seen Moon Knight. Angela has been prioritized a lot by a lot of these things. That's why we've been seeing her get banned. No surprise that she got banned for Hell's Heaven, of course. But even seeing the Mantis rolling out together with the Loki and Groot. Although, it could be very difficult to make that work depending on what you're up against. And together with the rotations of the invisible boundaries of Loki and Gilbo, who was on the invisible win, it was a lot to work around.
Yeah, for sure. Come a long way since season 0 and 1, where we saw kind of the same mirror comps. Again, especially in this banning, you typically see more common mirror comps. And no, Not this time around. We keep talking about it, but that's, you know, what's the highlight? It's just all the variety in comps. And really, it's like when you saw Menace go back to their tried and true Hippo on the Thor, that's when things were starting to click for them once again. Vic, it's been a fun 8 hours. It's been quite entertaining. Any takeaway moment for you, though, as highlight of the day?
I feel like now being able to see a lot of these top-level players play out how Season 5 has felt to me as a player, it's been nice because I also see a huge shift up of a lot of these different heroes being utilized, but it's about being comfortable with who you're leaning into, right? And then knowing the strength of the opposing team. We saw a lot of different heroes that I was not expecting to see into today, and that makes me really excited. On top of the fact that we have these amazing 6 skins, Cozy, to match that together with the different compositions we saw roll out.
Yeah, with the Thor, the God of Winter and Cloak and Dagger. Not a lot we got to see of them today, but great skin and costume. You can rep them right now. Find them in the store here till January 23rd. Also, shout out to Lady Loki. Got plenty of that today. Yeah, for me, I mean, I think the highlight is there's just such a shroud of mystery over the America scene right now in terms of players and teams and skill. And we're seeing a lot of people come back to the limelight and even more make their way into the spotlight. And that's got to be my highlight from today.
Yeah, and seeing a lot of familiar names come up too, and how they've been able to readjust as they've slotted into different teams. I mean, Roster Mania is out and about for a reason, and there's probably going to be a lot more as we see more teams get involved within Marvel Rivals. But it's been great to also see a lot of these cool skins between the sound effects, Cozy, and the different MVP and animations, and how they're able to be utilized during the holiday season.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of Star-Lord play early on, and they kind of faded out of that. Obviously, with the Gamma, you're going to see that plenty. Penny Parker, you saw bits of it, and yes, can't forget Daredevil, who found himself with the band hammer often. Oh, but that's not Daredevil, Vicky, is it?
No, yeah, no, definitely not, right? It's just a facade here. He's definitely not Daredevil, so you don't have to ban him out in your own games. No, I'm just joking. But then the Penny Parker skin, too, is so nicely detailed. That together with her sit emote, you get to really see the effects of the skin together with the snow mech.
Yeah, rock it while you can here in the kind of cold winter months. I don't know. I'm in California. It's kind of nice over here, but where you might be, it could be snowing, and you can rock it best there with the Penny and the mech. And just always cooking over there is the art team with Marvel Rivals. And again, we're starting to see, you know, people like Star-Lord get their first legendary, and feels like everybody's getting some more love now.
All right, happy holidays as I'm trying to run for my life. I'm not thinking about the holidays in the middle of, like, what is it, February or March at this point here, if you're still rocking that skin. But together with the Snowman mech, it looks really cool with Penny Parker. Those Penny Parker mains, they be feasting. And together with the Daredevil holiday skin, too, to just bring all the festivities inside.
It's a calm before the storm, Vicky. You know, we got the last couple weeks of Season 5. Usually we don't get a peek at the heroes ahead. Clearly, Deadpool coming to the fray. Ellis the Bloodstone. Got a couple really cool heroes in Season 6. And who knows what Deadpool's going to bring. I personally, because I get to yell and cast over these heroes, I'm just excited to see, to be able to see, you know, a Deadpool team wipe or whatever it might be. Just cool to have that in the game. And again, if you haven't seen the new splash screen with all the heroes, really cool to see that as well. We continue to look at these great skins in the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's gonna be, right? At the end of the day, we're not sure, and it's gonna be crazy, including even more heroes into the Marvel Rivals hero lineup throughout the course of the new year in 2026. Daredevil, too, of course, we keep highlighting his skin. Definitely just not Daredevil, right? But he is having a good...
Will be a happy caster. I mean, it's such a cool environment to continue to throw things in and have events and just be able to hang out as a community. Some people were there for the old ball drop for New Year's Eve and more. But for the Yap Fest, guys, just want to say all together, it's been a fun day of matches, start to finish. Again, if you've been here the whole time, just thank you for being a part of what was a great MRC day number 1 here for Season 5. And then Vicky, go casting. It's been too long. Always good to be a part of it with you.
I love casting with you, Cozy. Back together, and it feels so good. We miss you all, guys, at home. We hope you had a happy holidays, and welcome to the new year. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.